Introduction. Having traversed into the life of a dragon family's illegitimate son destined for miscarriage, what fate awaits him? Initially, Aegon aspired to carve a path of glory in this new existence. Yet the harsh realities of this world far exceeded his imagination. Just before the arrival of the stranger, the gears of destiny began to quietly turn from that moment onward. Aegon embraced a new vision. To hell with it, let the fiery dragon flames engulf all of Westeros. Neither the stone castle nor the ironclad soldiers can safeguard you. The inferno that will consume Westeros is approaching. Chapter 1. The Gallows by the Sea. 120 AC. Tydead Island. On the coast of Shell Town stood a cold gallows. Upon this gallows, Aegon Veshui and 4 other surviving smugglers were bound, awaiting their judgment. A dozen soldiers adorned with silver seahorses encircled them, swords drawn. Witnessing this grim scene, Aegon could not help but shake his head in despair. As a time traveler, reaching such a fate rendered him an unprecedented anomaly. This marked the 11th year of his arrival in this realm, where he had taken on the role of a sailor aboard a smuggling vessel, succeeding his adoptive father. It was a meagerly paid occupation, merely sufficient to stave off hunger. As a traveler, Aegon once harbored dreams and sought adventure. Yet he had vastly underestimated this cruel world of ice and fire, of iron and blood. In this society, class rigidity prevailed, and individuals of his lowly origin had no avenues for ascendance. Ultimately, age and poverty became the nooses that bound him, while the identity of an unknown father and a bastard son served as the hammer that shattered his prospects. He found himself ensnared in an abyss as deep as that of his previous life. Until, as was customary, under the cover of night, Aegon's smuggling ship was approaching the shore. At that moment, a small rowing warship from House Velaryon unexpectedly discovered them. The smuggler's vessel, with its modest sail and scant oarsmen, stood no chance of evading the warship's pursuit. After a desperate struggle, Aegon's vessel was ultimately captured. Facing dire straits, the captain of the smuggling ship chose not to resort to violence, but instead permitted the Velaryon soldiers to board peacefully. He sought a resolution without bloodshed, yet unexpectedly, a Velaryon officer unsheathed his sword and struck without hesitation. The unguarded captain was grievously wounded, his abdomen sliced open, blood gushing forth onto the deck as his entrails spilled out. In an instant, the captain's cries filled the air, the acrid scent of blood swiftly permeating the damp atmosphere. The tension-laden silence shattered abruptly. Under Aegon's leadership, the crew, having initially laid down their arms, suddenly seized their weapons once more. If not driven by the harshness of life, who would willingly risk breaching the kingdom's laws aboard a smuggler's ship? Seeing their captain's dire fate, the hearts of the crew sank. Once caught, a smuggler would at the very least lose a hand. However, it appeared that the Valyrian soldiers had no intention of granting them the opportunity to preserve their lives by relinquishing their palms. It seemed that the only option was to rise in defiance, a realization shared by all. The battle soon erupted, seemingly in accordance with the desires of the Valyrian soldiers. Armed to the teeth, with swords drawn, they unleashed a one-sided slaughter upon the smugglers. Aegon, wielding a hand axe, swiftly felled the Valyrian officer who had been the first to take the life of their captain. However, he was quickly struck in the face by a suddenly flying oak shield and fell unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, he found the ship awash in blood. The captain, the first mate, and over 20 crew members lay dead. In contrast, only 4 or 5 Valyrian crew members accompanied them in death, including the officer Aegon had previously dispatched. The enraged Valyrian soldiers intended to cast the few surviving souls, including Aegon, into the depths of the sea. Yet, inexplicably, their captain intervened. The Valyrian captain trembled as he muttered about delivering Aegon and the others to Sir Waymond Valerian for personal judgment. Sir Waymond Valerian was the very judge pronouncing the crimes of Aegon and his companions. You are sentenced to lose one hand for the crime of smuggling. Furthermore, for assaulting the crew of the Royal Navy's Prince Aemond, you are condemned to execution for treason. As Judge Waymond pronounced his verdict, a silver-haired youth seated nearby, observing the spectacle, could not help but laugh. For the dead, hands are as useless as life itself. Waymond, why bother with such trivialities? Upon hearing this, Waymond Valerian erupted with fury. His eyes ablaze, he seized the young man's collar, thrusting his face close, and nearly shouted, "That was my son. He perished at the hands of these scoundrels while defending the kingdom and safeguarding the rightful claims of the Valyrian family. These charges are far from excessive, Malandon. If I could, I would execute them myself. After a considerable time, the judge's rage subsided, and he turned once more to face Aegon and the others. You have a right to don the black robes and guard the northern wall of the kingdom. I shall personally dispatch a ship to transport you to the eastern sea for this purpose. In order to repel the foes from the north, I will spare your sword-wielding hand. However, given the severity of your transgressions, I shall decree that your left hand be severed as punishment. Initially, Aegon had harbored hopes of donning the black robes and surviving on the wall, contemplating alternative means thereafter. Yet, it now seemed that such hopes were dashed. Moreover, from Waemon's earlier words, it appeared they had inadvertently slain his son. In light of the actions of the previous Valyrian captain, this seemed plausible. Since it was a matter of avenging his son, Aegon could not believe that Waemon would let them off so easily. He felt a familiar yet foreign sense of awareness in this world, in contrast to the era referred to as the Blood Dragon Dance by scholars and minstrels alike. Aegon was far more acquainted with the events a century hence. During that time, a certain dwarf of House Lannister had implored the thoroughly corrupt commander of the capital's garrison to don black garb and journey to the wall. The threat he employed was a chilling one. Should the commander refuse, he would ensure that the waves would inadvertently whisk him away as he sailed towards the eastern sea. Even if he chose to wear the black, Aegon remained uncertain whether Waemon would secretly conspire against him. Moreover, the price of donning black was the loss of his left hand. Upon hearing the words of the judge, 3 men beside Aegon successively requested to sacrifice their left hands in exchange for the black attire. Aside from those 3 and Aegon, only one individual opted to retain his hand and face execution by hanging. To keep his hand or to preserve his life, Aegon yearned for a solution that would satisfy both desires. His mind raced through the unfolding of scenes from the narrative while the times differed. The laws and customs remained steadfast. Time progressed, second by second. At long last, in the same Lannister dwarf, he discovered the answer. It seemed that this was the only way forward. The resolution would yield one of 2 outcomes: either to die with his left hand and dignity intact, or to live freely while retaining both. Let the just Father of Justice determine my guilt. I demand trial by combat. According to the law, only nobles and knights were entitled to request such a trial. Aegon was certainly no knight, yet not every hired sword or free knight was officially recorded. As long as he firmly asserted his claim, none could deny his right to a trial by combat. In Westeros, even a king seldom refused a trial by combat. However, winning such a contest was not a trivial matter. Aegon's body was merely that of a 15-year-old boy, and malnutrition was commonplace among the youth of this world. Fortunately, his years as a sailor had instilled in him considerable physical strength. Though unskilled with a sword, as a smuggler's sailor, he was quite adept with an axe. Coupled with a quick and adaptable mind, his chances of success were rather substantial. Trial by combat? Upon hearing this, the Valyrian soldiers erupted into a cacophony of chatter, and a Valyrian named Malandin burst into laughter. "Are you a knight? Don't make me laugh, lad." Malandin Valyrian rose from his seat, placing a hand on the troubled Sir Waemon's shoulder. "You hardly resemble a knight. Instead, you come across as a naive boy who has never even ridden a woman. Ha!" He jested at Aegon's expense. Yet Aegon had already woven a tale that ensnared even himself. A compelling story requires a solid foundation in reality. The foundation Aegon chose was his rare Valyrian appearance, silver hair and pale violet eyes. "I hail from Dragonstone, and my father is a certain exalted Targaryen. Before he forsook my mother and me, he personally trained me and bestowed upon me knighthood with his own sword. I have also kept vigil in the Sept, swearing oaths before the Seven, and I assure you that my words bear truth, my lord." "Targaryen? You claim your father is a Targaryen?" Wyman's face betrayed disbelief as his gaze swept over Aegon's silver hair, cascading like wild grass, and his amethyst eyes. "Who is your father?" The inquisitive Marlandin stepped around Wyman, approaching Aegon directly. Aegon had not contemplated this question, his rationale being his ignorance of the matter. In truth, he was unaware of his father's identity, a fact his mother also remained oblivious to. He possessed only a stepfather. The stepfather recounted a night when a child's cries echoed at his door. Upon investigation, he encountered merely a pale woman who flitted past him. Left at his threshold was an infant and a silver deer. On the infant's forehead, written in blood, were the words Aegon and a surname denoting illegitimacy. Aegon was inscribed to reveal the child's name, while the surname served to ensure his safe upbringing. For no commoner would dare harm the offspring of nobility. Even an illegitimate child warranted consideration of potential retribution for from his noble father. The stepfather might have been the sole source of verification, yet he had passed away several years prior. Let me venture a guess. Could it be Viserys? Aegon remained silent as Marland and Valyrian engaged in self-reflection. You tarnish his majesty's reputation. It is well known that Viserys loves his queen as fervently as the old king cherished Alysanne. I doubt it is his majesty the king. Given the assertions made, Aegon felt compelled to contradict. Then who could it be? Prince Balon perished 19 years ago, and Prince Aemon even earlier, yet you are certainly not 19. You cannot possibly be the old king's son, can you? Do not jest, lad. You are scarcely 15 or 16 wait. I almost overlooked someone. You cannot be Daemon's son. That scoundrel. Ha ha. You may indeed be his bastard. Under Marland's scrutiny, Aegon was already drenched in perspiration. As he had stated, Aegon was merely 15. Normally, one could not attain knighthood before reaching adulthood, unless one's father was a figure of great renown in Westeros. There were precedents, such as the Kingslayer Jaime Lannister a century later and Loras Tyrell of House Tyrell, both knighted before reaching maturity. Thus, Aegon had crafted his tale. By virtue of his appearance, he deliberately claimed his father was a Targaryen, enhancing the credibility of his knightly identity. Merely a dragon spawn from Dragonstone, murmured Waymond Valerion. Mallenton turned to face Waymond. By his appearance, he could indeed be Daemon's offspring from his nose to his mouth. His entire visage resembles a mold. If he is truly Daemon's bastardy, you ought to exercise caution. Beware of being bitten by that mad dog of Daemon. Waymond paid no heed to Mallenton, approaching Aegon to commence his inquiries. It seemed he had no intention of granting Aegon the opportunity for a trial by combat, thereby affirming Aegon's earlier conjecture that even donning black attire would not spare him from a treacherous fate. What is your name? Aegon. Aegon Valerion. Aegon. Indeed, my lord, Aegon as an egg. And your age? 15. Too many lies render one's facade more susceptible to exposure this time. Aegon resolved to speak the truth, having already devised the subsequent narrative. Everyone knows that a 15-year-old cannot be knighted. That is the nature of Daemon. Have you forgotten, cousin? Daemon was also quite young when he received his knighthood. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Exclusive privileges, a 7-day ad-free reading pass, available for all registered users at no cost. Silence, Mallenton. I do not regard you as mute, so do not treat me as a fool. After chastising his younger cousin, Waymond resumed his questioning. As a knight, what is your personal sigil? Do not dare tell me it is a black backdrop with a 3-headed dragon. Daemon is a madman, not a fool. You bear the name Valerion, not Targaryen. You little bastard, without his majesty's permission, you shall forever be a Valerion. Aegon had not pondered this question. His mind raced. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. My sigil is a black, 3-headed dragon on a red field. In Westeros, bastards often alter their father's sigil to create their own. Aegon recalled the sigil of a Targaryen king's illegitimate son. That bastard of House Blackfire, like other bastards on the roads of Westeros, inverted the colors of his father's sigil. He transformed the original Targaryen black backdrop with a red 3-headed dragon into a red field with a black 3-headed dragon. Waymond was taken aback by Aegon's declaration at this point. He began to believe that this lad could very well be Daemon's offspring. This impudent boy had received an education far beyond that of commoner's son. What he did not realize was that Aegon's knowledge stemmed from memories of a past life. If he were indeed Daemon's illegitimate child, it would not be so simple to dispose of him. Yet, judging by his demeanor, having fallen to such depths, it seemed Daemon held little affection for him. It merely requires a bit more effort. Waymond spat viciously at Aegon's feet and declared, Young man, I acknowledge your request for a trial by combat, but I too possess my own rights. Waymond Valerion took a step back and proclaimed to all present, as the father of the victim, the nephew of the Count of Tideshead Island, and a member of the Valerian family, I demand a trial by 7. Chapter 2. An Inescapable Fate. In the damp, cold dungeon of Tideshead Castle, Aegon Veshui huddled in the corner upon a straw mat. Confined with him was a smuggler, soon to meet his fate at the gallows. The smuggler incessantly elaborated on the meaning of the trial by 7 to Aegon. The trial by 7 is a traditional custom of the Undals. To summon the 7 gods to administer justice, both parties must assemble a team of 7 combatants for battle. In the fight, if the accuser falls or surrenders, the accusation is withdrawn, and the accused is declared innocent. Conversely, if the accused perishes or surrenders, the gods adjudge him guilty, and the trial concludes. Of course, The most crucial aspect is that both the accuser and the accused must muster 7 individuals. It is widely believed that if a person cannot even find 6 who believe in him and are willing to fight for him, that person is undeniably guilty. Listening to his words, Aegon's solitary hope shattered. He had no one but himself and was utterly incapable of finding 6 willing to fight on his behalf. Even if he did manage to find them, with Waymond and the Valyrian family's influence, he could effortlessly gather 6 formidable knights to easily dismantle his team. Aegon had originally hoped to rely on the uncertainties of an unknown combat trial to secure victory. However, he soon realized that Waymond had no intention of granting him even a sliver of hope. Just as with Aegon's initiated trial by combat, he had no power to refuse the trial by 7 instigated by Waymond. Moreover, as the smuggler had stated, the trial by 7 initiated by Waymond was merely a variation of the trial by combat that Aegon had requested and did not negate his rightful claim. Why go through such unnecessary trouble? The smuggler remarked. Westeros has not witnessed a trial by 7 in many years. His name was what he had studied in the Citadel for a time, but due to some family misfortunes, he became a wanderer in King's Landing. Before he starved to death, he was taken in by a captain. Leveraging his apprenticeship experience at the Citadel, what became the ship's medic and cook. Now, nothing would change, Aegon thought. He kept his eyes slightly closed, his mind racing with strategies. Yet he could conceive no solution. I cannot gather 6 individuals. What? Are you a knight? What? A name befitting a sewer rat. Should engage in the affairs of a sewer rat, replied the ship's medic. I am merely an unskilled healer, a cook who can only stew salted fish, and why parents named me Valanche, hoping I would become a shrewd and calculating businessman to inherit their fortune. Yet, it is evident that I have disappointed them. I have instead become, what? A pitiful gutter rat, easily preyed upon. Aegon felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He knew all too well that what was known this was merely a desperate grasp at hope in his final moments. Do you have friends on Tidal Island? He inquired, fully aware of the improbability of a positive response. Does a stranger count? What replied with a smirk. I am about to meet him shortly. Aegon, weary of the ship's doctor's incessant chatter, wandered to the other side and sat in solitude in a corner. Reflecting on his past life, he recalled a lifetime of mediocrity, ultimately meeting his end through a tragic accident. Life as a transmigrator remained fraught with difficulties. He had hoped to carve out a niche using the knowledge stored in the mind of a traveler. However, without any special abilities to bolster his efforts, even self-sufficiency proved elusive. Is fate truly so cruel? Aegon was engulfed in anguish, frustration, and rage, yet felt utterly powerless. In this world, he remained but a minor character, much like Wada Gutter Rat, vulnerable to being crushed by the powerful. Curiously, in the face of significant events, one tends to sleep more soundly. Aegon was no exception. Leaning against the cold, damp iron bars, his thoughts drifted, and he soon succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he found himself once again at the seaside gallows. He beheld Wat's ghastly purple face and the noose encircling his neck. A raven, its feathers as black as night, incessantly pecked at Wat's protruding eyeballs. Aegon yearned to move, yet found himself immobilized, still bound to the gallows as he had been the previous day. Approaching him was a silver-haired man. However, this time, the figure did not resemble Waymond or Merenthin. Instead, it was a man with a cold demeanor, his silver hair casually swept back. Who are you? Aegon asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. The man remained silent, holding in his hand a dark vessel reminiscent of a long-handled pot used for boiling milk. He approached Aegon, allowing him to see his face clearly. Demon Targaryen. Aegon recognized him as the man previously misidentified by Merenthin as his father. Though not intimately familiar with this timeline, he had heard of certain key figures from this era. For instance, this prince of House Targaryen, who once stirred the winds of fate in the Dance of the Dragons, was the rider of the ancient dragon, Vhagar. The man responded to Aegon's gaze with a smile. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he poured the liquid from the vessel over Aegon's head. It was a thick, golden fluid emitting white vapor, hot and viscous, akin to molten gold. Aegon instinctively attempted to evade, but his bindings left him with no escape. He tried to scream, but his mouth would not open. He could only watch helplessly as the fiery liquid metal cascaded over his body. Beginning with his hair, every strand and article of clothing was reduced to ashes by the searing heat. Surprisingly, his body did not experience the agonizing burn. Instead, a gentle warmth enveloped him. Soon, the metal solidified. The hardened metal crept across Aegon's body like a tattoo, presenting a yellow-brown hue reminiscent of unoxidized bronze. Aegon lifted his gaze, only to behold the enigmatic smile of Daemon Targaryen. The ropes had turned to ash from the intense heat, prompting Aegon to hurriedly push against the ground and retreat. He stepped back, until his head collided with the cold iron bars behind him. Aegon's back was drenched in cold sweat, and a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. He was awake, what remained in deep slumber, softly snoring, as the flickering firelight illuminated the entire cell. Aegon gasped for breath, taking a long time to recover from the unsettling dream. What did Daemon Targaryen, the molten copper, and that unsettling smile signify? Aegon had often experienced such dreams, which tended to manifest in peculiar ways. With a partial understanding of this world, he recognized that certain children of House Stark had dreams laden with prophecy. They referred to these as wolf dreams. For instance, a century later, Brandon Stark and Rickon Stark had both experienced such obscure yet prophetic wolf dreams. Could it be that Stark blood flowed within him? Aegon had pondered this before, but there were almost no signs of such a claim. He bore none of the Stark family's physical traits: long face, dark brown hair, gray eyes. Instead, he possessed the unmistakable visage of Valyria, a sharp jawline, silver hair, and pale violet eyes, which explained why many mistook him for a Rhoynar. Ultimately, his speculations remained inconclusive. "What is your name?" A shadowy male voice suddenly emerged from behind Aegon, startling him from his reverie. Still shaken, Aegon scrambled to his feet and turned to face the man holding a torch aloft. For a fleeting moment, he believed he had not yet awakened from his dream, as he once again beheld the silver-haired man Daemon Targaryen. With a cold visage yet a smile gracing his lips, Daemon's deep purple eyes contrasted with his disheveled silver hair, swept back from his face. "What is your name?" Daemon, perhaps thinking Aegon had not heard him, repeated the question. Aegon cautiously stepped back 2 paces and replied with caution, "Aegon Vicewater." "Vicewater? Whose bastard are you?" Daemon continued to inquire. "I am uncertain," Aegon was about to say, as the myriad images from his dream once again surfaced in his mind. Daemon, the searing copper liquid, and the unsettling smile. "I do not know who my mother is, nor has anyone ever told me." As Aegon contemplated the meaning of the dream he had just experienced, he replied to Daemon's inquiry. "All I remember is my name, Aegon Vischer, and nothing more, my lord." "Do you recall what your mother looked like?" The Targaryen prince seemed intrigued, casually resting his hand upon the ornate sword sheath as he stepped closer to inquire. "I do not know my adoptive father said. She was a woman with fair skin," Aegon responded candidly. A light appeared in Daemon Targaryen's eyes, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. However, he refrained from pressing further, instead turning towards the exit of the dungeon. Just as he was about to step into the enveloping darkness, he suddenly pivoted. "Do you not wish to know who I am?" "I do not ask because I am aware that you will eventually tell me." Aegon feigned profundity. In truth, he had long since discerned the other's identity. The second son of Prince Aegon the Spring Dawn, rider of Bloodworm Coralec, Prince Daemon Targaryen. "I am Daemon Targaryen." Daemon confirmed his identity, as Aegon had anticipated. Yet, the subsequent revelation left Aegon utterly astounded. "Your father." The eve of the trial of the Seven. In the cold dungeon of Driftmark, Daemon Targaryen was in the cell, sharpening a sword for Aegon, surrounded by 5 or 6 jailers and a warden overseeing the dungeon. Ross Laggett, along with Glendon and Barrow, will arrive tonight. They are all skilled members of the city guard, particularly Laggett. He stands 7 feet tall, a veritable giant, adept with both sword and hammer, having once struck down a horse with a single blow. Aegon listened attentively, with the aid of the jailers, as he tried on the armor Daemon had commissioned from the blacksmith specifically for him. In addition, there are the Kingsguard, Ser Malbrun, and Sir Ellicagel. They are equally formidable, their swordsmanship rivaling my own, and their prowess with the spear is beyond comparison. In recent days, Daemon Targaryen had been tirelessly preparing for Aegon's trial of the Seven. If the trial were to be invoked, even a king often lacked the power to halt it, and a Targaryen prince was even less likely to intervene. Thus, he had been actively recruiting from the City Guard and the Kingsguard, hoping to compel Waymond to withdraw without a fight. Yet, Daemon was met with disappointment. Waymond was as obstinate as they come. He had not entertained thoughts of surrender or retracting the charges. Rather, he was fervently preparing for battle. He scoured Westeros for the most skilled and capable individuals, intent on ensuring Aegon's demise. Both sides readied themselves, awaiting the impending conflict. The sword demon provided for Ego was a perfect fit. Wielding it posed no difficulty at all. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Aegon is not particularly well-versed in the art of swordsmanship. He had initially intended to enter the fray wielding an axe, yet was firmly rebuffed by Daemon, who asserted that such a weapon was unbefitting a nobleman. Nonetheless, Aegon's unfamiliarity with the sword left Daemon contemplating the possibility of temporarily extracting him from the dungeon for training. However, the King Viserys, at the behest of Corlys Velaryon, abruptly intervened, commanding Daemon to refrain from allowing his bastard to leave his confines. Thus, Daemon was left with no choice but to conduct a few days of training with Aegon within the dungeon's walls. Through this rigorous regimen, Aegon acquired some rudimentary skills in swordplay. As he attempted to wield the blade, Daemon interjected, "Let Laeger and Aemond handle the killing. They're the most formidable in their respective ranks. Your task is merely to defend. Do you comprehend? Aegon, just do not lose your life." "I understand," Aegon replied with a hint of indifference. Regardless of his experiences in this world, or the knowledge he possessed from his past life about it, he felt little emotional connection to this suddenly present father figure. Curious about his chances of victory, Aegon mentally calculated the participants on his side: Laeger Velaryon, Aemond Targaryen, Boros Baratheon, Aemond Cargill, and Laurent Marbrand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, adding himself in the mix. They amounted to but 6 individuals, while the trial of the 7 demanded precisely 7 participants. "Your Highness," Aegon remarked, unaccustomed to addressing Daemon as father, just as Daemon found it strange to refer to Aegon as Aegon. Daemon insisted that was indeed his true name, the true dragon Aegon, rather than the diminutive egg Aegon. "The trial of the 7 requires 7 individuals, yet we only have 6. In response, Daemon merely flashed a grin, a glimmer of incomprehensible madness dancing in his profound gaze. Chapter 3. The Trial by 7. The trial by 7 commenced under the watchful gaze of the 7 gods, the king, and the blazing sun. The first to present was the accuser, Waemon Velaryon. Unlike the trial by combat, the trial by 7 mandates that both the accuser and the accused must be present. Only if one of them is a noble lady may a champion knight stand in her stead. As what remarked, it had been nearly a century since Westeros witnessed such a trial, and this rare spectacle drew a considerable crowd. They brought their own benches, standing high to ensure they did not miss this once-in-a-hundred-years event. Waemon Velaryon made his entrance first, mounted upon a majestic steed, clad in resplendent silver armor, adorned on his chest with the silver seahorse of House Velaryon against a sea-green backdrop. In his grasp was a sharp lance, sheathed in thick steel. Accompanying him were his kinsmen, Marland and Reo Velaryon. Though Marland's demeanor was often frivolous and his relationship with Waemon was strained, he would never miss such a lively occasion. The 3 cousins of House Velaryon had been knighted in their youth and had once fought alongside Corlys and Daemon on the Stepstones, seasoned by countless battles. Fate, however, had turned former comrades into foes. Their arrival elicited raucous cheers from the audience, who knew well of their prowess, rivaling even that of the sea snake. Next to enter were 2 sworn knights of House Velaryon, who received far less attention and applause. Following Waemon's knights, the next 2 entrants stirred a wave of apprehension and skepticism among the crowd. The first was a man of graceful gait, wielding a slender short sword, who proclaimed himself a water dancer from Bravos, summoned by Waemon's invitation. The other was a Dornishman, brandishing a spear and riding a Dornish sand steed, his complexion dark as a scorpion lurking in the desert shadows. Questions arose regarding the knighthood of the 2. But more fervently discussed was whether the Dornishman's spear was coated in scorpion venom, and if the water dancer had been sent by the Sea King of Bravos seeking vengeance for the murder of his son 5 years prior. In a bid to wed Lena Velaryon, Daemon had slain the son of the Bravosi Sea King, who was previously betrothed to Lena. Once Waemon's contingent was fully assembled, those aligned with Aegon began to enter in succession. Their arrival was met with cheers tenfold those of Waemon's faction. First to appear was Aegon Velaryon, who walked in, having yet to master the art of riding, and thus could not hastily mount a horse for battle. A nagging worry plagued Aegon's mind as he pondered what sort of individuals his stepfather might summon. When he inquired the day before, Daemon had remained tight-lipped. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for his retinue was already splendid enough. Following him into the arena were 3 members of the city guard, adorned in resplendent golden cloaks. Clad in black breastplates embellished with 4 golden discs, their gauntlets and boots matched the dark attire, creating a striking contrast with the shimmering gold of their capes. Aegon beheld the formidable Rosligat, who dismounted with reverence before him. The black hammer strapped to his back clanged against his armor, producing a resonant thud. The residents of Tideshead Island were seldom graced with the sight of the famed golden cloaks from King's Landing, and the illustrious city guard drew a multitude of curious gazes. Ultimately, all eyes converged upon Aegon, the esteemed recipient of Roslegat's salute. Whispers circulated among the crowd regarding Aegon's identity, and soon the air erupted with fervent cheers. From the entrance emerged two solemn knights clad in white robes and armor, wielding white shields and long lances. Their reputation as the Kingsguard was well known, and today, these two paragons of Westerosi martial prowess halted beside Aegon. In stark contrast, Aegon, who had languished in the dungeons for a fortnight, appeared almost as an inconsequential accessory, nay, perhaps more aptly described as an unwelcome flea. Yet today he was undeniably the protagonist, an unwelcome yet undeniable star. To his left stood the three imposing golden-cloaked guards, while to his right were the representatives of the finest knightly skill in Westeros. The interplay of gold and white rendered Aegon, an ordinary bastard, seemingly more noble than a king. In days past, even to perish by the swords of such men would have been beyond his wildest dreams. Yet now, they were prepared to fight for him. A tempest of emotions surged within Aegon, an indescribable exhilaration. Wyman Valerion pushed aside his pig-faced helm and urged his steed forward. Surely, you and your men are not a bunch of simple-minded brutes, are you? Count carefully how many are there. Before he could finish his sentence, the arena plunged into a deathly silence. All gazes were drawn to the entrance of the jousting field. A warrior clad in black armor, black robes, and black boots rode a black steed. His helmet bore the iconic three-headed dragon of House Targaryen, while at his waist hung a sword, its hilt encrusted with gold and rubies. He advanced slowly, and as the crowd's attention followed him to Aegon, he lifted his visor, revealing a cold visage adorned with a playful smile. Was that Prince Daemon? A murmur rippled through the crowd. The shock of both the golden and white cloak's presence paled in comparison to the arrival of this Targaryen prince. Long live Prince Daemon! The crowd erupted, their cheers crashing like a tsunami. Long live Prince Daemon! The seven have made their choice. Daemon Targaryen's renown among the common folk remained as illustrious as ever. Regardless of whether at King's Landing, Dragonstone, or Storm's End, he was deeply cherished by the common folk. Those present understood that the arrival of the gold-clad, the white-clad, and Prince Targaryen had effectively signified the choice made by the seven gods. At this moment, Viserys and Corlys on the podium were left in a state of shock. Who had allowed him to take the field? Viserys questioned loudly, bewildered. What is the meaning of the Kingsguard's presence? The Kingsguard bore the duty of protecting the royal family. Should Prince Daemon choose to enter the fray, it was the Kingsguard's obligation to follow suit. All this for a bastard. Viserys furrowed his brow in confusion, his anger clouding his judgment. The hand of the king, seated beside him, fell silent. Retreating into his chair, Corlys Valerion shook his head, clearly recognizing the shift in circumstances. However, any attempt to intervene now would be too late. He summoned a servant and whispered, "Inform Waymond that if the situation turns dire, he should surrender immediately. He must think wisely. Losing a son is far better than losing one's life." The servant departed swiftly. Viserys, in a fit of rage, slammed his fist onto the table, scattering fruits and goblets across the floor. The judgment of the seven gods had commenced, and even he had lost the power to intervene. The horn sounded, and both factions stirred restlessly. Sir Roslac took the lead, charging forth on horseback, accompanied by his two companions. Like a blade piercing through the unsuspecting ranks of Waymond's men, the trio, having infiltrated the enemy lines, swiftly felled both Lahoga Valerion and a sworn knight of House Valerion. In response to the sudden assault, Sir Waymond quickly rallied his forces, charging back alongside Marland, Dornishman, and another Valerion knight toward Aegon. At that moment, the three golden-clad knights, having returned, galloped forth under Daemon's command to confront Waymond's lance. Bang! Prince Daemon struck first, his lance piercing through Waymond's shield. Quick as a flash, Waymond Valerion unfastened the straps of his shield, bracing himself to avoid being unseated. Thud! Another sworn knight of House Valerion toppled from his steed, his lance also bringing down a golden-clad knight. Thump! The gold-clad knight and Valerion knight fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Marland Valerion, gripping his lance tightly, maneuvered near the entangled melee of the gold-clad and Dornishman. With keen reflexes, he seized the moment to strike, his lance aimed directly at the neck of Roslac. Perhaps sensing the impending danger, Roslac's steed reared up, fortuitously blocking the lethal blow. Marland's lance pierced the horse's belly, and the giant Roslac collapsed with a thunderous crash. His fall elicited gasps from the audience, but before Marland could savor his victory, Prince Daemon's dark lance was already upon him. Bang! The lance struck the breastplate, sending Maelendin hurtling off his horse, the tremendous impact propelling him several feet away. Oh, 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 long live Prince Demon. The tournament trial appeared to have transformed into a personal exhibition for Demon, the crowd's cheers drowning out everything, including the sudden thunder of hooves rushing towards Aegon. Waymon Valerion, who had been entangled with Demon moments ago, immediately tightened his grip on the lance and charged directly at Aegon. Aegon's attention was entirely captivated by Demon, rendering him oblivious to the impending danger. The King's Guard, Ser Illic, tasked with Aegon's protection, was engaged in a fierce struggle with the water dancer. The two sides battled fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand, until Waymon's lance approached, prompting Illic to take notice. After retaliating against the water dancer, the knight swiftly disengaged from combat, turning just in time to shove Aegon out of harm's way, narrowly avoiding the thrust of Waymon's lance. The heavily armored Ser Illic bore down on Aegon like a heavy stone pressing against his chest. "Are you all right?" Ser Illic inquired anxiously. "Watch out." As a rapier lunged forward, Aegon quickly pushed Illic aside, raising his sword to defend himself. Bang! The clash of the rapier and the long sword sent sparks flying. Illic immediately reacted. Just as he intended to assist, he was intercepted by Waymon charging in on horseback. Aegon quickly pushed himself up from the ground, ready to face the relentless onslaught of the water dancer. Meanwhile, Illic seized the moment, decisively using his shield to deflect Waymon's lance. The immense force toppled Illic, who rolled twice in the dirt before finally coming to a halt. Waymon, off balance after the collision, stumbled and fell from his horse as well. Once on his feet, Illic rushed to support Aegon, helping him evade the continuous attacks of the water dancer. The water dancer circled the two, no longer advancing. For a novice swordsman like Aegon, such an intense battle would soon deplete his stamina. Just as Aegon hoped to catch his breath during the standoff, the water dancer suddenly attacked again. Waymon had arrived, and together they launched a dual assault. Waymon confronting Aegon's accuser, while Illic faced the water dancer from Braavos. This was a fated confrontation. Waymon, knighted in his youth, had never lacked for real combat training. Aegon, in contrast, had only received a few days of swordplay instruction, his blocking techniques riddled with flaws. Bang! Thud! Thud! Gradually, Aegon, exhausted, found himself at a disadvantage, retreating step by step. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he lost his balance, falling onto his back. Thud! His entire body crashed into the sandy ground of the tournament arena, sending dust swirling. At that moment, Waymon swung his sword down. Aegon instinctively raised his arm in defense, his right hand swiftly lifting the gleaming sword to thrust directly into the exposed armpit of Waymon. This was a technique imparted by Demon. In the clash of steel and armor, only the crevices of the armor could deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. With a piercing sound, Aegon's sword penetrated Waymon's armpit, and searing blood immediately gushed forth. Aegon's left arm bore no shield, and Waymon's sword struck directly against his left arm guard. Yet, Aegon felt no pain. A tingling sensation coursed through his entire body. After a brief struggle, Waymon collapsed onto Aegon. The horn sounded, signifying the end of the trial. An urgent and resounding voice echoed from the stands. "I, Viserys I of House Targaryen, hereby declare, the victor of this trial of 7 is Aegon of the Waters, who has proven his innocence before the 7. Cursed be it. Let this farce end, Demon." Having made his declaration, Viserys turned to leave, wishing to linger not a moment longer. Upon hearing the king's pronouncement, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, countless voices shouting the name of the bastard. "Long live innocent Aegon. Justice be praised, long live Aegon of the Waters." Amidst the cacophony of his name, Aegon lay quietly on the ground, gazing at the azure sky. He exhaled deeply. A servant dragged Waymon away from him. A man with a stern countenance and a playful smile appeared before him. He removed the black, three-headed dragon helmet representing House Targaryen and extended his gloved hand towards Aegon. "Perhaps I should fetch a maester for you. Your arm is bleeding." Chapter 4. The dragon has 3 heads with tongues of flame and wings unfurled. 2 heads sing to the 3rd, Valyrian. Within the pitch-black cavern, a melodious song sung in Valyrian echoed softly. "I utter the words, my voice transforms into fire, the price has been paid, with magic of fire and blood. The flames are the lyrics, my eyes clear and bright, the 3 heads bound firmly, I sing for you, Valyrian." As the song reached its conclusion, the man arrived at the edge of the cliff. He carefully set down the torch and sang the final line. "Together we gather, the dragon has 3 heads, destined to soar, beautifully free, Valyrian." In the silent depths of the cave, pebbles clattered down, and a colossal figure materialized, illuminated by the firelight. The bronze-headed beast's visage came into the man's view, its sharp fangs bared, nostrils flaring with hot breath. The man extended his palm, yearning to touch. Yet the beast, as always, recoiled from the man's reach, stepping back and raising its head to unleash a torrent of fire towards the cave ceiling. "Wow, old friend. The intense heat scorched the man's cheek, yet he did not retreat. A smile laced with madness crept across his lips. I have brought you a new rider. Once the adrenaline faded, excruciating pain ensued. The scholar carefully set Aegon's fractured elbow, which had succumbed to the immense impact, and subsequently immobilized it with a splint, applying ointment to his forearm afterward. After all was completed, the scholar prepared a concoction of poppy milk for Aegon. Under the influence of the poppy milk, Aegon drifted into a deep slumber, oscillating between sleep and wakefulness, and remained in a hazy stupor for 7 or 8 days before finally regaining his strength. Recently, the scholar has ceased providing the poppy milk, only occasionally returning to change his bandages. Although Aegon's left arm remains immobile, the pain has diminished significantly, and signs of recovery are beginning to emerge. The scholar arrived once more, bearing a newly concocted remedy. The bone had not shattered, the fracture was healing well, and it would not be long before he fully recovered. Tell me about the events following the trial, scholar, Aegon inquired, wincing in pain. Roslegit awoke after 5 days of unconsciousness. His comrade, Sir Balon Bake, was not so fortunate. Despite my best efforts to save him, he succumbed the following evening. Aside from them, 2 of the royal guards sustained minor injuries, and they have nearly recuperated over these past few days. What of Waymond Valerian? Aegon suddenly expressed curiosity about the fate of his adversary, the one who sought his demise. He is dead, my lord, the scholar replied impassively. The following day, death came for him. Waymond Valerian, alongside 2 other knights, ventured into the realm beyond. Rhaegar Gavalion suffered severe injuries. The scholar from Highgarden remarked that he would likely spend the remainder of his days confined to a chair. Furthermore, that Dornishman accepted money from Sir Waymond Valerian, emerging unscathed, and even absconded with Waymond's and Rhaegar's weapons. Earl Colas is currently dispatching men to hunt him down. The dancer from Bravos is a water dancer. Indeed, I had not previously encountered that title. The scholar shook his head. He has been imprisoned by Prince Daemon, and the interrogator in the dungeon is currently questioning him. Aegon pondered the casualties, murmuring, "It seems the Valerian family has sustained grievous losses, 1 dead, 1 maimed, and they have lost the lives of 2 sworn knights. Not only that, my lord, the eldest son of the sea serpent Colas, Sir Lenino Valerian, husband to Princess Rhaenyra of Dragonstone, recently perished in Spice Town. Moreover, Prince Aemon has become the new rider of Vhagar, though he lost an eye in the process." What? Vhagar has found a new rider. Aegon was taken aback. Waymond is dead. Lenino is dead. The legendary dragon of House Targaryen, Vhagar, has found a new rider. So much has transpired while I was healing, Aegon thought. A frown creasing his brow. With a sudden creak, the bedroom door swung open, and Daemon Targaryen strode in with great urgency. He gestured for the bachelor to leave, casually dragging a chair to sit beside Aegon's bed. "How are you?" "Not bad, except for my left arm, which remains immobile." Daemon teasingly handed a cup of water to Aegon's left side, and upon witnessing Aegon's futile attempt to move, he chuckled while patting his shoulder. Aegon managed a wry smile, caught between amusement and exasperation. After the jest, Daemon playfully patted Aegon's shoulder again and said, "Come on, lad. I'll take you to meet an old friend." Aegon felt at a loss for words at Daemon's playful banter. Having such a frivolous father was truly unfortunate. Following Daemon, they departed from Driftmark, the once grand castle of House Valerian now in a state of disrepair. On the other side of the island, buoyed by the wealth of the sea snake, a towering and pristine castle housed the majority of the Valerian clan. Daemon had taken over here, expelling the few remaining servants and bringing with him a retinue of staff and cooks from Dragonstone, embodying a lord of the land. The sea snake, having lost his daughter during childbirth and his nephew to the trials instigated by Aegon, had grown increasingly intolerant of Daemon. At the docks of Shipbreaker's Bay, 2 large ships unfurled their sails, and a line of servants boarded, some of whom Aegon recognized. "What is going on?" Aegon inquired. Daemon shrugged. "Laenor is dead, and the sea snake blames me for it. He insists on exiling us from Driftmark." Aegon felt even more at a loss for words. As the fleet sailed onward, a large, misty island emerged before Aegon's eyes at sunset. It was Dragonstone. Aegon leaned against the ship's railing, gazing at the volcanic island in the distance. In his line of sight, a massive black dragon soared into the sky, its wings beating powerfully. That was Vhagar, a wild dragon. Daemon approached Aegon, also gazing at the dark silhouette vanishing into the clouds. Suddenly, a colossal shadow enveloped the entire deck, prompting Aegon to retreat hastily. Looking up, he saw a gigantic red creature gliding above them, resembling an enormous pterosaur, its long neck akin to that of a swan, with webbed feet. "Hey, don't be alarmed." Daemon quickly reassured him. "Caraxes is here to greet us. I left him here during my last visit to Driftmark." "Is that why you brought me here?" Aegon asked. Although he admired the red dragon, he knew that affection alone would not make it his mount. Of course not. Caraxes came on his own. The friend I wish for you to meet is another old companion of mine. While he may appear as a dignified gentleman, his temperament rivals that of Caraxes. The ships soon arrived at Dragonstone. Once everything was settled, Daemon led Aegon, accompanied by a few dragon riders, through a secret passage beneath the castle, delving deep into Dragonmont. On their journey, he began to teach Aegon some fundamental Valyrian words: calm in Valyrian, fly in Valyrian, Dragonfire in Valyrian. Aegon mimicked him, opening his mouth to learn these peculiar and tongue-twisting words: calm in Valyrian, fly in Valyrian, Dragonfire in Valyrian. Seeing that Aegon had grasped the basics, Daemon began to sing a Valyrian ballad to himself: breath of Dragonfire, flap of wings, two heads singing to the third, in Valyrian. Chapter 5. The Bronze Fury. Though Westeros was experiencing a fleeting spring, the cave was stiflingly hot. Daemon held a torch as he led the way, with Aegon closely following. Do you know Vhagar? Daemon initiated the conversation. Yes, the mother of dragons, the largest dragon remaining in the Targaryen lineage. Indeed. But now it has fallen under the control of that little bastard Aemon. It shall become our adversary. Adversary? Aegon was utterly bewildered by Daemon's line of reasoning. Yes, adversary. Daemon guided Aegon through a narrow cave entrance, the stone walls brushing against them, radiating intense heat. I initially intended for you to attempt to become its rider. If that failed, we could let Rhaenyra or Baela try. Unfortunately, Aemon has beaten us to it. Become Vhagar's rider? Aegon was taken aback by Daemon's audacious ambition. Ever since he learned of his lineage, he had fantasized about riding a colossal dragon, yet he had never truly endeavored to transform these wild dreams into reality. Moreover, Daemon wished for him to ride the largest dragon still belonging to House Targaryen, the dragon once owned by the founding queen, Visenya, Vhagar, the mother of dragons. We require dragons. We need them now, and even more so in the future. Rhaenyra and Baela are girls. Women are forever imbued with kindness and compassion, making them ill-suited for battle. Upon careful consideration, only you, Aegon, are truly fit to mount a dragon and become our dragon rider. Demons we referred to himself and the light of the kingdom, Rhaenyra Targaryen, also known as the Blacks. Aegon had gleaned much from the maester who tended to his wounds. Beyond this, he had also learned of Daemon and Rhaenyra's impending nuptials. It seemed Daemon's urgency in retrieving the servant from Driftmark was likely linked to this reason. Dragonstone was in need of hands to prepare for the wedding. Aegon felt somewhat dazed, exhaling deeply before solemnly declaring, I can try. Under Daemon's guidance, the group continued deeper into the cave. Aegon could easily surmise their purpose for this expedition. Within him, excitement, confusion, and fear coexisted, akin to a spilled bottle of spices, a cacophony of sensations. After traversing a tunnel evidently marked by craftsmanship, a large stone door swung open before Aegon's eyes. Within the great door lay an impenetrable darkness, concealing all from view. The howling wind swept through, revealing to Aegon that the space within was vast. Daemon turned, regarding Aegon with a peculiar gaze, as if to signal him to remain silent or to exercise caution. Holding a torch aloft, Daemon commenced singing a Valyrian lullaby. Though Aegon, a novice in the Valyrian tongue, could not comprehend the words, he could discern the melody's gentle and soothing quality, akin to a lullaby. A lullaby for dragons, Aegon mused, despite his inability to understand. He could easily surmise the song's intent: breathing fire, flapping wings, two heads, serenading a third listener in Valyrian. As Daemon's voice echoed, the party gradually ventured into the doorway. They traversed a stone bridge, hewn from the protruding rock face, leading into the cavern's depths. Approaching the edge of the bridge, Aegon accidentally kicked a small stone, which tumbled down with a resonant thud, followed by a rustling sound. Suddenly, a hand grasped Aegon's shoulder, startling him. It was Daemon, who signaled for silence while continuing to hum the Valyrian tune. The attendants remained on the bridge's midpoint, leaving only Aegon and Daemon to delve deeper. We gather as one. The dragon has 3 heads, destined to soar, beautiful and free, the song concluded, coinciding with their arrival at the bridge's edge. The silence lingered for but 2 seconds. And just as Aegon pondered, a burst of Dragonfire erupted from below. The flames shot up to the cavern's ceiling, illuminating the immense dragon lair. The searing heat distorted the air, making Aegon feel as though he were roasting by a fire. His face and exposed skin were acutely aware of the flame's intensity. Soon, the Dragonfire ceased, plunging the cavern into darkness, save for the faint glow of Daemon's torch. Following the rustling, a series of thuds echoed from the ground, revealing a pair of nostrils and sharp fangs illuminated by the torch's feeble light. The dragon's head advanced, its bronze scales shimmering under the flickering flame, resembling a crude gold. Bronze Fury Vhagar. Aegon instantly recalled the visions from his earlier dream. Demon Targaryen, with his unsettling smile and molten bronze. Could that dream have foretold the arrival of Vhagar? Aegon stepped closer to Demon, quietly absorbing the dragon's presence. The dragon's nostrils flared slightly, exuding a sulphurous odor. This was the scent of a dragon, unique as the muttony odor of sheep. Just as Aegon was enveloped in a mixture of tension and tranquility, the bronze dragon recoiled, opening its mouth wide to emit a tremendous roar. SSSS. The dragon's stench intensified, and Aegon felt a fierce gust of hot wind surge toward him. Stay calm, Vhagar. Demon bellowed, not wishing to meet his demise in Dragonfire, nor to take his son along with him. Dragon guard. As he soothed the dragon, Demon shouted behind him. This encounter with Vhagar had come to an end. He had no intention of lingering any longer. The dragon's mood was erratic, and once it experienced significant turmoil, it was unlikely to return to its initial calm state. Demon dragged Aegon backward, while the dragon riders advanced with purpose. They formed a semicircle at the end of the stone bridge, brandishing their spears to drive the dragon away while gradually retreating. Vhagar continued to roar. Calm down, Valyrian. Calm down, Vhagar. Valyrian. The dragon riders' Valyrian shouts echoed, and the dragon's ferocious roars had transformed into a low, buzzing growl. The dragon was gathering its flames, the molten gold of its fire accumulating deep within its gaping maw, poised to erupt at any moment. In that moment, Aegon suddenly broke free from Demon's grasp. He strode forward, pushing aside the dragon riders in circling formation, sprinting toward the edge of the stone bridge. Images from his dreams flooded his mind. Scalding copper poured over him. Yet he remained unscathed, only bearing the solid bronze that clung to him like a tattoo. Aegon resembled a gambler at that moment, wagering on his dream, betting that this furious dragon would not reduce him to ashes. In this life and the last, over 30 years of hardship had been more than enough. If he could successfully tame the dragon before him, he would possess the means to truly live again. Lost in thought, Aegon had reached the very edge of the bridge, the spot closest to the dragon's fiery maw. The torch Demon had left behind still emitted a flickering light, though it paled in comparison to the brilliance of the dragon's flames. The crimson fire swirled within Vhagar's cavernous mouth, as if it were on the verge of bursting forth to incinerate Aegon. Forcing himself to remain calm, Aegon began to employ the Valyrian words Demon had taught him. Calm down, Valyrian. Calm down, Valyrian. Aegon's commands bore no fruit. The flames continued to surge from deep within Vhagar's throat, and he could feel the searing heat approaching. Realizing that a simple command was ineffective, Aegon adopted the tone of the dragon riders from earlier, calling out Vhagar's name directly. Vhagar, calm down, Valyrian. A few remaining dragon riders consulted Demon, asking whether they should forcibly drag the boy away, but he shook his head, embodying a madness that was unfathomable to ordinary men. Each time a Targaryen is born, the gods toss a coin into the air to determine whether they will be mad or great. Yet, it was evident that Demon Targaryen possessed both qualities, and his son seemed to share the same disposition. The remaining dragon riders clearly did not wish to accompany two madmen to their doom. In a swift escape, they discarded their weapons and fled the cave, leaving behind Demon, who was engrossed in the spectacle, and Aegon, who faced the wrath of the furious dragon. The dragon's flame loomed perilously close, and Aegon felt as though he had been thrust into an inferno, the acrid scent of singed hair wafting through the air. Wormisal, he exclaimed in Valyrian, stepping forward despite the searing heat to place his hand upon the dragon's jaw. Summoning every ounce of strength, he resolved to make one final attempt. Calm, he urged in Valyrian. Yet the dragon's fire continued to swirl within Wormisal's maw, showing no signs of abating. Was this truly the end? Retracting his hand from the dragon's jaw, Aegon faced the imminent blaze, pondering whether this rebirth was merely a fleeting dream, a cruel jest. In the oppressive heat, he shut his eyes tightly, his mind racing with chaotic thoughts. He could not face death with equanimity. He had endured too much. As time trickled by, the unbearable heat gradually receded, yielding to the cool early spring breeze that whisked away the last remnants of warmth. Suddenly, Aegon opened his eyes wide, noticing the light in the cave had vanished, leaving only the blazing torch illuminating the darkness. Under the flickering glow, he beheld Wormisal closing its vast maw, baring its sharp teeth towards him. Aegon stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for what to do. It was only when Demon's voice broke through his stupor that he placed his hand upon the dragon once more. Wormisal exhibited no overt signs of rejection. Rather, it seemed to revel in the contact. Overjoyed, Aegon grew bolder, embracing the dragon's jaw and feeling its warmth against his face. Wormisal remained undisturbed, and Aegon surmised that the dragon too was attuned to his presence. Gradually, an inexplicable sensation began to flourish within Aegon's heart, a feeling so profound it defied description, akin to discovering a lifelong companion. Unbeknownst to anyone, An unexplainable bond was beginning to form between Aegon and Wormesal. Chapter 6. The Bastard Rider Dragonstone Castle. In the study of the main fortress's stone drum tower, Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen, heir to the Iron Throne, erupted in fury. "You allowed a bastard to ride Wormesal. He is my son." Prince Daemon roared back with equal fervor. A curse hovered on Rhaenyra's lips, but she swallowed it down. Tension crackled in the air as the princess and prince stood at an impasse, their tempers flaring like freshly forged steel cooling in the air. After a lengthy silence, Rhaenyra finally extricated herself from her anger. Once she was certain Daemon had also regained his composure, she spoke again. "Wormesal is your grandfather's steed, as well as my great-grandfather King Aegon the Old's companion. It has traversed all of Westeros with him. But now, with the old king gone, we require the dragon to combat the Greens." Daemon remained unyielding. Dragons abound. As Daemon and Rhaenyra approached Prince Daemon, her brow furrowed. "We possess Syrax, Caraxes, and the Red Queen, Meraxes. Even young Joffrey's Vhagar, little Luke's Eryx, and young Jon's Tyraxes. We are never lacking in dragons. Stop deceiving yourself, Rhaenyra." Prince Daemon grasped Rhaenyra's hands. "You are well aware that the dragons of Joffrey, Luke, and Jon require time to mature. They cannot grace the battlefield for another decade. We are left with only Caraxes, Syrax, and the Red Queen. After Laena's demise, Vhagar was ridden by Aemond, and we simultaneously lost both Seasmoke and Vhagar. We might even lose the support of Sea Snake Corlys. And what of the Greens? They possess Sunfire, Dreamfire, and Vhagar. Without the Valyrian fleet and our great dragons, what advantage do we retain? Do not forget, Daemon, the nobility of Westeros once knelt at my feet, swearing fealty to me. Even if they are a band of unreliable rogues, we still have the support of Storm's End and the Vale. The Duke of Storm's End is still the uncle of Rhaenys, and my mother hails from House Arryn of the Vale. We are bound to garner their allegiance." Rhaenyra retorted without a moment's hesitation. "You do not understand the nature of war," Daemon said, shaking his head as he embraced Rhaenyra, his voice gentle. "In war, all are chameleons, ready to change with the shifting tides. If they perceive us as soft, they will all seek to trample upon us. Our ancestors emerged from the ancient Valyria, just as conqueror Aegon did. Only dragons can secure our standing in this game called war. Only they can ensure our victory." In the embrace of her future husband, Rhaenyra shook her head in agony, murmuring, "Will there truly be war? Why? There is no why." Prince Daemon gently kissed Rhaenyra's forehead, his gaze steadfast as he looked ahead. "Do not fear, I shall secure our triumph." Daemon had to concede that his desire to send Aegon to tame Vhagar was indeed self-serving. Yet, none could deny the dire fate that awaited them should they lose the advantage of dragons in the war that was destined to unfold. Beneath the castle of Dragonstone, in a small fishing village, a dragon with a mottled brown and green body and silver-white wings feasted upon a charred sheep. The sheep had just been herded by a shepherd, who, to his dismay, found that before he could take his flock to market, the dragon descended from the sky. Regarding his sheep as mere sustenance, the shepherd sat weeping on the ground, lamenting his misfortune, as a growing crowd gathered around him. They kept a safe distance, cursing the dragon's greed while casting pitying glances at the shepherd. However, none noticed a bronze dragon soaring high above the fishing village. Just as his wounds had healed, Aegon could not resist the urge to ride Vhagar. His initial flights with the dragon were nothing short of chaotic, although improvements had been made. Vormesor still frequently disregarded Aegon's commands, soaring whimsically through the skies. Fortunately, it had yet to exhibit any sudden tendencies to unleash its fiery breath upon passers-by or the castle. "Vormesor, let us return," Aegon commanded, yet the dragon appeared wholly disinterested in the notion of returning to Dragonstone. It continued to flap its mighty wings, gliding gracefully and occasionally circling above. It seemed that today would once again be dictated by Vormesor's capricious mood. As Aegon pondered this, the bronze dragon suddenly dove downward, hurtling towards the small fishing village below. Quick to react, Aegon grasped the handholds on the saddle with urgency. Had it not been for his swift reflexes and the protective measures of the saddle, he would likely have met a catastrophic fate. The fierce gust created by Vormesor's dive struck Aegon squarely in the face, yet the secure chains of the saddle prevented him from being blown away. Aegon exhaled deeply, scarcely having time to feel relieved before the ground rushed towards him. Vormesor flapped its wings vigorously, adjusting its posture, and its powerful hind legs absorbed the impact upon landing. Thud! The bronze dragon's descent stirred a cloud of dust, causing Aegon to fan away the debris that enveloped him. Amidst the chaos, terrified shouts from the crowd echoed around the clearing. Gradually, as the dust settled, Aegon caught sight of a colossal dragon gazing intently upon him and Vormesor. A silver-winged dragon? Aegon clutched his head in confusion. Upon arriving at Dragonstone, Daemon had recounted the tales of nearly every dragon, both tamed and wild. As the dust cleared completely, the villagers, having noticed the rider upon the dragon's back, approached cautiously. They understood that a dragon with a rider was unlikely to be aggressive, ensuring their safety. The shepherd, who had lost a sheep to the silver-winged beast, evidently shared this belief. With tears streaming down his face, he rushed to Vormser's feet, successfully capturing Aegon's attention. After the shepherd's tearful recounting, Aegon finally grasped the situation at hand. "State your request," Aegon replied. "I shall relay it to Prince Daemon and Princess Rhaenyra as best as I can. They will make the final decision." "Thank you, my lord," the shepherd exclaimed, drawing the attention of more residents. They began to murmur among themselves about Aegon and the dragon beneath him. "Is that Prince Jacaerys?" "Fool. Prince Jacaerys has brown hair." "I believe that is Prince Daemon." "Prince Daemon is so young." "To my eyes, that is Prince Aegon, son of Queen Alicent." It was not until an elderly fisherman appeared that the crowd began to comprehend the truth. "That is Vormser, steed of the king's hand," the elder recounted. "In my youth, I once witnessed the legendary King Aegon riding this magnificent dragon to visit Dragonstone. At that time, it was already among the largest dragons in all of Westeros. However, since the death of King Aegon, I have not seen this dragon again. It is said to have been hiding in Dragonmount ever since." Aegon descended from Vagar's neck, not only hearing the shepherd's plea but also the discussions among the villagers, particularly those of the old fishermen. From a smuggler who perished at sea without notice to a subject of widespread discourse, Aegon felt a surge of joy. Observing the prostrate shepherd repeatedly voicing his demands, Aegon, in high spirits, readily promised, "Prince Daemon will compensate you for your sheep at double the price, every last one." Upon hearing Aegon's words, the villagers cast approving glances, many exclaiming praises of wisdom and justice. Noticing the agitated Vagar and Silverwing, Aegon understood they were about to take flight. So he hastily climbed onto the dragon's back. He looked down at the crowd in the fishing village and shouted, "I am Aegon Valerion, rider of Vagar, from Dragonstone. Should such an incident occur again, do not hesitate to approach the castle on the mountain. Prince Daemon and Princess Rhaenyra shall ensure justice is served." As soon as he finished speaking, Vagar soared into the sky, chasing after Silverwing. The crowd erupted in astonishment. "He is a bastard. My heavens. Vagar's new rider is a bastard." No one could believe that a bastard had become the rider of the Targaryen family's second-largest dragon, Vagar, the Bronze Fury. This news swiftly spread throughout Dragonstone. Shortly thereafter, Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen, the light of the kingdom, immediately reinforced the guards at Dragonmount to prevent reckless dragon lords from attempting to tame the wild dragons. Yet, in reality, not a single Targaryen dragon lord dared to approach Dragonmount to tame a dragon. Like all the common folk on Dragonstone, they merely regarded the tale of the dragon lord's bastard taming a dragon as an extraordinary story. Chapter 7. The Turmoil of Dragonstone. It was a traditional Valyrian wedding, with the bride and groom adorned in ancient Valyrian attire. Only their children witnessed the ceremony, including the newly healed Aegon. Sharp obsidian cut their lips and palms, and their blood mingled. From blood to fire in Valyrian. Blood and fire are one in Valyrian. As the vows concluded, the bride and groom shared a passionate kiss, their blood uniting. Blood symbolizes the union and rebirth of every Valyrian, while fire represents the eternal home of each Valyrian. Blood and fire are one. From blood to fire. Later that same year, Daemon and Rhaenyra welcomed their first child into the world. Rhaenyra initially intended to name it Aegon, as a counter to the Green's Aegon Targaryen. However, Daemon insisted on naming it Aenys, and no one understood his reasoning. Only Aegon was aware that Daemon already had a son named Aegon, who was now referred to as Igor. The bronze dragon beat its brown wings and leapt from Dragonstone. Just as it seemed about to plunge into the sea, it suddenly flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Beneath the dragon, the clouds swirled, while the setting sun hung in the distance. And above was an expanse of clear blue sky. Aegon, perched upon the dragon's back, clutched the saddle's hand grip tightly, his hair whipped back by the fierce wind. And he longed to shout with exhilaration. This was the sensation of flight, the essence of freedom. After a year, Aegon had become increasingly adept at commanding Vagar. They were nearly two entities fused into one. Aegon issued commands in High Valyrian, and upon receiving them, Vagar slightly tightened its wings and dove toward the clouds, akin to a colossal meteor plummeting through the sky. The bronze dragon pierced through the clouds, descending until just above the sea's surface before halting. The dragon spread its wings, gliding gracefully. It continued to skim the water until nearing Dragonstone, when Aegon commanded the dragon to ascend. Vagar swiftly flapped its wings, soaring back up to Dragonstone. And Aegon issued another command, Dragonfire. Upon hearing the command, Vagar beat its wings while preparing to unleash its flames. With a roar, The bronze dragon unleashed a torrent of golden dragonfire upon a massive black rock. The heat was unbearable, and the stone shattered instantly. In the aftermath of the thunderous explosion, the mountaintop was left in disarray. "Well done, Vhagar," Aegon shouted with elation. As evening fell, the sun dipped low, casting a crimson glow upon the sea. The enormous Vhagar descended abruptly upon the outer walls of the castle. As the second largest entity in Westeros after Vhagar, the castle courtyard could no longer accommodate it. Unbinding the chains that secured him, Aegon grasped the spines along the dragon's neck and slid down its side. "Rest now, Vhagar," Aegon said, cradling the dragon's head. "You worked hard today. The dragon keepers will bring you a fat sheep later." Vhagar nudged Aegon with its steaming nostrils, emitting a low, rumbling growl. After watching Vhagar take flight, Aegon entered the great hall from the outer castle. At the entrance stood his father, Daemon Targaryen, who had been waiting. "Dinner is about to begin, Aegon." "I know," Aegon replied, removing his gloves and handing them to a nearby servant. "I sent Vhagar back to Dragonstone. It enjoys the caves there, perhaps due to the presence of Silverwing. It is widely believed that Vhagar and Silverwing are companions, much like their previous owners, Jaehaerys and Alysanne. Just as humans require companionship, so too do dragons." Aemon sensed the underlying meaning in Daemon's words and, unwilling to be ensnared, chose to divert the conversation. Vhagar had exerted considerable energy today. He intended to request that the dragon keepers deliver several fat sheep for the evening repast. Vhagar, in the prime of his life, possessed a hearty appetite. Daemon, being astute, certainly recognized Aemon's reluctance to entertain his suggestion. As they passed through the enormous dragon mouth carved from black stone, they continued towards the great hall. The dragon keepers would comply. Yet the number of vessels docking at Dragonstone had recently dwindled significantly. With tax revenues plummeting, they were depleting their resources. What of the ports of Misty Harbor and Sharp Point? Aemon halted, fully aware of the implications. The ports and navigation routes were not merely the lifelines of Driftmark. They were also crucial for Dragonstone and all the castles of the Blackwater Bay. Should the ports become unprofitable, Dragonstone's income would suffer a drastic reduction. Not only Misty Harbor and Sharp Point, but even the Spice Town and Shipwrights Town of Driftmark had seen a decline in visiting ships. Something must have transpired to result in such a predicament, a conclusion that Aemon could easily deduce. Moreover, the fact that Daemon broached the subject indicated its significance. The Targaryen prince, Aemon's own father, would never expend effort on matters devoid of personal gain. In light of this, what was amiss? Aemon cleverly inquired. However, Daemon merely sighed and refrained from elaborating, stating, "You shall know soon." Upon entering the hall, Daemon took his seat upon the dais. There were 2 chairs designated for the heirs of the Iron Throne, Rhaenyra Targaryen, the Light of the Kingdom, and Prince Daemon Targaryen. Aemon's place was at the far end of the dining table. Had it not been for his newfound role as Vhagar's rider and Daemon's insistence, he would have shared meager fare with the kitchen boys and stable hands, much like Jon would in the future. Rhaenyra entered clad in black, cradling her youngest son, Aegon. Her pregnancy caused a slight swell of her belly, yet it did not diminish her beauty. With 1 child on the way, no one could discern that she was already the mother of 5. Daemon had already seated himself and was indulging in the preceding course. When Rhaenyra approached him, Daemon reached out to embrace her belly, but she deftly rebuffed his hand. Clearly, the couple had recently encountered discord. Daemon attempted to speak, but his voice was barely above a whisper, seemingly intended solely for Rhaenyra. Yet her words rang out for all to hear. She hurled a goblet filled with honeyed wine onto the table, pointing an accusing finger at Daemon, her fury palpable. "I care not for what Corlys thinks, Daemon. All I know is that I am carrying your child. If you perish by some wretched sword, our child shall be left fatherless. My throne shall be usurped by that wretched Alysanne and her son." Rhaenyra's declaration captured the attention of all present, including Aegon. "Corlys? Dead? What on earth does my insufferable father intend to do?" Aegon pondered, perplexed by the riddles his father had presented, followed by the discord with Rhaenyra. "I assure you, I shall not meddle in this affair, Rhaenyra, but I must depart Dragonstone for a time, just a few months." Daemon rose to urge Rhaenyra to sit, but she stubbornly shook off his hand and strode away from the feast. The awkward Targaryen prince offered a faint smile and slowly lifted his goblet, proclaiming, "To the arrival of summer." After the brief interlude, the main course was served. Aegon selected a dish of creamy quail accompanied by black pudding as his main course. The flavor of the creamy quail was rather lackluster, yet it was the finest the kitchen had to offer. Black pudding had once been plentiful on Dragonstone, a dried and cured delicacy often arriving with ships from the port. Accustomed to the seafaring life, Aegon had grown fond of such maritime fare, black pudding being one of them. Yet, for reasons unknown, this staple had become increasingly scarce, only gracing the table occasionally as a coarse dish meant for sailors. What could be the reason? Confusion festered within Aegon like a stubborn stain. Chapter 8. The fleet of the stag Aegon had never ridden Vagor to such distant lands, particularly to a locale so unfamiliar. In the vast western expanse of the island, a formidable castle loomed atop a hill. Beneath it lay a quaint port town, seemingly modest, akin to the small fishing village at the base of Dragonstone's castle. However, numerous warships adorned with the crowned stag emblem were anchored there. Aegon guided Vagor into a dive, then glided smoothly above the warships. After a brief count, he grasped the scale and composition of the fleet. Aside from a few trading vessels docked at the port, the fleet flying the Baratheon banner comprised approximately 40 ships. Among them were over 20 large three-masted galleys, fewer than 10 sizable three-masted sailing ships, a dozen ordinary galleys, and a small contingent of flat-bottomed vessels. This was a fleet of considerable size, although it paled in comparison to the fleets of House Velaryon, House Redwine, and even those of the Iron Islands. It nonetheless ranked among the notable fleets of Westeros. As Aegon counted the ships, Daemon and his red dragon Caraxes had vanished from sight. After circling the skies for a few moments, Aegon finally spotted Daemon and Caraxes near the castle below. Continuing his aerial circuit, he gradually descended, and with a resounding thud, Vagor landed beside Caraxes. "Where have you been?" Before Aegon could dismount from Vormissol, Daemon approached with a fierce demeanor. His crimson dragon, Caraxes, emitted a series of ominous roars. "I recently spotted the fleet of House Velaryon, and my curiosity was piqued regarding their presence here. This locale is evidently neither the rainforest nor Storm's End." Just as Daemon was about to respond, a man with tousled brownish-yellow hair approached Aegon with a smile. "This is the Isle of Tarth. Storms frequently plague the vicinity of Shipbreaker Bay, while Anchor's Port, located to the west of Tarth, provides a sanctuary from such tempests. Fleets from the Stormlands have long sought refuge here, with only small to medium vessels daring to venture into Shipbreaker Bay." As Daemon concluded his remarks, Aegon had just descended from his dragon's back. "Your Grace." The brown-haired man nodded to Daemon and then bowed to Aegon. "My lord. This gentleman is Lord Cameron, the Count of Tarth." Daemon, acting as the intermediary, introduced the two parties. "This is Aegon, my son." Although Aegon was not unfamiliar with Tarth and the title of Evenstar, he pondered Daemon's motive for bringing him here. To his knowledge, Tarth was merely a small island in the Stormlands, vast yet largely barren. The terrain was rugged, and the depths yielded no precious minerals. It was decidedly mundane. After some brief pleasantries, the trio, under Lord Cameron's guidance, ascended the hill towards the formidable castle known as Evenfall Hall, which Aegon had previously glimpsed. Observing the intricately carved stone walls and columns adorned with azure tiles within the castle, Aegon realized that this was the birthplace of the legendary knight and beauty, Brienne, who would emerge a century hence in the Seven Kingdoms. Lord Cameron hosted a modest banquet to commemorate their arrival, so scant that only Aegon and his son, along with a few of Cameron's children, were in attendance. The fare was rather meager, suggesting that, much like Dragonstone, Tarth had also been affected by certain circumstances. Daemon displayed little interest in the repast before him, while Aegon's thoughts were solely consumed with ensuring that Lord Cameron adequately fed his dragon, Vormissol. It was not until the conclusion of the evening's festivities that the three ascended the lofty tower of Evenfall Hall, at which point Daemon revealed the purpose of their unexpected visit. This matter extends beyond merely affecting Dragonstone. It has ramifications that reach from Tarth to Gulltown. Lord Cameron, now quite advanced in age and reliant upon a cane for support, inquired if it was indeed his third daughter who was causing such turmoil in the Stepstones. Daemon nodded in confirmation. The third daughter has entrenched herself upon those rocky isles, establishing a blockade with her fleet, demanding exorbitant tolls for passage. Merchant vessels willing to traverse the Stepstones have become exceedingly rare, with only Bravos and Pintos remaining unaffected. Thus, it became clear to Aegon that the turmoil plaguing him in recent days stemmed from the actions of the kingdom of the third daughter in the Stepstones. He recalled that Daemon had once fought on the Stepstones and had even claimed kingship there. As for the subsequent developments and the current state of the Stepstones and the kingdom of the three daughters, he was less acquainted. War was imminent, though unspoken. Aegon could sense it. No wonder the pregnant Rhaenyra had quarreled with Daemon. It was all due to this. It was understandable that Rhaenyra was concerned about the Targaryen prince, for one could never predict what Daemon might do next. With a child of Daemon growing within her, her throne would inevitably require his protection in the future, which perhaps motivated her remarks. Daemon Targaryen cast a grave glance at the aging Lord of Driftmark. "Cameron, do you still remember that my uncle died for you?" Cameron Tarth's face contorted in sorrow, as if recalling a painful past. "I cannot forget, Your Highness." Cameron's throat constricted, overwhelmed by grief. "The image of Prince Aemon falling in my arms remains vivid. I only regret that it was not I who perished that day." "Very well." Daemon responded decisively. I now grant you an opportunity. I aim to eradicate the pirates from the Stepstones and reintegrate the islands into the kingdom, under Targaryen rule once more. I command you to lead the Baratheon fleet, alongside Aegon and Vormazor, to strike the Stepstones. Cameron's eyes widened in disbelief, and Aegon shared his astonishment. Having faced many absurdities, he had never encountered one quite like this. He cursed under his breath at Daemon's proposal. To attack the Stepstones was one thing. But to enlist me and Vormazor? If the Stepstones were truly so easily conquered, and if the three daughters could be so effortlessly expelled, Daemon would likely still be the king of the Narrow Sea and the Stepstones. The fleet of the three daughters, having endured the relentless assaults of the Dragonfire from Corlys Velaryon, would undoubtedly be prepared. This time, relying on dragons as a weapon to dismantle the three daughters' forces would not be so simple. Not only Aegon but Cameron was also aware of this. Yet, most importantly, he had no means to mobilize the fleet belonging to House Baratheon. Your Highness, Cameron spoke, somewhat awkwardly, although these ships bearing the crown stag are docked in my port, I have no authority to command them. They belong to the Duke of Storm's End, and only he can order the lords aboard these vessels to hoist their sails and depart the harbor. However, Your Highness, though Tarth is barren, there are indeed 7 warships belonging to Driftmark in this port. Among them are 1 large 3-masted galley, 3 flat-bottomed boats, and 3 ordinary galleys. If it pleases you, I would gladly lead them to join your forces in the campaign against the Stepstones. The fleet of Earl Cameron, when compared to the 40 formidable warships, is evidently a mere drop in the ocean, hardly worthy of consideration. Yet, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Igor understood that this journey to Tars left him and Daemon utterly devoid of resources. Aside from 2 dragons, they possessed no military might whatsoever. Daemon stroked his chin, furrowing his brows, and inquired, Do you believe Beaumont will consent to let the fleet sail from Anchorport? He was addressing Earl Cameron, who, as a vassal of Beaumont, promptly rendered a negative judgment. Beaumont is far too aged. Had it been 30 years ago, I suspect he would have laughed heartily and joined you in eradicating the pirates of the Stone Steps Islands. Now, however, he is over 60 and the chill of this spring has nearly claimed his life. Presently, Windward Keep is overseen by his heir, Boros by Lashen. If the old Duke Beaumont is a towering tree braving the storm, then his successor, Boros, resembles a sapling that could easily topple at the slightest shift of the wind. My lord, regarding this expedition to the Stone Steps Islands, I doubt he will agree to dispatch a fleet alongside you. Igor was well aware of Boros, the future Duke of Windward Keep, who played a critical role in the bloody civil war known as the Dance of Dragons. After all, the first bloodshed of the Black and Green factions occurred near Windward Keep. Daemon continued to stroke his chin, his furrowed brow betraying the tumult of thoughts racing through his mind. Earl Cameron leaned on his cane, his expression one of resigned helplessness. Igor approached the edge of the city walls, gazing out towards the jagged rocks and ominous clouds to the west. That was the direction of Windward Keep. Let me give it a try, Igor suggested. Chapter 9. The Journey to Windward Keep. This is your war, Igor, Daemon said after the departure of Earl Cameron. What? Igor clearly did not grasp the thought process of the Targaryen prince. 14 years ago, Corlys and I initiated the war against the Stone Steps Islands and the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. Our conflict attracted numerous second sons of noble families, aspiring knights, and noble bastards to our cause. They fought alongside us, earning lands and titles. Igor, do you understand what serves as a ladder for one of humble origins? Chaos is the ladder. Igor suddenly recalled the words of a certain famed chancellor and schemer, and replied, Chaos? No, it is war. Daemon grasped Igor's shoulders, shedding his usual levity. Chaos forges kings, war begets heroes. In times of peace, only war can generate profit. Only war can elevate the common man to global heroism. Remember, the Stone Steps Islands are not my battlefield, but yours. I will do my utmost to prepare you, but the rest is up to you. Chaos forges kings. War begets heroes. Igor pondered deeply over Daemon's words. For one of lowly status, this is no less than the profound truth that chaos serves as a ladder. Over broken ship bay, dark clouds obscure the sun, and a tempest brews, heralding an impending storm. The bronze dragon unfurls its mighty wings, soaring directly towards Storm's End. From a distance, the fortress resembles a colossal fist thrusting towards the heavens. The hand of the storm god? Igo recalled a certain family crest, though its connection to Storm's End eluded him. As they drew nearer, Igo discerned the castle's formidable structure from the dragon's back. This stronghold, belonging to House Baratheon, is the most impregnable fortress in Westeros, characterized by an immense tower encircled by walls of unimaginable thickness, said to be woven with ancient spells. The fierce wind intensified, accompanied by a torrential downpour, signaling the storm's imminent arrival. Wormsole, descend. In Valyrian, commanded Aegon. Obeying, Wormsole swept over the castle, flapping its wings backward to descend rapidly through the tumultuous air. Thud! The dragon's claws struck the ground, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Aegon did not hasten to dismount. Instead, he gazed into the distance at Storm's End. His purpose was to persuade Duke Baratheon to dispatch a fleet to join him in an assault on the Stepstones. If possible, it would be even more advantageous to secure some troops from Storm's End. Daemon acted on impulse, entirely disregarding military considerations. This journey to Storm's End had not brought a single soldier with them. The meager vassals of Dragonstone were insufficient, especially given their recent fallout with House Velaryon, making it impossible to muster any soldiers. Even with the Baratheon fleet at his disposal, Aegon would still face challenges in securing men. Lost in thought, a group of cavalry bearing the Baratheon banner approached, halting about 30 paces from Aegon and the dragon. The captain of the cavalry sought to urge his steed forward, but the horse, startled by the dragon's presence, neighed in fright and refused to advance. The knight dismounted, cautiously gripping the hilt of his sword as he approached Aegon and Wormsole. "Who are you?" Aegon inquired as he descended from the dragon. "Good sir, did Lord Cameron not mention me in his letter?" "Lord Cameron of Cameron's Keep?" The knight, furrowing his brow in confusion and tension, replied. "We have not received any correspondence from Storm's End lately, nor have we been informed of any guests. I am Aegon of Dragonstone. Here is a representative of Prince Daemon." Lord Cameron had already dispatched a raven bearing a message. Understanding the situation, the knights began to relax their tension and fear. The captain soon grasped the matter at hand. Given the frequent storms over Broken Ship Bay, the raven likely lost its way. "This is not uncommon, my lord. Since you come as a messenger of Prince Daemon, please accompany me to Storm's End." With the wind howling and rain pelting down upon him, Aegon readily agreed to the captain's proposal. After securing Wormsole outside the city, Aegon, accompanied by the cavalry, entered Windwhisper Keep. The captain of the knights guided Aegon up the grand staircase of the towering edifice, leading directly to the bedroom of Duke Beaumont Baratheon. The sparsely furnished chamber contained merely a table, a couple of chairs, and a large bed. The duke's visage was nearly engulfed by his unruly hair and beard. As Count Cameron had remarked, he was indeed a venerable elder on the continent of Westeros. "Your Grace, we have visitors at Windwhisper Keep," the captain of knights announced, addressing both the duke and the attendant serving him. The duke had nearly lost his hearing, and it was only after the attendant repeated the message several times that the elderly duke managed to rise unsteadily from his bed. "Who are you?" The duke's voice, though aged, retained a certain grandeur, characteristic of the Baratheon lineage. "I am Aegon Visor, my lord," Aegon replied, mimicking the attendant's formality. "I come bearing the command of Prince Daemon." After the attendant relayed the message, the duke chuckled. "Ah, Haemon, how is Jocelyn?" It was evident that the old duke had not only misheard, but also misidentified the visitor. "It is Daemon. I am the envoy of Prince Daemon. I have come to discuss the matter of the storm fleet anchored at Tarthas Harbor." After repeated insistence from the attendant, the duke finally responded, "Oh, I have grown quite forgetful. It is Prince Daemon, indeed." Hearing the elder's words, Aegon mused to himself. The duke is too far gone to govern Windwhisper Keep. It seems I must seek out Boros Baratheon instead. Contemplating this, Aegon refrained from repeating himself and instead inquired of the knight captain, where might Lord Boros be? "Having traveled such a distance, I have yet to pay my respects. Lord Boros is leading troops against the Dornish at the border. His appointed steward is his wife, Lady Olenna. If you wish to meet her, I can escort you, my lord." "No need." Aegon thought through his strategies and decisively declined the knight captain's offer. "I shall personally visit Lord Boros at the frontier, to mitigate the influence of the storm." The scholars at Windwhisper Keep dispatched 3 ravens to the border to inform Sir Boros of Aegon's impending arrival. Once Boros' approximate location was established, Aegon mounted Wormsole and set forth towards the southern border. Along the journey, he recalled Count Cameron's words. If the old Duke Beaumont is the towering tree that withstands the storm, then his heir Boros is but a sapling, susceptible to the caprices of the winds. Coupled with his understanding of Boros, it became apparent that without substantial advantage, this combative and unpredictable heir of Windwhisper Keep would not easily relinquish command of the fleet to him. Aegon resolved to devise a thorough strategy. Chapter 10. The Nightsong City nestled beside the lakeshore and rolling hills. Nightsong City was densely dotted with numerous tawny tents. At first, Aegon believed that the tents harbored the formidable armies of House Boros from the Stormlands. However, he soon discerned soldiers, startled by the dragon, emerging from the tents clad in silken and satin robes. Silk was a common sight throughout Westeros, predominantly adorning noble women. Yet the only ordinary men who donned such fabric hailed from Dorne. Was it true that the city of Night Song was besieged by Dornish forces? Previously, he had heard from the Maester at Storm's Inn that their Lord Boros was leading the Stormland troops to successive victories near Night Song. Yet, upon arrival, he discovered that the Dornish had encircled the city while Boros and his victorious army had mysteriously vanished. Should he locate Boros first, or teach these Dornish intruders a lesson? Seizing the opportunity without hesitation, Aegon chose the latter. In the terrified eyes of the Dornish, he descended from the clouds atop Vagor, unleashing a terrifying torrent of golden flames. The inferno swept through the Dornish camp, and after a century devoid of dragon sightings, the Dornish were utterly unprepared to confront such a beast, fleeing in utter disarray. The Dornish lands lay to the southwest of the Stormlands, perpetually vulnerable to incursions from Dorne. As the front line of the Targaryen dynasty against Dorne, the region had been ravaged by conflict. Aegon, riding Vagor, unleashed Dragonfire upon the Dornish encampment, expressing the long-suffered wrath of the kingdom's borders. The cries of the scorched Dornish echoed as their commander stared in terror at the dragon raining fire above, utterly at a loss. Why had a dragon suddenly appeared at the borders and launched an attack? The Dornish could fathom no explanation. Their sole emotion was fear. Just as Aegon rained fire upon the Dornish camp, the gates of Night's Song swung wide open. Countless soldiers bearing the banners of the Stormlands surged forth from the city, channeling their pent-up frustrations from the recent siege onto the fleeing Dornish. Upon witnessing the Stormlanders charging out, Aegon commanded Vagor to cease his assault to avoid friendly fire. He then continued to survey the scorched battlefield from above, occasionally directing Dragonfire at groups of Dornish retreating at the fringes of the conflict. The battle concluded swiftly and soon. Aegon observed the positions once occupied by the Dornish now proudly displaying the banners of House Baratheon. A surge of excitement coursed through him, causing his hands to tremble. Alongside this exhilaration, a fleeting emotion flickered within him. This was his first participation in battle from the back of a dragon, and he had achieved a resounding victory. Following the skirmish, Aegon promptly commanded Vagor to descend onto the battlefield. The massive form landed with a steady grace, sending dust swirling into the air. As the haze settled, countless curious Stormland soldiers encircled Aegon and Vagor, eager to witness the momentous event. Ego greeted the soldiers atop the dragon, and they responded with tenfold enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Long live Targaryens! Long live the Dragon King!" Amidst the frenzied cheers, a man donned in a horned helmet and clad in formidable plate armor emerged from the crowd. Upon removing his helmet, he revealed the quintessential features of a Valyrian: dark hair and blue eyes. It was not difficult for Ego to deduce his identity. Intending to instill a sense of awe in the air of the old duke, he bellowed the name Vormissol in Valyrian. Vormissol let out a thunderous roar in response to Ego. As the powerful sound echoed, Ego discerned a fleeting hint of fear on Boros Valyrian's face, a nuance barely perceptible to ordinary eyes. Once the uproar subsided, and sensing the moment was ripe, Ego grasped the spines on Vormissol's back and descended to the ground. "I am Aegon Valyrian, here on behalf of Prince Daemon." Although Valyrian was the name of a bastard, none would regard a dragon-riding bastard as an ordinary man. "Please convey my regards to Prince Daemon," Boros said with utmost respect. "My father is well, and I thank you on his behalf, my lord," Ego replied, his stern expression softening into a smile. A gentle pat followed by a sweet treat was the approach best suited to someone like Boros. Seeing Ego's smile, Boros finally exhaled in relief. After a moment of hesitation, he proposed that Ego visit the castle of Night Song. During his time on Dragonstone, Ego had not only learned to ride dragons, but also horses. Though his equestrian skills were somewhat rudimentary, they did not hinder his journey. Thus, he and Boros rode together across the battlefield, sanctified by Dragonfire, until they arrived at Night Song. In the reception hall of the castle, Boros was the first to speak. "I wonder, my lord, what brings you to the borderlands? Surely it is not merely to attack these pests disturbing the realm's frontier?" "Oh," Ego feigned realization. "I have come to request the use of the Valyrian fleet on behalf of Prince Daemon to address the unlawful occupation of the Stepstones by the Kingdom of the Three Daughters." "Request?" Boros let out a suppressed scoff, cursing inwardly, yet his words conveyed a different sentiment. "Storm's End has been the most loyal vassal of House Targaryen since the conquest. It is our duty as vassals to rally for our liege lord. Such a swift agreement?" Ego furrowed his brow, momentarily hesitating. "What if, 5 days hence, the Valyrian fleet anchored at the port of Sunken Anchor is placed under Prince Daemon's command? How does that sound?" "What, my lord?" Boros feigned surprise. "I assumed you were referring to the flatboats beneath the Wind's Rest. What of the warships at Sunken Anchor? Are they not suitable?" Ego understood that matters were not so straightforward. Given his acquaintance with Boros, he knew that this man would not relent until he had taken a piece of the spoils. It seemed that Count Cameron had not adequately informed you. The warships in Anchorport are currently undergoing repairs. Since their last sortie, these vessels have encountered various issues. This is an entirely fabricated notion. Earlier, Aegon had surveyed the fleet atop his dragon and had observed the Baratheon ships with their sails fully unfurled and decks polished to a shine. Moreover, having spent years adrift at sea, how could he be unaware of the condition of these ships? Aegon chuckled inwardly, shaking his head. Indeed, Boros Baratheon would not yield unless he perceived a tangible benefit. Ah, so it is thus. Aegon feigned comprehension, intending to approach the matter from a different angle. Before I arrived at the frontier, I had heard tales of Sir Boros, the heir of the old duke, leading the forces of Storms into a series of victories, seemingly intent on driving the Dornish back to their homeland. However, upon witnessing the cunning and capricious nature of the Dornish firsthand, Aegon interrupted Boros before he could elaborate, assuring him that it was of no concern. The city of Night Song has been liberated. The Dornish have been driven away by both Wormesal and the soldiers of Storm's End, so Sir Boros need not worry. Boros, rendered speechless and with clenched fists, felt his face flush with anger. Had this wild-born youth not possessed a dragon, he would have unleashed his fury long ago. Gradually, his rage morphed into frustration, and Boros violently overturned several wine goblets, exclaiming, "You are right. This is a disastrous war, a complete failure, damned be it." Seeing Boros fall into the trap, Aegon swiftly continued, "Yet the dragon has turned the tide, my lord." Within merely half a day, the Dornish fled back to the Prince's Pass in disarray. Those who did not escape met their demise beneath the dragoness flames. Aegon exaggerated the dragon's significance in the conflict, laying the groundwork for his following statements. This expedition to the Stepstone Islands serves merely as a lesson for the kingdom of the Three Daughters. Under the onslaught of Dragonfire, even the mightiest warships and the sturdiest fortifications shall be reduced to naught. We merely require a few ships to blockade the coast, allowing our soldiers to secure the islands without concern. These words were entirely false. Aegon spoke thus only to quell Boros Baratheon's doubts regarding the war's trajectory. For only by securing victory in battle could they hope to share in the rewards. If the course of the war remained uncertain, these opportunists would not readily engage. Indeed, Boros began to waver. Was it not the case that during the last battle for the Stepstone Islands, Prince Daemon and Corlys Velaryon had also participated? Did they not capture the islands after a prolonged struggle? No, Aegon quickly countered. Last time only Corlys Velaryon provided support. This time, Wormesal, Corlys, and even Syrax will mobilize to decisively annihilate the forces of the Three Daughters. All of this was mere fabrication. The last conflict at the Stepstone Islands was aided by the sea smoke under the command of Laenor Velaryon. However, this time, Rhaenyra, encumbered by her pregnancy, is unable to mount Syrax for battle. Daemon, threatened by Rhaenyra, naturally will not engage deeply in this affair. He has explicitly stated that the only allies Aegon can rely on are himself and Vermisol. Yet, Boros remains oblivious to these nuances, leaving him thoroughly unsettled. He calls for a wine cup, fills it generously, and approaches Aegon. "You do not understand, my lord. Maintaining a fleet requires a considerable sum of funds. Each time we return from the sea, the captains report vast amounts of gold dragons for ship maintenance, which is a constant source of my distress." Aegon comprehends his implication. In essence, what he is asking is, what benefits can I derive? Aegon has already formulated his negotiation terms, but the crux hinges upon their ability to secure victory and conquer the Stepstone Islands. Upon the conquest of the Stepstone Islands, I shall allocate 10% of the tolls for the upkeep of the fleet. At this juncture, Aegon scrutinizes Boros' expression. Sensing the other's discontent, he decides to enhance his offer. Furthermore, all lands held by the Dornish on the Stepstone Islands shall be bestowed upon the valiant commanders of the Stormlands fleet. Upon hearing this proposition, Boros' eyes visibly brighten. It is indeed a most generous offer. After the Dornish and the kingdom of the Three Daughters expelled Daemon, they seized numerous islands near the Dornish territories within the Stepstone archipelago. This condition had been meticulously devised by Aegon, while it appears bountiful. He is well aware of the subtleties he can manipulate behind the scenes. In the game of power, one who solely relies on the exchange of tangible benefits without exercising cunning is a fool. Faced with such a lucrative offer, it is difficult for Boros to remain indifferent. Soon, with a grin spreading across his face, he joyfully raises his cup to Aegon. To our war with Prince Daemon. Chapter 11. The situation at the Stepstone Islands' 10 triremes are woefully inadequate. Aegon shakes his head. The Stormlands wishes to avoid repeating the calamity caused by the last invasion of the militant pirates into their territories and that of Tarth. the Stormlands must retain some vessels to fend off potential incursions. Boros, however, remains obstinate. Yet, in Aegon's view, he merely desires to labor less while reaping greater rewards. Should war erupt, the kingdom of the Three Daughters would hardly have the leisure to invade the Stormlands. And what of Dorne? If the Dornish choose to retaliate by sea, how shall we defend ourselves? Aegon is momentarily at a loss for words. He feels as if he is not negotiating with a man of House Baratheon regarding military matters, but rather haggling with a common thug. Finally, after an extensive bout of bargaining, Boros ultimately concedes to the quantity of ships he is willing to deploy. This number aligns with Aegon's minimum expectations. Boros agrees to deliver a total of 15 large triremes, 8 large sailing ships, and 12 ordinary galleys into Aegon's hands. Beneath the Wind's Breath fortress lies a port accommodating 20 vessels of various small to medium sizes, contributing to a total fleet of 55 ships. Excluding the 20 smaller ships designated solely for troop transport and the conveyance of supplies, only 35 warships remain available for combat and the establishment of blockades. With the addition of the vessels previously suggested by Count Cameron, this fleet has begun to take shape. However, a new dilemma has arisen. Aegon finds himself devoid of soldiers. Boros is willing to provide sailors, oarsmen, and all necessary personnel from his ships to Aegon, yet he is reluctant to part with even a single soldier. Aegon refrains from pressing the issue, understanding that after recently enduring a devastating defeat, recruiting new soldiers is exceedingly challenging for Boros. Were it not for the sudden arrival of Aegon and Wormser to alter the course of the battle, Boros might have even lost heart entirely. For Aegon, the lack of soldiers presents a significant quandary. Upon returning to Tarth Island, Aegon discovers that Daemon is absent. According to Count Cameron, Daemon seems to have ridden back to Dragonstone on a horse named Koruk. Aegon is puzzled by this return to Dragonstone. Currently, the war against the Stepstone Islands is in its preparatory phase. Aside from the fleet's resolution, nearly every other aspect remains fraught with challenges: food, soldiers, and the prevailing conditions of the Stepstone Islands require meticulous attention. Daemon's decision to return to Dragonstone at such a critical time seems to place him alone in a quagmire. While Aegon contemplates these matters, Count Cameron enters the room accompanied by an unusual individual. "Good afternoon, Count Cameron," Aegon greets him, his gaze carefully scrutinizing the stranger. The man possesses a mane of crimson hair and is clad in a garment dyed in a triad of yellow, green, and orange hues, with a short dagger encrusted with various gemstones fastened at his waist. "Good afternoon, my lord," he responds. Though Count Cameron is not as venerable as the aged Duke of Beaumont from Wind's Breath Fortress, he is no longer in his youth and has taken to coughing frequently after speaking. "Who is this?" Before Count Cameron can introduce him, the man with the scarlet hair interjects. "My name is Squiddo, my lord. My Tyroshi friends affectionately call me Crow Squiddo, while my Westerosi companions prefer to refer to me as Squiddo Flower." "Are you a Westerosi or a Tyroshi?" Aegon inquires, aware of the Tyroshi penchant for dyeing their hair and beards in a myriad of colors. The name Squiddo, however, is not commonly found among the Westerosi, appearing far more akin to a Tyroshi name. Yet, he simultaneously claims the name Squiddo Flower. Could he be a bastard from the Riverlands? Aegon is perplexed. With a smile, Squiddo takes a seat before Aegon as if among friends. "My father is a younger son of some noble family from Westeros, purportedly hailing from a wine tavern in the Riverlands. My mother is a native of Tyrosh, or rather, a socialite of Tyrosh. Upon discovering her pregnancy, she embarked on a journey across the seas to Westeros in search of my father. Alas, she was unsuccessful in her quest. It was only at this moment that Aegon realized he was a half-blood, a bastard of both Westeros and Tyrosh. Upon discerning the man's identity, Aegon's curiosity intensified towards the vividly haired individual. He then turned his inquiry towards the man's companion, Cameron Tars. "My Lord Cameron, you have brought him here for a reason, have you not?" Leaning on his cane, Lord Cameron stepped forward and spoke slowly. "He comes at the invitation of Prince Daemon, my lord. Prince Daemon believes he may possess something you desire." "Something I desire?" Aegon echoed in his mind, then shifted his gaze to the crimson-haired Squiddo. "Pray, enlighten me." Squiddo chuckled, seemingly unperturbed, as he took a sip of the spiced wine Aegon had previously tasted. He then produced a weathered parchment map from his garments. As the map unfolded, a myriad of islands came into Aegon's view. "Behold," Squiddo pointed to the island situated at the northernmost part of the map. "This is Bloodstone Island, claimed along with several nearby islets by Lekari O'Rendon. Originally, Lekari O was the fleet commander summoned by the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. Yet he now openly defies their commands. While he appears to still serve the kingdom, behind the scenes, he has long ceased to heed the so-called Supreme Council and has effectively become a pirate, wreaking havoc near Bloodstone Island. Subsequently, Squiddo elaborated on the various islets occupied by Lekari, surrounding Bloodstone Island. How do you possess this knowledge? Aegon inquired, intrigued by Squiddo's insights, for they were precisely what he sought. However, he remained cautious of this seemingly frivolous Tyroshi. Aegon understood that comprehending the situation of the Stepstone Islands would play a pivotal role in the impending war. In fact, possessing such information might prove more critical than sheer military might. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The subsequent content is even more thrilling. Enjoy exclusive privileges, a 7-day ad-free reading card available for all registered users, free of charge. I once served under Lekari O and also sought refuge with Prince Quarren of Dorne. Thus, no one in the known world is more familiar with the affairs of the Stepstone Islands than I. In essence, he is a turncoat. Then how am I to trust you? Recognizing that his interlocutor was astute, Aegon refrained from elaborating further, opting instead to pose a direct query. He aimed to catch Squiddo off guard. Should Squiddo's response prove unsatisfactory, he would be more circumspect in considering the questions posed by this seemingly superficial Tyroshi. He contemplated which dungeon in the Twilight Hall would be suitable to confine this capricious Tyroshi. Prince Demon saved my life. Squidward's response was remarkably candid. If this does not instill trust in you, my lord, then I fear there is no one in this world you can place your faith in. Ha ha. Eagerly, Aegon laughed heartily, finding Squidward's reply quite agreeable. With a smile, he beckoned a nearby servant to refill the goblets for the Tyroshi guests. Please continue, he urged as his fingers lightly tapped on the map sprawled across the table. The spot where his finger landed was none other than the second largest island in the Staircase Islands, excluding Bloodstone Island. This was Grey Gallows Island, surrounded by numerous scattered islets, which we prefer to refer to as the Grey Gallows Archipelago. The Grey Gallows Archipelago, along with several large islands to the north, is entirely under the dominion of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. Unlike Bloodstone Island, these lands are firmly under the absolute control of the kingdom. Additionally, the three large islands and various rocky outcrops to the west of the Grey Gallows Archipelago are governed by the Dornish, who have constructed fortifications upon them. Although these islands are not extensive in size, their defensibility rivals that of both the Grey Gallows Archipelago and Bloodstone Island. I must caution you, my lord. If you truly intend to wage war, do not declare hostilities against both the Reach and the Three Daughters Kingdom alongside Dorne. Such a move would undoubtedly ensnare you in a quagmire of conflict, ultimately leading to your feudal demise. Chapter 12. The Mercenary Company. After acquiring intelligence about the Staircase Islands from Squidward, good news followed in rapid succession. It was shortly after Aegon had sent word of his newly acquired Stormland fleet to Dragonstone that a letter sealed with the sigil of 3 dragons arrived at the hands of the Maester in the Red Keep. The Maester personally delivered the letter to Aegon, and upon a brief perusal, Aegon quickly grasped the gist of its contents. The missive was dispatched by Demon, revealing a slight thaw in his relations with Corlys, as well as news of reconciliation with the king. The king had been informed of Demon's plans. Just as in the prior conflict over the Staircase Islands, the generous King Viserys sent a substantial sum of gold dragons from his overflowing treasury to Demon. With this fortune, Demon managed to recruit a substantial number of younger sons from families near the Crownlands, along with mercenary swordsmen and free knights. He also reached out to the princes of Pentos and several other noble houses, enlisting their aid to hire 2 mercenary companies from the free trade city-states across the Narrow Sea. Upon hearing this news, Aegon was overwhelmed with joy. He promptly divided his fleet in 2, sending the smaller vessels, ill-suited for deep-sea voyages, along the coastline to Dragonstone and King's Landing to retrieve the forces Demon had gathered from Westeros. Meanwhile, the larger ships, adept at ocean navigation, were dispatched to the free trade city of Pentos to bring back the 2 mercenary companies hired by Demon. However, Aegon remained apprehensive regarding Demon's dealings. Thus, he took flight on Worm's word, intending to arrive in Pentos ahead of the mercenaries to assess them personally. After all, mercenaries have never been the most reliable of allies. Apart from the Golden Company, which was established decades later and possesses a modicum of integrity, most mercenary bands are akin to fickle reeds, ready to switch allegiance to the highest bidder at any moment. Pentos, a city nestled between a sheltered bay and vast plains, served as a former outpost of the Valyrians and boasts undull bloodlines, creating a culturally rich atmosphere that is decidedly inviting. As a close friend of Daemon Targaryen, Prince of Pentos personally received Aegon. However, contrary to Daemon's correspondence, Aegon did not encounter the noble Pentosi of high lineage with whom he was supposed to be acquainted. It was only during his subsequent conversation with Prince of Pentos that Aegon gleaned a glimpse of the political landscape in Pentos. Within this realm, the Prince of Pentos is not the absolute ruler. Rather, it is the increasingly powerful noble families that are the true princes here. The Prince of Pentos serves merely as a ceremonial figurehead, a pawn on the chessboard of power. Aegon's understanding of Pentos' political situation remains superficial. Despite the prince's repeated insinuations, Aegon, possessing the dragon Vormithrax, remains disinclined to involve himself in the affairs of Pentos. Sensing the disinterest of the distant guest in meddling with his realm, the Prince of Pentos quickly lost interest in Aegon. After introducing Aegon to the leaders of 2 mercenary bands, the prince retreated to his palace. In a tranquil private estate in Pentos, Aegon idly toyed with a grape. Only one of the 2 mercenary leaders had arrived. The leader of the Second Sons was particularly indiscreet, often making advances towards passing maidens. He awaited the arrival of the leader of the Rose Company, reputed to be a widow who had buried 7 husbands, known for her ruthless and iron-fisted rule over the mercenary band. Candal Marunigras, the leader of the Second Sons, plucked a grape from the bunch and, as he chewed, muttered under his breath, "Damn the wench, how long must we wait for her?" The Second Sons, the oldest mercenary company on the eastern continent, continued to play a significant role alongside Daenerys Targaryen a century later. The Rose Company, led by the woman Candal so disparagingly referred to, also boasts a long history. During the time of the conqueror Aegon, those northerners who refused to submit to Aegon Targaryen alongside the conquered King Torrhen Stark were exiled to the eastern continent, where they founded the Rose Company. Although much time has passed, Aegon feels a fundamental trust towards a mercenary band that hails from the north. Shortly after Candal's expletive, a dagger suddenly flew through the air and embedded itself in the grape cluster, sending juice splattering everywhere. Candal, startled, drew his sword from his waist and sprang to his feet. Laughter echoed from a woman nearby. Aegon turned to see a woman with an elongated face, pale gray eyes, and chestnut hair. In the free trade city-state, most inhabitants bear a hint of Valyrian features, yet this woman possessed an entirely Westerosi visage, or perhaps one might say, a Stark appearance. "I have seen you, in my dreams," she uttered, slowly approaching Aegon. Had it not been for a reminder, Aegon would never have suspected her to be a widow who had lost 7 husbands. She appeared far too youthful. Her beautiful face bore no traces of time as passage. Nonetheless, the calluses on her hand, firm from wielding a sword, aroused a measure of wariness within Aegon. "Did you dream of my war?" he inquired. "No, but I dreamt of the bronze dragon. With it, we shall be invincible, regardless of how the battle unfolds, should you breach your vow. Not a single gold dragon of the final payment shall be seen," she replied. Despite his innate favor towards her and her northern mercenaries, Aegon maintained a businesslike demeanor. The woman smiled, her four-fingered hand gently caressing Aegon's face, before saying, "I was once like you, until I lost a finger." With that, she approached the table, drew her dagger, and plucked a grape from the bunch to consume. In the process, she cast a glance at Candal, who appeared startled by the earlier exchange. "Feel free to speak your threats to my vomisal. It comprehends such words far better than I. Of course, if you do not mind it voicing its thoughts," she added, bursting into laughter. After her merriment subsided, she stepped away from the table and pressed the dagger into Aegon's hand. "This is a token of the Rose Company's loyalty. Our ancestors hailed from the north, and you should understand that honor is of utmost importance there." "I am aware," Aegon replied, gripping the dagger tightly, gazing into the woman's gray eyes. "This is precisely why we chose the Rose Company." At that moment, the leader of the Second Sons, who had been observing, joined the conversation. Candal Maruniglas chuckled awkwardly while patting Aegon on the shoulder. "Our Second Sons are equally men of our word. If you wish to settle your final payment now, our horses and elephants shall incur no costs. You may choose freely. However, at our destination, neither horses nor elephants will serve much purpose. I shall defer the final payment until after the war," Candal, Aegon asserted, his gaze unwavering. To this, Candal merely shrugged. Following the banquet, the female leader of the Rose Company unexpectedly invited Aegon for a stroll, expressing her desire to discuss her dreams in greater depth. They meandered through the private estate belonging to Prince Pentos. "You have not yet formally introduced yourself," the woman remarked. "Aegon Visu. And you?" "Lion of Valencia." "Valencia? That is not a surname from the north. I chose it myself. It is a word often uttered by a Bravosi, transliterated as Valencia. What does it mean?" "Suffering." Igor was not particularly concerned about a woman's surname. Rather, he was intrigued by her past. How could someone so young have outlived 7 husbands? "You have buried 7 husbands?" Igor inquired directly, believing there was no need for subtlety when addressing a woman with such a tumultuous history. "And what of it?" Lyanna seemed unfazed by Igor's question, responding with a nonchalant demeanor. "Is it not evident? Everyone says as much." "Indeed, it does not appear so," Igor replied candidly. "Could you share your tale?" "As you wish," the woman said, her lips curling slightly as she began to recount her story. My first 3 husbands perished before I reached adulthood. They were all remarkable mercenaries. Under my mother's guidance, I was betrothed to them, though none of the unions culminated in marriage. As for my subsequent husbands, they met their ends through various circumstances. The sole commonality amongst them was that I dreamed of their deaths. Igor. I spoke of a vision wherein I beheld a colossal bronze dragon standing amidst a battlefield awash in blood, while a silver-haired man sat astride the dragon, adorned with a profound black iron crown. A peculiar dream, Igor had to concede. Yet, he found himself somewhat indifferent to the woman's dreams, unable to entirely disregard them. After all, the evidence at hand strongly suggested that this woman, Lion of Valencia, might possess Stark blood, which implied she could indeed have the ability to dream of wolves. Chapter 13. The night raid on Bloodstone Isle in the dead of night. Above Bloodstone Isle, a bronze dragon and a blood-red dragon suddenly soared through the air, unleashing torrents of flames upon the fleet anchored in the harbor. The twin beams of Dragonfire illuminated the night sky. The people of Tyrosh, roused from their slumber, either found themselves engulfed by the flames or leapt into the tumultuous sea in a panic. The devastation wrought by the Dragonfire was lethal. No ship, regardless of its might, could withstand the inferno. Not even the thought of extinguishing the flames crossed the minds of the terrified pirates, who were unable to escape. Igor clutched the reins of Vormesor tightly, issuing commands with urgency. Dragonfire. Valyrian. Dragonfire. Vormesor. Valyrian. In the distance, Korlak, unleashing Dragonfire with abandon, continued to lead the Outlanders in plundering the Tyroshi fleet. Soon enough, the 2 dragons had set ablaze the majority of the vessels. With the objective achieved, Igor promptly commanded Vormesor to cease the assault and withdraw. This attack was meticulously orchestrated within Igor's grand design, targeting the ships of Lekhari Norrain docked at the harbor of Bloodstone Isle. The stony steps were a formidable challenge, akin to biting into a tough morsel that could either shatter teeth or choke one. Having previously absorbed intelligence from the Tyroshi informant, Squiddo, Igor had long been formulating a plan in his mind. Bloodstone Isle. On the rocky cliffs near the beach, there were numerous caverns meticulously carved out, resembling a honeycomb. These caves were interconnected, complex, and extended deep into the earth. A lithe tabby cat darted out from the intricate labyrinth of caves. Outside, flames surged high into the sky, accompanied by anguished cries. Numerous charred Tyroshi individuals were continuously carried into the cave on stretchers, while those who remained had succumbed to become prey for the crabs. The tabby approached a discarded, charred corpse, shooing away the crabs that had been lured by the scent of blood, and began to feast greedily. It had been a long time since it had eaten. It had lost track of when even the larger cats were reduced to erratic feasting. Just as the tabby indulged in its grim meal, an arrow suddenly shot forth. The projectile pierced its thigh, pinning it firmly to the sandy ground. Soon after, a large hand reached out. A man clad in an exaggerated Tyroshi gown, his hair dyed a vivid purple and his face smeared with blood, grasped the tabby's neck with a fierce grip. Channeling all his wrath from the attack into strength, the tabby soon drew its last breath, becoming a lifeless husk. Damn the cat, the man thought, and that cursed demon Targaryen as well. Casually discarding the tabby's body, he descended into the cave. Following him were Tyroshi who continuously emerged from the sea. In the depths of the cave's rocky hall, a muscular man reported to the blood-soaked Lekhari Norrain. We have lost at least half of our ships. The personnel fared better. They were wise enough to leap from the ship's hold into the sea at the first sign of a dragon attack. Cursed demon Targaryen. Lekarino pounded his fists against the stone wall in fury. He had never anticipated that the Westerosi bastard would dare to set foot on the shores of the Stepstones once more. Reports indicated that this time, the dragon accompanying the red beast was not the pale gray creature, but a massive yellow-brown behemoth. Lekarino understood that the dragon's lethality was closely tied to its size. If war broke out anew, the situation would become even more dire. Yet, he had risen to his current position through intellect and audacity. Have them repair the warships swiftly. Also, dismantle all the catapults and replace them with scorpions, constructing some on the ground as well. If they dare come again, let them have no return. Yes, Lekarino was not fond of residing in the crab caves carved by Krahas on the island. Compared to these dark, damp holes, he preferred the open sea, having been born of a captain. Yet, it was evident that he could not return to his ship until the fleet was ready to withstand the dragon's sudden assaults. He would have to spend the majority of his days in this murky, damp crab cave. Wormasol had already landed on the hill near the Twilight Hall, while Kalik returned shortly thereafter. Demon Targaryen dismounted from the dragon, shedding the protective gear of the saddle, and jumped down. Aegon and the scholars of the Twilight Hall had been awaiting him. Princess Rhaenyra urges you to return swiftly to Dragonstone, for your child is about to be born. In her letter, She expresses that if she does not see you within 3 days, she shall venture to the afterlife with the child. Such is the nature of pregnant women. Daemon Targaryen, however, appeared utterly indifferent, as if he had completely forgotten the promise made months prior to return to Rhaenyra. Daemon. Aegon called out to his father, who was making his way towards the castle. I am of lowly birth. My death would evoke no lamentation. Yet, young Jane Aenys and the child within Princess Rhaenyra's womb are different. They cannot afford to lose their father. Upon hearing this, Daemon stood in stunned silence for a moment before he finally spoke. Tomorrow, I shall appoint you as the commander of the fleet and entrust you with the contract of the mercenary company. I had forgotten, this war belongs to the lowborn. And it is also your war. Aegon, you are the rider of Vhagar, a true warrior. I have faith that one day, you shall be my right hand. With that, Daemon unsheathed the ancient Valyrian steel sword, Dark Sister, from his waist and placed it upon Aegon's shoulder. Aegon stood in astonishment for a while before kneeling on one knee. In the name of the Father, I ask you to be brave. As Dark Sister traversed from one shoulder to the other with each proclamation, he continued, in the name of the Father, I demand you to be just. In the name of the Mother, I require you to protect the weak and the innocent. In the name of the Maiden, I implore you to safeguard all women. Soon after, the ceremony concluded. Daemon summoned the monks from the Hall of Evening to anoint Aegon with holy oil and instructed them to take him to the chapel for the night watch. Before the statue of the warrior stood a suit of armor and a sword. Both the sword and armor were those crafted by Daemon for Aegon during the trial of the Seven. As for the sigil, he chose to modify the one previously devised for the confrontation with Waymond, opting for a soaring bronze dragon in place of the original black three-headed dragon, a red background emblazoned with the majestic bronze dragon. Though Aegon still felt the thrill of being knighted, the solitude of keeping the night watch in the chapel proved rather dull. Nevertheless, the thought of soon being addressed as Sir outside dispelled any tedium, as he anticipated the transformation from the smuggler Aegon Valerion of the Narrow Sea to Sir Aegon Valerion of Dragonstone. As the candlelight flickered, Aegon heard the roar of Vhagar, as if the dragon too rejoiced in his honor. Once the night watch concluded, he would be a true knight. Although his equestrian skills were lacking, and his swordsmanship was not yet honed, he excelled in riding dragons, soaring through the skies, and commanding them to unleash their fierce flames. The colossal dragon can effortlessly devour steeds, while its fiery breath has the power to melt even the sharpest steel sword and the most exquisite armor. He is convinced that no knight in Westeros would dare to underestimate a rider mounted upon a dragon. Chapter 14. The calm before the storm. The following morning, Daemon Targaryen entered the sanctum accompanied by 4 or 5 companions. This was Elton Hisman of Griffin's Roost, the captain of the Laughing Storm, a remarkable mariner and navigator. From this day forth, he would assist you in commanding the fleet. Igor, humble greetings. Have we not crossed paths before? We met when you were acting as the fleet's commander, Sir Aegon. Now that you have truly taken on the mantle of fleet commander, I am honored to serve as your deputy under Prince Daemon's patronage, and I hope to learn much from you. I also wish for you to harness your talents to lend me your support. Previously, I made an agreement with Ser Boros to grant the lands of Dorne on the Stepstones to valiant warriors and commanders of warships. I hope that when the war concludes, you will become the lord of either Sunstone or Stonecrag. Thank you, Sir Aegon. Elton exclaimed, bowing respectfully. Immediately thereafter, Daemon introduced 2 mercenary captains. Aegon was already well acquainted with them, so no further introduction was necessary. This time, the Second Sons dispatched 450 men, while the Rose Company brought all 600 of their warriors to Tarth. Next, Daemon introduced a young Westerlander who appeared to be only a year or 2 older than Aegon. This is Oswald Valerion from Crow's Nest. He is the second son of that house, the illegitimate son, the deputy commander of hired swords and free knights. Please make his acquaintance. Oswald Valerion. The young bastard from Crow's Nest remarked, I have long heard of you, Sir Aegon, since the day you rode Vermithrax. Just call me Aegon. The conqueror's name followed by a bastard surname feels rather odd. As you wish, Sir Aegon, Oswald replied. Oswald, we are both of us baseborn bastards. Yet, it is often said that bastards grow more swiftly than other children, imbued with resilience and tenacity in their blood. I believe this is precisely why we stand here. Sir Oswald, I concur with your sentiment, my lord. Oswald nodded. Though you are mistaken on one point, I am not a knight. You shall be soon enough, Aegon chuckled. A medium-sized sailing vessel, adorned with the banner of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, slowly approached Bloodstone Island. The ship had no crew, not long before reaching Bloodstone. All the sailors had departed in smaller boats. The remainder of the journey was left to the wind. This uncrewed vessel gradually made its way to shore. The jubilant pirates of Tyrosh boarded the ship, only to discover the hold filled with rotting onions and spoiled salted fish. Not long ago, Bloodstone Island suffered devastating attacks from a colossal dragon, prompting Lecorino to seek assistance from the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. The Supreme Council professed their intent to deliver supplies and personnel to Bloodstone Island. Yet now, apart from this token gesture of aid, no further assistance has materialized. The members of the Supreme Council are nothing but treacherous ingrates. Upon learning this news, Lecorino was consumed with fury. A few years prior, without our support, how could the battered fleet of the Three Daughters have launched a counteroffensive against the Stairs Islands and driven away those accursed Westerlanders? The supply situation on Bloodstone Island has become dire, and Lecorino, disregarding any objections, personally made his way to the docks. Dark clouds loomed over Bloodstone Island, and the damp winds chilled to the bone. Lecorino summoned his trusted confidants who survived the recent night raid and secretly instructed these captains to stealthily seek aid from Tyrosh under the cover of night. If the Supreme Council continues to withhold support, you need not return. The captains, taken aback by this news, were instructed to change course towards the Greyjoy archipelago, where the Three Daughters had stored considerable provisions of food and fresh water. They were urged to seize the opportunity and plunder generously, bringing back much-needed supplies for their brethren. Lecorino, not being a Tyroshi himself, held no affection for either Tyrosh or the cities of Myr and Liss. In his days as a pirate in Tyrosh, he had not been picky, raiding ships regardless of whether they belonged to the Westerlanders, the Lyseni, or the Myrish. Whenever gold was scarce and provisions dwindled, he would lead his crew to pillage unguarded Tyroshi merchant vessels. This is the law of the sea. Only strength allows one to survive the brutal waves. Lecorino pressed his lips together, contemplating the relentless fires that ravaged Bloodstone Island, rendering this once bountiful land increasingly barren. It was utterly impossible for him to procure sufficient supplies from Bloodstone Island and its vicinity. Even fish were a rare commodity. The small fishing boats returned empty-handed, unable to catch enough to feed themselves. Famine swept across Bloodstone Island at a pace swifter than the ravages of war. As evening fell, the weary sun gradually sank beneath the horizon. In the shipyard located in the northwest of Tarth Island, numerous shipbuilders and sailmakers labored tirelessly, harnessing the last rays of sunlight. Only when the sun had completely set did they cease their work. Under the watchful eyes of a large contingent of mercenaries, the shipbuilders and sailmakers lined up to retire to the wooden cabins behind the shipyard for rest. There was no need to venture out. Dinner would be delivered directly to their quarters. Their daily lives were under constant surveillance by the mercenaries, who maintained a rigorous watch, with the female commander of the mercenary group frequently overseeing the operations herself. This was a top-secret ship modification project. While the shipbuilders and sailmakers toiled away in the yard, the mercenaries were prohibited from entering. The mercenaries were confined to patrolling the periphery, ensuring that no one could escape their watchful gaze. What could he possibly be scheming? On a nearby hill, Squidov gazed towards the pitch-black shipyard and the illuminated craftsman's cabin. He swirled the wine in his glass, taking a sip as thoughts began to swirl in his mind. As the overseer of the ship's renovation, Squidov bore a heavy burden bestowed upon him by Aegon. He was tasked not only with coordinating the craftsman's duties to expedite the ship's transformation, but also with managing the brutish mercenaries, ensuring they remained vigilant and shielding them from sights they ought not to see. Beyond these responsibilities, the most crucial aspect lay in his obligation to design the ship's modifications. He was neither a shipwright nor a sailmaker, nor had he ever witnessed the art of shipbuilding or sailcrafting, yet he had once followed Recorino Rendon. Prior to the fallout between Recorino and the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, their relationship had been relatively amicable. Thus, Squidov had encountered several warships of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters during that time. He understood their operational principles and distinctive features. Upon sharing this knowledge with Aegon, he was met with a response that this was precisely what Aegon desired. What could he possibly be plotting? Squidov found himself perplexed. Chapter 15. The dissolution of alliances at the highest level of the main fortress of Mulin. In a spacious and well-lit chamber, Aegon was engrossed in the surface-worn sheepskin map. He occasionally shifted a bronze dragon piece a few increments over the location of the stone steppe islands, calculating the feasibility of his plan. Beside him stood Vice Admiral Elton Isman, who occasionally offered his counsel. The dragon piece moved restlessly near Bloodstone Island, the stronghold of Recorino, marking the initial step of Aegon's scheme. Years ago, after Daemon departed from the Stone Steppe Islands, the so-called alliance between Recorino Rendon, the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, and Dorne was far from solid. Dorne had never held Recorino and his followers, the Tyroshi, in high regard. Conversely, Recorino Rendon harbored disdain for the Westerlanders from Dorne. Thus, there was no true alliance between Recorino Rendon and Dorne. The remaining alliance was a precarious one between the waning partnership of Recorino and the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. and that of Dorne and the kingdom of the Three Daughters. The former was on the brink of collapse, as Reconstruction played a duplicitous game with the kingdom of the Three Daughters. The latter's alliance, seemingly close-knit, was merely a community of mutual interests. Should the status quo threaten one party's interests, their alliance would inevitably shatter. Therefore, in order to dismantle the alliance between Dorne and the Three Daughters, Aegon dispatched ravens, sending messages to both Sunspear and Dragonstone simultaneously. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Upon receiving permission from Aegon, a young scholar, dressed modestly and devoid of any necklace, entered the room. You have a letter, my lord, he announced. His name was Hamza. Appointed by Aegon with the express consent of Count Cameron to attend to matters in the Hall of Scholars. Having previously served as a squire, he now tended to Aegon's ravens and took on the task of correspondence, thereby becoming a trusted ally of Aegon. Reluctantly parting from the long table adorned with maps, Aegon took the sealed letter that Hamza had presented. The wax seal bore the emblem of the Martell family, a spear piercing the sun. A response from Sunspear? Aegon had only recently sent a missive to Sunspear, so he was taken aback by the prompt reply. He broke the wax seal, opened the envelope, and extracted the neatly folded parchment. To Sir Aegon Valerion, commander of the Stormlands fleet, for nearly a millennium, the Martell family has ruled Dorne, never yielding even during the reign of Aegon the Conqueror. However, this does not imply that Dorne wishes to become ensnared in another war of dragons. The recent devastating defeat at the borders has brought a revelation. Dorne once danced with dragons, but now prefers to slumber with scorpions. I have given your proposal considerable thought, yet I must regrettably decline the marriage of my daughter, Alysanne, to Prince Aegon Targaryen, son of Princess Rhaenyra and Prince Daemon. Sunspear has no desire to involve itself in the Targaryen conflicts, and the people of Dorne have endured enough of Dragonfire and warfare. Should Alysanne wed Prince Aegon, Dorne would undoubtedly find itself embroiled in strife. As for the alliance between Dorne and the realm of the Three Daughters, it is merely a measure to safeguard our rights over the Stepstones, posing no detriment to the kingdom. With my sincerest regards, Prince Daemon Martell of Dorne. Listening to the tone of his correspondence, it seemed a far cry from the Prince of Dorne who had collaborated with the realm of the Three Daughters to expel Daemon and Corlys Valerion years prior. It appeared that the recent conflict at the borders had shifted his perspective. At that time, had it not been for his and Vhagar's sudden arrival, Dorne might have besieged the heir of Storms into death. With the aging Duke of Storm's End, chaos was inevitable, and the Dornish would have been unstoppable. Yet, the dragons had altered the course of events. Regardless, Prince Daemon had rejected Aegon's proposal regarding the marriage of Alysanne Martell to Aegon Targaryen. This was a classic ruse. In his letter to Daemon, he had articulated that Prince Daemon Martell sought to wed the heir of Sunspear, Alysanne Martell, to Aegon Targaryen. It was undoubtedly a mutually beneficial union. The descendants of House Martell would bear Targaryen blood, while Daemon's son Aegon would rule alongside Alysanne over Sunspear and Dorne. However, now Daemon had declined, simply wishing to abstain from the Targaryen fray. If the rulers of Dorne are of such a caliber, then it would be better. A bold and audacious thought suddenly materialized in Aegon's mind. Without hesitation, he dismissed Elton and Hamza, and after departing from the Twilight Hall, mounted Wormesol and soared southward. In the uninhabited northern seas of Taz Island, the warships that Squiddo was responsible for transforming were finally launched. They were a dozen magnificent vessels, each with unique designs. Their sails furled, concealing any emblems that might signify their allegiance. Although Squiddo was unaware of Aegon's intentions, he sensed that a conspiracy was brewing, with its most critical element already forged in his hands. A woman with chestnut hair climbed the path to the hill, approaching Squiddo. Recent interactions had revealed her name to him, Lyanna Valencia. She was the leader of the Rose Brigade, responsible for patrols, and he had encountered her several times. Exchanging a few words, "You hail from Tyroshi?" the woman inquired. "I could very well be from the Riverlands," Squiddo replied with a smirk. "My father was the younger son of a noble there." Lyanna Valencia gazed at the warships setting sail in the distance. "It seems we share quite a commonality, bastards. Second sons, and the signs of exiles." Squiddo laughed heartily, draining his cup in one go. Ever since Aegon entrusted him with the task of transforming the warships, he had unconsciously taken to drinking incessantly. What a wicked indulgence, Squiddo mused, but it alleviates the pain. On the beach west of Sunspear, the massive form of Wormesol descended. Aegon had deliberately chosen an open area to ensure his safety. This location was far enough from the city's defenses to avoid the threat of its armaments. There were no nearby bushes or thickets to conceal any potential intruders. Aegon merely needed to wait patiently. The Dornish were not blind, and they would inevitably seek him out. As expected, shortly thereafter, a small contingent of cavalry emerged from the gates of Sunspear, galloping across the sand towards Aegon. Halt! At a safe distance, Aegon commanded the cavalry, who appeared ready to face their demise. The Dornish dismounted, and the foremost among them disarmed himself, even removing his garments. Only after Aegon nodded did he approach slowly. The Dornish halted, listening intently as Aegon spoke. "Tell your prince that I wish to see him," Aegon declared, glancing up at the sun, which had just passed noon, with time yet before it would set. "I demand to see him before the sun descends. Otherwise, Sunspear shall melt beneath the twilight and Dragonfire." The Dornish regarded Aegon with evident fury, yet they were not fools. No one wished to perish in Dragonfire. They nodded and departed. Time passed slowly, and Aegon gazed at the sun as it descended towards the horizon. Just as the fiery orb was about to vanish into the sea, a grand palanquin emerged from the city, escorted by cavalry. They trampled through the sandy earth, leaving behind a long trail of dust. The cavalry and the palanquin halted at a considerable distance from Aegon, from which a man clad in silk emerged. Aegon mused that under the dragon's fiery breath, even armor would offer no protection. Indeed, he was a wise man. Prince Keelan Martell approached with deliberate slowness. As he made his way towards Aegon, the last rays of sunlight slipped away, plunging the world into darkness. The prince's personal guard ceased their advance, allowing him to proceed alone. "You are late, your highness," Aegon remarked, having already ascended the dragon's back. He gripped the reins tightly as Wormesol let out a thunderous roar. The sight unnerved Prince Martell, causing his legs to weaken as he stood frozen for quite some time before mustering the courage to approach the dragon's maw. "I recall stating that if I did not see you before the sun set, I would reduce Sunspear to ashes. Surely you have seen me before sunset," Keelan Martell asserted confidently. "For I have seen you," Ser Aegon laughed heartily. "You are indeed a clever man, Keelan, yet you ought not to dismiss my proposal. I believe I have made my position clear. Ser, Dorne wishes to cease dancing with dragons. What if I were to say that should you refuse, Dorne will immediately find itself dancing with dragons, engulfed in flames? What then? I would urge my people to seek refuge, just as during the times of conquest. Once the flames subside, Dorne shall rise again from the sands, as it always has." What a dignified response, Aegon grinned, beginning to admire this man. He appeared not to be the wholly soft target he had envisioned, but rather possessed a measure of fortitude. "But you have a far better choice. Dissolve the alliance with the kingdom of the Three Daughters and safeguard your lands and the Stepstones. I shall not lay a finger on you until I have dealt with the kingdom of the Three Daughters." "And after that?" Prince Martell inquired. "Who will protect Dorne's rights in the Stepstones? Once the kingdom of the Three Daughters retreats, will Dorne not still face the dragon's fire? Unless what?" Aegon commanded Wormesol to lower his head, keen to catch the words that followed. "Unless you are willing to marry Elsandra, Ser. Should you agree, Dorne will send troops to assist you in your assault on the kingdom of the Three Daughters, and then," Aegon interjected, "then we shall bring the Stepstones under the rule of Sunspear. The Martell family would then possess both dragon and Targaryen blood." Aegon refrained from voicing the latter part of his thought. His scheme was astutely devised, yet too overt. "Elsandra will inherit my position. If you are willing to marry her, you shall jointly rule Dorne." Dorne was too distant from King's Landing, and the land was vast and sparsely populated. Aegon understood that the blood dragon's frenzy was inevitable, and should he choose to seclude himself in such a place, he would forfeit the finest opportunity. Moreover, as Prince Corlys stated, the Dornish had endured enough of Dragonfire. They were unlikely to be willing to engage in the war between the dragons again. Marrying Alexandra would be a boon for all men of Westeros, but not for Aegon. "Alexandra was too young. I shall contemplate your terms thoroughly before her first bloom arrives, Prince Corlys. However, I implore you to consider my conditions as well. The Stepstones are merely a collection of forsaken rocks. The third daughter desires to dance upon them, thus inciting the wrath of the realm. An unending stream of gold, provisions, soldiers, and dragons will be poured into these shattered stones in the narrow sea, dragging her into the abyss of war. Prince Corlys, is it truly prudent to plunge Dorne into flames over these mere stones?" Corlys shook his head inwardly, yet maintained a facade of calm. "I shall give it serious thought." Ser Aegon. Chapter 16. The Impending War Well Done. Atop a mountain in the north of Dorne, Aegon gazed into the distance at the peculiar fleet, accompanied by the crow. Squiddo. Squiddo spoke plainly. "I wish to know the purpose behind your elaborate modifications of these ships." It is time he learned, Aegon mused. It was merely a trick of his own design. "Do you recall the war waged by Daemon Targaryen against the Stepstones a few years past? I have heard of it. Yet at that time, I was subsisting in Tyrosh and am not well versed in the particulars. The commander of the Third Daughter's fleet was Kragas Drahar. As the front line of resistance against Westeros, he excavated numerous caves on Bloodstone Island to fend off Daemon and his dragon. Kragas held Bloodstone Island valiantly with those caverns. significantly delaying the war's progress. Had it not been for Demon himself serving as bait, it would have been merely a matter of time before they were overwhelmed by Kragas. Yet Squiddo remained perplexed. He had only heard a tale and did not grasp the significance of Aegon's words. But what does this have to do with the ships? It has everything to do with it, Aegon replied, his gaze sharp as a hawk surveying the modest fleet, clearly adorned in a manner uncharacteristic of Westeros. Do you know what the most critical step in fishing is, Squiddo? If the fish are hiding among the stones at the riverbed, in the depths of silt, what means exist to coax them to the surface? The most vital step in fishing is, as Squiddo would surmise, the bait. Aegon merely smiled at this answer. Days later, the fleet embarked in earnest. The port of Dragonstone was alive with sails unfurling. This time, Aegon divided the fleet into two, one under his command sailing from the harbor, and the other, captained by Squiddo, to set forth at a later hour. Commanded personally by Aegon, this fleet is comprised of half three-masted sailing vessels, entirely three-masted galleys, and conventional rowboats. Their journey commences from Shipwreck Bay, navigating through Rainforest Cape, and heading directly towards Bloodstone Island. In contrast, the fleet under Squiddo's command consists of modified oceanic sailing ships and flat-bottomed war vessels. They will depart from the northern waters of Shipwreck Bay, circumnavigating the narrow sea, and proceeding southward to Bloodstone Island from the western waters of Tyrosh. To perform a complete act, their course has been meticulously charted by Aegon. For prudence is always a virtue. As he gazes at the receding anchor port, an indescribable emotion wells up within Aegon, akin to a fear of the unknown, which dissipates only with the arrival of Wormisol. The bronze dragon flaps its brown wings, gliding above the fleet. The dragon always brings him solace, and Aegon smiles knowingly at the magnificent beast. In the dead of night, an unexpected commotion rouses Aegon from his reverie. He rises from his bunk and unsteadily opens the captain's quarters. In truth, he had not been asleep. The laughing madman rocked precariously in the tumultuous waves, rendering slumber impossible. He is met by Elton Isman, who reports the situation to the dazed Aegon. They have captured a Tyroshi merchant ship, and to preserve their secrecy, they have detained it. Does their captain possess any useful information? Aegon rubs his face vigorously, striving to awaken from his muddled state. I have brought him aboard, and he is currently in the lower cabin. I have yet to question him. Very well, I shall meet him personally. Aegon readily acquiesces and follows Elton to the lower cabin. Inside, they find an authentic Tyroshi. His dialect, derived from a Valyrian variant, is not one that Aegon comprehends well. Where are we, Elton? Aegon inquires. We have exited Shipwreck Bay and are nearing Rainforest Cape, the deputy commander replies. Approaching Rainforest Cape, Aegon ponders. Given that they are sailing in this direction, it is highly probable they are en route to Westeros for trade. Search their ship. There must be someone who speaks the common tongue. Elton slaps his forehead. Indeed, how did I not think of that? Before long, a crew member fluent in the common tongue is brought forth, and through his translation, Aegon engages with the Tyroshi captain. After an exchange, Aegon acquires a piece of crucial intelligence. This Tyroshi merchant vessel had previously traveled to Liss for supplies, and while heading towards Westeros, they passed through the eastern waters of Bloodstone Island. They discovered that Bloodstone Island was inexplicably unblocked, and those nefarious Tyroshi pirates had retreated back to the island. It appears that Aegon's earlier actions of burning Bloodstone Island have borne fruit. Now, the fleet of Lekari-O is severely weakened, much like a wounded beast retreating to its lair to lick its wounds. Overjoyed, Aegon promptly commanded the fleet to advance at full speed. He then entrusted the command of the fleet to Elton. After establishing a plan with Elton to blockade Bloodstone Island and its surrounding isles, Aegon rode his dragon ahead to the Stairway Isles. This time, his objective was not Bloodstone Island itself, but rather the dominion of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters over the Stairway Isles. He aimed to prevent his fleet from falling prey to an assault from the Kingdom of the Three Daughters while they were engaged in the blockade of Bloodstone Island. A task only achievable with the might of a dragon. Mounting Wormisol, Aegon unleashed Dragonfire upon the islands under the control of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, the Isle of the Headless, the Isle of the Hanged, and the Isle of the Grey Gibbet. However, he refrained from complete destruction, for the armies of the kingdom were far more disciplined than the Tyroshi pirates. Capable of organizing a swift counterattack, he could not afford to entangle himself in a perilous situation, as that would be ill-advised. Satisfied by the scattered glimmers of flame on the Isle of the Grey Gibbet, Aegon departed, deeming it sufficient. Previously, he had learned from Squiddo that the highest authority of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters resided in the Supreme Council, composed of 33 governors hailing from Tyrosh, Liss, and Myr. Such a composition inevitably doomed the council to inefficiency. As long as he could instill a modicum of fear, it would suffice. The governors from Tyrosh, Liss, and Myr would likely bicker incessantly over their respective city-states' interests, delaying the mobilization of their war machine. If he could exploit this window of opportunity, Aegon stood a strong chance of seizing Bloodstone Island. Meanwhile, clad in the attire of a courtesan, the alluring Lecorino was captivating an audience with an exuberant dance. Monotony often craves a touch of amusement, and this was Lecorino's secret to seeking joy. However, the arrival of alarming news shattered the lively atmosphere within the cavern. Numerous warships adorned with a crimson backdrop and a golden dragon had been sighted near Bloodstone Island, effectively sealing it off and trapping many smaller fishing vessels. The captains, upon hearing this news, were clearly rattled, and even Lecorino's eyes flickered with a hint of fear. There was still no word from the captains he had dispatched to the kingdom of the Three Daughters. The uncertainty coiled around him like the tentacles of a squid. Yet, after the initial wave of fear, anger surged within him. He could not help but speculate that Bloodstone Island had likely been forsaken by the kingdom of the Three Daughters and the Supreme Council. However, he still possessed men and ships, ample enough to engage in battle. Despite having lost half of his vessels to Dragonfire previously, he retained over 20 large warships. In addition, at the ports of the surrounding islands, he commanded another 30 to 40 various smaller warships. "Brothers, the accursed Westerlanders are upon us," Lecorino exclaimed, seizing a sword sheath from the side, drawing forth his blade, and raising it high to the heavens. "Tell your crew that as long as they guard the scorpion crossbows, that fire-breathing creature soaring above is no different from a mere bird. Once we secure victory in this battle, we shall depart from this cursed place and return to our former lives, indulging in leisure in Tyrosh." A resounding yes echoed from the Tyroshi captains. However, observing the jubilant expressions of the crowd, Lecorino felt a calculative unease. Even in defeat at sea, he could still retreat into the caverns and hold his ground on Bloodstone Island, awaiting reinforcements, if indeed reinforcements were forthcoming. Chapter 17. The Battle of Bloodstone Island. Elton Isman leaned against the railing, sword hilt in hand, gazing into the vast western sea. Although the expanse before him was nothing but shimmering waves, he discerned that it marked the direction of Bloodstone Island. Under Aegon's command, the Bronze Dragon fleet had split into 3 divisions, with Elton commanding one segment awaiting here. His crew was primarily composed of large 3-masted sailing ships and galleys. Meanwhile, the smaller vessels were divided into 2 groups, one of which was stationed not far north of Bloodstone Island's port, where they faced off against the fleet of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. In the northern waters of Bloodstone Island, the Bronze Dragon flag billowed in the wind, the briny sea breeze causing it to flap audibly. Opposing it was a fleet proudly displaying the banner of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. The 2 sides stood in a tense stalemate, neither showing any inclination to engage. "Tyrosh, Liss, and Mir have sent reinforcements. The Three Daughters are here to support us." A scout burst into the cave, exclaiming joyfully. Upon hearing this news, the famished Tyroshi, slumped against the rocky walls, felt a surge of hope as their spirits brightened. After enduring days of hunger and the constant anxiety of when the Westerlanders might invade, they finally felt a release of their heightened tension. The strain had been akin to a taut bowstring. While it could be drawn without issue, prolonged tension would inevitably yield drawbacks. Perhaps it was this very drawback that ignited a fervent zeal among the starving Tyroshi, compelling them to rush out of the cave and sprint towards the docks. Upon reaching the docks, they were met with a flurry of news. "The fleet of the Three Daughters has arrived, just north of the port. Look at the draft of those ships. They must be laden with supplies. We are saved." Yet, amidst the excitement, a voice cautioned, "Do not rejoice too soon. The accursed Westerlanders have also arrived. The fleet of the Three Daughters is blocked from entering." Many engaged in fervent discussions, but the majority chose to board the warships, hoisting anchors and unfurling sails. "To hell with it. Let us drive the Westerlanders away, with the aid of the Three Daughters. Let those damned Westerlanders meet their demise in the depths of the sea. Yes, let them sink beneath the waves." As the Tyroshi pirates at the docks rushed forth to join forces with the Three Daughters against the Westerlanders, the air was thick with anticipation. Within the depths of the cavern, an entirely different scene unfolded. The atmosphere of the cavernous hall was a peculiar blend of serenity and tumult, creating an unsettling ambience. Recario reined in, sat at the edge of the bed, stroking his chin, while several loyal captains silently encircled him. "Where did you see it?" Recario inquired of the scout. "To the north, just to the north. The third daughter has come to rescue us, Chief." Upon hearing this news, Recario slowly rose from the bed and stretched. However, his expression swiftly altered. He raised his right hand and struck the scout with a sharp slap. His sudden action instilled panic among his confidants. "Answer my questions directly. If you utter anything superfluous, I shall ensure that the crabs in the sea savor your tongue." Recario's capricious temperament instilled profound fear in his subordinates, who dreaded the day they might inadvertently provoke his wrath and lose their lives. The scout trembled and nodded in agreement. Did anyone from the fleet of the three harlots spot us? The scout shook his head. Reckari furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Logically, the captains he had dispatched earlier to seek the third daughter's assistance should have returned by now. Moreover, none of them were cowards. It was inconceivable that fear would prevent them from returning to Bloodstone Island. The only plausible explanation was that they had ventured elsewhere and were delayed. Where did they go? As Reckari pondered this, another individual burst into the hall in a state of panic. Chief, you must see this. Our ships have all set sail without permission. Upon hearing this news, Reccario's fury erupted. He drew his sword and shouted, "Damn fools! Who authorized their departure?" The crowd followed Reckari out of the cavern, only to behold an unbelievable sight. Within their view, only a scant few warships remained in the harbor, while the rest were piled at the narrow entrance of the port. Those vessels bearing Reccario's insignia were either engulfed in flames, severed in two, or partially submerged for unknown reasons, with only their masts protruding above the water. Numerous Tyrosians paddled back in small boats, densely populating the harbor. Why has this happened? A flicker of fear crossed Reccario's face, but soon his anger regained dominance. Witnessing the chaos, his loyal captain scattered in all directions, leaving only a few at his side. One captain seized a sailor who had just scrambled ashore. Grabbing him by the collar, the captain bellowed, "Who permitted you to set sail?" The sailor, paralyzed by fear, stammered incoherently, struggling to articulate a complete thought. Just as the captain prepared to slap him into coherence, a glint of cold steel flashed, and a sword suddenly plunged into the sailor's chest. Blood splattered across the captain's face, and he trembled as he turned to behold the sword's wielder. Reckari reined in. "It has come to an end. All of it has concluded." Leccarino reined in, uttered these words as he stumbled towards the cave behind him. Outside the harbor of Bloodstone Island, the naval battle was nearing its conclusion. Under the command of Elton Isman, his flagship joined the fray to eliminate the remaining enemy forces. With a resounding crash, Elton's warship collided directly with a fleeing Tylosian galley. The warship's ram embedded itself deeply into the opposing vessel, splintering wood flying in all directions. The tremendous force compelled Elton to grip the railing tightly to avoid being thrown off balance. A bloody melee ensued swiftly as Elton, clad in full plate armor, led the charge onto the enemy ship via the boarding plank. Nearly impervious to blades, he wreaked havoc among the terrified Tylosians. The first to fall beneath his strike was a Tylosian with a green beard. As the Tylosian fell shrieking at his feet, Elton's crew followed suit, storming aboard the enemy vessel. Hailing from Greenstone Keep and the second son of a noble family, Elton had been immersed in extensive combat training since childhood. The disorganized Tylosian pirates stood no chance against him. A Tylosian attempted to sneak up on Elton from behind, only to be met with a swift turn and a lethal strike from Elton's sword. The adversary's dagger clanged harmlessly against Elton's armor, deflected by its sturdy surface. This exemplified the advantages of engaging in hand-to-hand combat. While clad in heavy armor, it rendered Elton almost invulnerable. Yet, only the courageous would dare don such armor in naval warfare. While wearing full-plate armor certainly had its merits, should one fall into the water, no one could rescue them. Even the seven gods would be powerless to save them from a watery grave. Elton deftly evaded an axe swing and retaliated with a sweeping motion of his sword, slicing open his opponent's abdomen. Blood gushed forth, the searing warmth trickling down Elton's sword arm and dripping from his elbow. This marked the fifth Tylosian he had slain. Slightly fatigued, he lifted his gaze to discover that nearly all remaining crew on the ship were his own men. A few surviving Tylosian pirates hastily retreated into the ship's hold, too fearful to emerge. In the distance, numerous Tylosian sails had been lowered, signifying their capture. Victory was assured, and with this realization, Elton exhaled deeply, akin to a triumphant gambler. Initially, he had harbored doubts about Aegon's strategy. However, it was now evident that he had been gravely mistaken. This was a resounding triumph, an unequivocal victory. Elton's eyes traversed the fluttering bronze dragon banners, spotting Tylosians attempting to escape back to Bloodstone Island in small boats. It was time, he thought. At that moment, a bronze dragon suddenly burst forth, unleashing flames upon the shores of Bloodstone Island. Upon the dragon's back, the armored figure of Aegon issued commands. The golden dragon flames of Woomisel swept across the harbor's shoreline, leaving behind a formidable wall of fire in their wake. This had been meticulously prepared by Aegon long in advance. He divided the fleet into three parts. One segment staged a ruse alongside the False Daughter fleet commanded by Squiddo. Another portion was entrusted to Elton, poised to ambush the Tylosian warships as they departed the harbor. The final group, under the leadership of Lyanna, stealthily landed on the western shore of Bloodstone Island, equipped with dry wood and weaponry, ready to surprise the Tylosians hastily retreating from the sea. The Tylosian pirates fleeing in small boats back to Bloodstone Island were taken aback, trembling as they gazed at the towering wall of flames. Before fear could seize their hearts and minds, mercenaries erupted from both sides, their battle cries resounding. Clad in boiled leather armor and wielding a one-handed sword, Lyanna Valencia plunged into the fray among the Tylosians. She and her mercenaries were like ravenous wolves among a flock of sheep, ruthlessly hunting down the fleeing Tylosian pirates. Meanwhile, Aegon and his dragon, Wormisal, were not idle. They soared above the harbor, occasionally unleashing torrents of Dragonfire upon the densely packed Tylosian pirates scrambling for their lives in small boats. The searing flames swept across their vessels, extinguishing their last flicker of hope for survival. Most of the Tylosians on the water surrendered, while those who reached the shore either perished or capitulated. Captain Lyanna and her mercenary band had even begun to scour the battlefield, confiscating the weapons of surrendering Tylosian pirates and mercifully ending the lives of those struggling in their final throes. Aegon also commanded Wormisal to cease the assault on the boats in the harbor. Together, they soared towards the open sea, intent on searching for the Tylosian warships that had fled the battlefield. Chapter 18. Uprooted after incinerating 2 unyielding Tylosian warships in the open sea, Aegon returned to Bloodstone Island atop his dragon. The bay of Bloodstone Island resembled a chaotic stew, littered with countless burning hulls, the remnants of sunken ships, and charred bodies drifting upon the surface. The stench of blood attracted numerous fish, as well as vultures and crows. The vultures, having flown in from Dorne, drove away the smaller crows, indulging in the macabre feast of corpses. Aegon, riding Wormisal, traversed the harbor and descended upon the beach. Before he could dismount, numerous mercenaries, Westerlanders, and sailors surrounded him, fervently calling out his name. Long live Sir Aegon. Victory to Sir Aegon. The elation of triumph surged through everyone. Aegon understood that he had emerged victorious this time, yet he refrained from celebrating alongside them. The influence of Lecorino had not been entirely eradicated, and the daughter fleet could retaliate at any moment. The path ahead remained long and arduous. If the War of the Stepstone Islands was a protracted march, then Bloodstone Island and Lecorino represented the first hurdle along this arduous journey. Lyanna approached Aegon with a smile, joining in the revelry. Aegon immediately noticed her and asked, "Hey, have you seen Lecorino?" Igor's voice was drowned out by the cacophony of shouts from the crowd. Lyanna pouted and shrugged. He descended from the great dragon and sought out Lyanna Valencia amidst the throng. "Have you located Lecorino's body?" Lyanna's confidant carved a path for them through the masses. "No, my lady," came the reply, her expression indifferent. "I must say, your scheme was quite effective. Have Squiddo fabricate a fleet of false ships from the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, posing as reinforcements for Bloodstone Island, to lure those Tylosian pirates. Your stratagem has allowed us to eliminate the Thorn of Bloodstone Island with remarkable speed and minimal loss. Now that Bloodstone Island is in our possession, why linger over Recorino's whereabouts? I suggest you sift through the charred remains at sea. He may lie among them." Unlike Lyanna and the other warriors, Igor was not so optimistic. He understood that this battle was merely the tip of the iceberg in the broader war for the Stone Steps archipelago. The path ahead remained long and arduous. With an undeniable look and tone, he declared, "Ensure your men find Recorino, alive if possible, or dead if necessary. Until he is found, no one is to let their guard down." Though Lyanna deemed this unnecessary, as a subordinate, her foremost duty was to obey orders. "Yes, my lord," the captain responded, half in jest. "Furthermore, summon Elton to me. I wish to ascertain the losses of the fleet," Igor continued. "And Oswald, have him account for all the warriors' casualties and report back to me before nightfall." As the blood-red sun sank beneath the horizon, darkness enveloped the land. Elton Isman brought succulent goats for Vomisal, the livestock Igor had instructed him to raise in the ship's hold. After this meal, there would still be enough goats remaining for Vomisal to feast on for 2 more occasions. Vomisal devoured the plump goat voraciously, having been starved and nearly exhausted. Igor had sensed this earlier, yet the battle had not yet subsided, preventing him from retreating with Vomisal. Such a withdrawal would not only deprive them of a formidable aerial force, but could also dampen morale, which often sways the tide of war. Igor preferred to take no chances, thus urging Vomisal to continue soaring over the battlefield, unleashing Dragonfire upon the Tylosian warships attempting to flee into the open sea. Vomisal tossed a sheep into the air, searing it with flames before consuming it whole. "We have lost 2 large 3-masted galleys, and 2 large 3-masted sailing ships have sustained significant damage. As for the ordinary galleys and flatboats, they remain uncounted. Additionally, our losses in seamen are negligible." The Tylosians, realizing they had fallen into an ambush, lost all will to fight, with only a handful of their ships making a desperate stand. "Excellent. Igor praised. If we process the captured warships and prisoners of war at the swiftest pace and reorganize our armaments, how long will it take us to set sail once more? This is a resounding victory, my lord. Many of our warships remain virtually unscathed. I can delegate the post-war affairs to others, and at the earliest, by the time of the Nightingale, I could accompany you to sea with at least a third of our fleet. Naturally, this would leave our soldiers exceptionally fatigued, reducing their combat effectiveness by at least half. Let us set sail at the time of the Nightingale. The conflict at the Stone Steps Islands is a hard-fought battle, perfectly suited to hone our warriors. Indeed, Oswell soon arrived, reporting similarly to Elton, noting that the casualties among the soldiers were even fewer than those of the sailors. Only those warriors who engaged the Tylosian warships experienced slight losses. The casualties among the mercenaries lying in wait onshore for the Tylosians were nearly negligible. The ship's cook brought meals for everyone, and it was during this time that Vormisol also filled his belly. The great dragon, weary, lowered his massive head, and Igor seized the moment to embrace Vormisol's closed maw, gently caressing, "You've borne much, old friend." Vormisol cooperatively nudged Igor, offering no hint of complaint. Igor smiled as he stroked the dragon's drooping head, and an excited Vormisol exhaled a plume of steaming white smoke into the air. Soon, many warriors gathered around. Forming a circle around Igor and Vormisol, the soldiers collected dry firewood, and Vormisol assisted in igniting it. However, due to a lack of control, the spattering flames startled the warriors momentarily, but laughter quickly ensued as they reconvened. The cook began distributing meals, and Igor did not seek any special treatment. He requested a portion identical to that of the soldiers. It consisted of simple salted fish and stewed salted beef, accompanied by some hard black bread. The soldiers cleverly dipped the black bread into the hot broth of the salted beef, and Igor followed suit, finding it indeed much easier to swallow. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Exclusive privileges, a 7-day ad-free reading card, available for free to all registered users. Vormisol soon drifted into slumber, and Igor, unwilling to awaken him, allowed him to sleep beside him. The warriors encircled the sleeping dragon, merrily singing and dancing. Observing this scene, Igor finally revealed the first smile of the post-battle period. Time passed steadily, darkness slowly gathering and then dispersing. When the first rays of dawn's light broke, Igor understood that a new battle was about to commence. Surrounding Bloodstone Island were but a few small islets, such as the Shattered Reef to the east, Blackblood Island to the southwest, and Vulture Island and Blade's Edge Isle to the south. Igor divided the fleet into three, with one contingent advancing eastward towards Shattered Reef. These islets were sparsely populated, with only a handful of ordinary Tylosian rowboats anchored nearby. Thus, Aegon assembled this fleet with the fewest possible vessels, primarily with the intention of persuading the enemy to surrender, and only subsequently to employ force to seize the islands and reefs. Given the proximity of Blackblood Island, Vulture Island, and Broken Blade Isle, Aegon personally rode his dragon to escort the other two fleets, as there were scant Targaryen warships in the vicinity of these three islands. The operations were predominantly conducted through land assaults. Aegon also formed two landing fleets with the vessels that had the largest number of crew members. Prior to the landing operations, Aegon, mounted on Vormisol, advanced ahead and unleashed the searing flames of his dragon upon Blackblood Island. He then redirected his assault towards Vulture Island and Broken Blade Isle, situated in close proximity to one another, thus dispatching a single fleet to attack both islands. However, upon arrival, he discovered that the Targaryen's on Vulture Island and Broken Blade all had long since vanished. Not a single ship was in sight nearby, and the buildings on the islands bore no signs of life. It appeared they had abandoned the islands in a desperate flight, Aegon mused, while rallying his fleet to expedite their occupation of the islands. Later that afternoon, Aegon successfully completed the thorough eradication of the peripheral forces surrounding Lecarino. His warriors landed on several islands and reefs around Bloodstone Island, seizing small fortifications and other defensive structures. Additionally, they captured a considerable number of various Targaryen warships, marking a significant triumph. Chapter 19. Post-war inventory within the spacious cabin of the vessel Laughing Mad. Fleet Vice Commander Elton Isman reported to Aegon regarding the fleet's casualties and the capture of enemy ships. A gathering of individuals convened, including not only Elton but also Legion Deputy Commander Oswell, Rose Brigade Leader Lyanna, Second Sons Commander Kandar, and the Crow Squiddo. On the ships, we suffered the loss of 2 large triremes, for ordinary galleys, and 3 flat-bottomed boats. Furthermore, 1 large trireme, 2 large sailing ships, and 2 ordinary galleys sustained significant damage. The shipwrights on board would conduct rudimentary repairs on the severely damaged vessels. Subsequently, a few thoroughly repaired large triremes would tow the heavily damaged ships to Tars, where the shipyards would undertake their restoration. Elton, Aegon hissed, furrowing his brow. How can I not recall any warships sustaining severe damage? Did we not lose 3 triremes, 2 sailing ships, 6 ordinary galleys, and 3 flat-bottomed boats? In truth, Elton's reported figures were not erroneous, and Aegon's query harbored ulterior motives. After all, regardless of circumstances, these warships ultimately belonged to House Baratheon of Storm's End. Should the Baratheon family so desire, these vessels would have no choice but to obediently return. Therefore, only by claiming the warships as his own could Aegon truly convert them into a source of his own power. Only a sunken ship cannot sail back. Elton found himself utterly perplexed by Aegon's words until Squiddo, sitting beside him, kicked him under the table, prompting a sudden realization. Ah, my lord. Indeed, we have incurred the loss you mentioned. It was my mistake. He continued. In the future, we must exercise greater caution, Elton. Such oversights must not occur again. Yes, my lord, Elton replied, gritting his teeth in acknowledgement. By the way, you mentioned that the shipwrights aboard conducted some minor repairs on the warship. If I were to instruct them to restore it completely, would they be capable? Elton immediately shook his head, explaining that the shipwrights on board possessed limited skills, and ensuring the vessel remained afloat was their utmost capability. If my lord desires those warships to once again grace the battlefield, we will undoubtedly require some skilled shipbuilders. It appears that the availability of craftsmen poses a significant challenge. As far as Aegon is aware, there are only 2 locations known for skilled shipbuilders. One is Tarth Island, and the other is Driftmark. Although Tarth Island has a handful of shipwrights, their numbers are rather scant and are under the stringent control of Storm's End, essentially rendering them private property. Aegon recalled that during his previous attempt to repurpose a warship and borrow some shipwrights, he faced considerable difficulty in obtaining their assistance from Boros Baratheon. In contrast, Driftmark presents a different scenario. As the bastion of the mightiest navy in Westeros, its shipyards are replete with proficient craftsmen, particularly in the town of Shipbreaker Bay. Even when considering the combined shipwrights from Dorne, the Stormlands, the Riverlands, and the North, they pale in comparison to the number of skilled shipbuilders in this modest coastal town. The sole complication lies in the current strained relationship between the sea snake, Corlys Velaryon, and Dragonstone. The last intelligence Aegon received indicated that the rapport between Daemon and Corlys had slightly improved. However, this slight thawing of relations is likely insufficient for Aegon to seek out Corlys' assistance without inciting his ire. Craftsmanship is indeed a formidable issue, Aegon mused, not only for repairing the warships, but also for overseeing the construction of new ones. It would be foolish to rely solely on captured enemy vessels to bolster one's fleet. Although the Stepstones lack suitable timber for shipbuilding and do not offer appropriate shipyards, these concerns are secondary. Without craftsmen, all efforts would be in vain. It seems that, if necessary, Aegon must venture north once more, he contemplated. Proceed, Aegon gestured, supporting his forehead with his hand, signaling Elton to continue. The fleet suffered the loss of over 50 sailors, with the majority being seamen. However, such casualties are relatively minor in past conflicts. Our losses have been at least triple this number. Now, let us discuss the enemy slain and the spoils of war, Aegon urged, noticing the atmosphere had grown somewhat somber. Upon hearing this, Elton immediately perked up with enthusiasm. We have vanquished countless foes, and the preliminary report indicates that we have inflicted casualties upon over 500 enemy sailors. However, I surmise that the actual number of enemies slain is likely half that figure. Additionally, we have captured more than 400 individuals. A loss ratio of 50 to 250 is already quite exaggerated, and Iago finds it difficult to contain his excitement. Furthermore, regarding the captured warships, aside from those that were sunk or destroyed, we have seized 8 large 3-masted ships, 11 ordinary galleys, and 9 flat-bottom vessels. While these ships have sustained varying degrees of damage, the situation is not dire, as our shipwrights are capable of conducting repairs. This means that Iago is currently assessing the naval strength at his disposal. The Storm fleet now comprises 48 vessels, while the captured warships total 28. Thus, after a brief period of repairs, he will command a fleet totaling 76 ships, of which nearly 30% will be formidable warships. This fleet size surpasses that of most lords of Westeros. Only the Valyrian family fleet, the Iron Islands fleet, the fleet of Driftmark, and the royal fleet may rival Iago's power. Yet, to confront the third daughter with this fleet may still be an ambitious endeavor. The Tyroshi Liss and Myr each possess formidable naval strength. It is possible that the war waged by Daemon and Corlys against the Stepstones has diminished their naval capabilities somewhat. But after years of relative peace, it is likely that the navy of the third daughter has regained its former strength. After all, they no longer rely on Laenor. who has been discarded like a used toy. Constructing new ships in the short term is unfeasible, as shipbuilding requires long-term planning. If Iago wishes to oppose the third daughter, he may need to seek the intervention of other forces. Gradually, the map of Westeros began to materialize in Iago's mind. Driftmark? No, not that. The Iron Islands? Only if the Ironborn are willing to heed his commands. King's Landing? Perhaps not. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the island of Tarth. It seems that a journey to Tarth is imperative. Following Elton's report, it was soon followed by the accounts from Lyanna and Oswell, detailing the casualties among the warriors. In terms of soldiers, Iago's losses were not substantial. Only 30 men had perished, half of whom were merely wounded. However, in comparison to the soldiers' casualties, Iago was more concerned about another matter. Had Laener's body been located? Iago had prematurely concluded that Laener was dead, and the facts corroborated his assumptions. My men discovered Laener's corpse deep within the caves. That cursed place was a labyrinth, fraught with traps. Even with the Tyroshi as our guide, we lost 5 warriors in the process. Can the corpse be clearly identified as Recario? Igo found it hard to believe that his first formidable adversary had perished so easily. Before them lay a charred body, yet upon the corpse's hand, we discovered this. With that, Lyanna produced a gem-encrusted golden ring from her bosom. According to Recario's confidants, this ring was indeed worn by him at all times. Just as Igo reached out to seize the ring, Lyanna swiftly tucked it back into her clothing. Do you not trust me? Lyanna cast a sideways glance at Igo. I merely wished to behold the ring, not to claim it for myself. Igo refrained from voicing the latter part of his thought, raising his hands in resignation. It is for the best that he is dead. Finally, it is over. Igo exhaled a sigh of relief inwardly. Upon their return, Bloodstone Island had fallen, and even Blackblood Island and Vulture Island had succumbed to the enemy. The despondent captain could only issue orders to depart. The evening chill of the sea breeze enveloped him as he gazed out at the misty waters, sighing deeply. Suddenly, a vague shape intruded upon his line of sight. Was it the enemy? Or perhaps a fleeing ally? The captain hesitated to take a risk. He was not ready to meet his demise. Yet the object before him grew increasingly distinct. Was it his own ship drawing near, or was the fog beginning to lift? The captain was uncertain. However, his eyes revealed that the increasingly clear figure was a small boat accompanied by a hooded man. Chapter 20. The Supreme Council on the northeasternmost island of the Stairs Islands. A fortress city fortified by high walls stands proud, Tyrosi. Within the expansive hall, flickering candlelight illuminated a vast triangular black dragonstone table. Each edge of the triangular table was occupied by 11 governors, representing the 3 city-states. Sitting directly across from the entrance were the Tyrosians, noisy and boisterous, their most striking feature being their colorful hair and beards. Of course, in the Supreme Council, the Tyrosians' most prominent trait is their insatiable greed. The apex of the triangle faced the entrance, with the Risians occupying the left diagonal side. They bore platinum hair and blue eyes, descendants of the purest Valyrian blood. Here, their most notable characteristic is their shrewdness and knack for cunning calculations. On the right side of the table sat the Myr, characterized by their black hair and eyes, with olive-toned skin. The governors representing Myr were renowned merchants, known for their wealth, often acting independently and striving to seize personal gain within the council. This meeting was presided over by a Tyrosian governor. Most meetings are led by Tyrosians, as the Supreme Council of the 3 Cities Alliance is indeed located in Tyrosi. The Tyrosian governor, speaking in broken Valyrian, announced the agenda of the meeting and recent significant matters. The bastard from Westeros has unexpectedly slain Recarino, and Bloodstone Island along with its surrounding isles has fallen into his grasp. The words of the Tyroshi governor incited a tumultuous uproar, as the assembly engaged in incredulous discussions. By the gods, it was he who had earlier attacked the Greyjoy Isles. My men witnessed him alongside his bronze dragon. Now, with Demon Targaryen gone, a madman from Westeros has emerged. After a considerable time, the crowd gradually quieted. The presiding Tyroshi governor cleared his throat, poised to speak, when he was abruptly interrupted by the sudden rise of Governor Reefs. This rotund Reefs governor, with a booming voice, unleashed a torrent of invectives in authentic Valyrian. Damn it! I had long warned that Recarino was untrustworthy, yet you refused to let Sharok seize Bloodstone Island. Bloodstone Island is the front line against the Westerosi. Losing it means we shall face their swords head-on. Sharok Lohar is of Reefs descent. Do you not desire to seize your own fortunes? Why should a Reefs man command the fleet? A governor from Myr vehemently countered the standing Reefs governor. The two engaged in a heated exchange, disregarding even the attempts of the presiding Tyroshi governor to mediate. What purpose do you Myr men serve? To engage in trade with Recarino? The corpulent Reefs governor scoffed. How much better are you, Reefs? In my view, even if Sharok went, he would be driven back by Recarino. Humph. The Reefs governor dismissed Recarino as merely a dog of Tyrosh. This dog only dares to bark under the leash of our Tyroshi governor once the leash snaps. Will he dare to bark further? Damn dog. Suddenly, the standing Reefs governor clutched his throat, as if a fishbone lodged within, emitting a series of gurgling sounds reminiscent of drowning. The surrounding Reefs governors hastily rose, retreating in alarm. In their retreat, they beheld the arrow embedded in the rotund governor's throat, failing to pierce through the flesh of his neck. The hefty Reefs governor resembled a porcupine, with the arrow akin to a quill protruding from his form. In a state of panic, none of the Reefs governors dared approach the portly governor. They scattered, many calling for guards and sentinels. However, the expected guards did not arrive. Instead, a hooded figure emerged behind the corpulent governor. He slowly approached the governor's position, yanking the arrow from his neck, causing blood to spurt forth, splattering onto his hands. The plump governor collapsed onto the black triangular table like a deflated pig's bladder. The Tyroshi and mere men also retreated from the triangular black stone table, pressing against the walls in a bid for protection. One Tyroshi governor intended to seek the aid of guards. He stealthily slipped out of the hall while the hooded man was distracted. Upon reaching the entrance, however, the Tyroshi governor was taken aback. Before me lay a grim scene. Over 20 guards lay scattered upon the ground, their lifeblood pooling into crimson puddles. A band of individuals resembling the Tyrosians mercilessly dispatched the dying and seized their wealth and armaments. The terrified Governor Miller turned to flee, only to collide with a familiar visage. Before he could utter a word, a dagger swiftly severed his throat. Among the fleet, on a captured Tyrosian three-masted ship, Igor stood at the bow, gazing into the distance. His eyes fell upon a dark fortress perched atop a hill on the island. Dragonstone had arrived. The fleet comprised 3 grand, three-masted vessels, styled in the Tyrosian manner yet adorned with sails bearing a red background and a bronze dragon emblem. As the fleet approached the harbor, the guards, perceiving the unfamiliar emblem and Tyrosian warships, mistakenly believed they were under attack and immediately rang the alarm. Igor, perplexed, stood at the ship's prow, observing the bustling harbor of Dragonstone Island. Surely, such a commotion was unnecessary for my arrival. At that moment, the mighty bronze dragon, Vomisol, erupted from above the fleet. The colossal creature soared towards Dragonstone, casting a vast shadow that enveloped a significant portion of the harbor. The startled guards looked up, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the bronze dragon. Madness, pure madness. In a dark chamber within Tyrosia, 10 black-haired, dark-eyed governors of Miller convened. They were audaciously proposing that Lecarino once again command their fleet. Shalak had even been appointed vice-commander of the fleet, damned Ryjans. Lecarino hailed from Tyrosia, while Shalak was from Rysai. We have been forsaken, my lords. An esteemed and wealthy governor interrupted the cacophony, were it not for the formation of the Tri-City Alliance. His influence in Miller would have allowed him to serve as the first governor until his dying breath. What shall we do? I would rather scuttle the warships than surrender them to Lecarino. If necessary, we must command our admiral to return all the vessels. This is treason. A young governor of Miller immediately interjected, rising and pounding the table. Oh, so discussing this here is not treasonous? The esteemed governor advanced towards him, declaring, this is treason. We cannot proceed with this. Why not? At that moment, soldiers flooded into the dark chamber, each wielding weapons, encircling the young governor and several other governors. Chapter 21. The coronation ceremony. In Igor's hands lay a newly drawn parchment map, depicting Bloodstone Island and its surrounding reefs, Shattered Rock Reef, Black Blood Island, Vulture Island, and the Isle of Broken Blades were all included. Aegon raised the map, kneeling beneath the lofty heights of the castle hall, surrounded by the vassals of Dragonstone Island who had come to witness the occasion. Atop the high seat sat Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen, accompanied by Prince Daemon Targaryen. The commander of the Storm Fleet, Aegon Vysch, presented to you the 5 islands of Bloodstone Island and its surrounding isles in the northern archipelago. They have once again been reclaimed into the realm of the kingdom. As per tradition, those who conquer and reclaim lands are granted titles and lands. Rhaenyra Targaryen clearly had no intention of deviating from this custom. She gestured for a servant, inquiring if Aegon had decided upon a family name. To this, Aegon had not yet given thought. Having just arrived at Dragonstone, he was swiftly brought here by Daemon for his investiture, leaving him with little mental preparation. He understood that some medieval nobles would adopt the name of their granted lands as their surname. Let it be Bloodstone, then. The servant nodded and departed. After conveying Aegon's intent to Rhaenyra, she formally announced, in the sight of the 7, I, Princess of Dragonstone and heir to the Iron Throne, Rhaenyra Targaryen, hereby declare, I grant you, Aegon Bloodstone, the title of Baron of Bloodstone Island. As a vassal of Dragonstone, You shall govern Bloodstone and the 4 surrounding islands. Do you pledge your loyalty to me, to protect my realm and defend my people?" Aegon sheathed the parchment and drew his sword, raising it high. "By the 7 I, Aegon Bloodstone, hereby swear, I shall pledge my life in loyalty to you, Rhaenyra Targaryen, my liege. I will defend your safety and honor, your lands and your subjects. My sword and shield shall be devoted to you until the end of my days." Rhaenyra Targaryen descended from the high seat, slowly making her way down the steps. She approached Aegon and took his sword. Subsequently, she grasped a handful of soil and a twig from a nearby servant's hands, placing them into Aegon's. "In the sight of the 7, I accept your vow and sword. May your oath remain steadfast, and your blade ever sharp." In an instant, the castle hall erupted in resounding applause. The noble vassals standing on either side bore expressions of astonishment and joy, all extending their congratulations to Aegon. "Congratulations. Congratulations, Baron Aegon. By the 7, congratulations, Sir Aegon." Aegon Bloodstone, cradling the soil and twig that symbolized his domain, smiled as he responded to each celebrant. Amidst the cheers, he felt a momentary disorientation. He envisioned once again the boy curled up in the dungeons of Climax City. Yet, in an instant, that boy had transformed into a lord of lands. He commanded several islands, with banners of warships flying high, warriors fighting in distant realms. A sudden hand clasped his shoulder, interrupting his reverie. He was jolted back to the precarious reality. "Well done, lad. Initially, I intended to visit you after some time, but I did not expect you to eliminate Lycarino so swiftly." The master of the hand is Daemon Targaryen, who smiles as he gazes at Aegon. "Lycarino is merely a small pebble, while the realm of the 3 daughters is a towering mountain. My journey is still long. Is there anything I can do?" "What you can do is to refrain from any action." Although Aegon contemplates this, he cautiously inquires, "How is Count Corlys faring lately?" "He is in good health," Daemon replies, shrugging his shoulders. "He should not pass away within the next few years. It is best that way," Aegon thinks to himself. He had initially hoped Daemon would act as a bridge between himself and Corlys to pave the way for his plans, but it now appears that this is unlikely. "Are there any challenges in the upcoming battles?" Daemon, noticing Aegon's discomfort, asks. Aegon prefers not to discuss warfare in such a crowded space. So he and Daemon step out of the hall and into the courtyard. "The forces of the 3 daughters are formidable, according to my spies. There are 150 warships, of which 40% are large vessels. This is a rather conservative estimate, according to Squid. The true strength of the 3 daughters should exceed even this figure. I am unable to construct ships, and even if I were to commence shipbuilding now, it would be too late. The 3 daughters are poised for action and will likely declare war upon us soon. We require manpower, and more urgently, ready ships." Rhaenyra's mother hails from the Vale's Arryn family. The town of Gulltown in the Vale possesses a considerable fleet. "If possible, do not dwell on that. Only the sea snake can assist me, Daemon. How long has the Vale been free from conflict? Do they even remember the taste of iron and blood? Such a fleet cannot contend with the 3 daughters. Only the sea snake Corlys and the Valyrian fleet can aid me. I can help you present the stakes to His Majesty Viserys. The royal fleet." Aegon interrupts Daemon once more. "The current royal fleet is merely a hollow shell." After the sea snake Corlys stepped down from the position of master of ships, he took with him most of the experienced captains and powerful warships. What remains of the royal fleet? Just a piece of rotting flesh in the lion's palm. Daemon understands that Aegon speaks the truth. Neither the fleet from Gulltown nor the royal fleet can rival that of the 3 daughters. Only the sea snake is left for him to confront reality. Daemon is well aware of the conditions needed to sway the sea snake, yet he is reluctant to bow before him. The last time relations with the sea snake improved was thanks to Viserys' mediation. Without Viserys, it is likely that he would have to sever ties with the sea snake entirely, living out his days in isolation. "Allow me to contemplate," Daemon states. "Ordinary terms will not entice the sea snake to emerge from his lair. I hope your conditions are sufficiently enticing," Aegon thinks, realizing he has little to offer. "After dismissing my 3rd daughter, I can grant the Valyrian trading fleet certain exemptions, as well as protection on the narrow sea. I am aware that the sea serpent may not be particularly concerned about these matters, yet they would ultimately benefit both him and the Valyrian family. The fundamental discord between the sea serpent and myself lies in the infamous trial of the 7. During that trial, I took the life of his eldest nephew, who was often by his side. I hope that Daemon's conditions are sufficiently generous, enough for the sea serpent to overlook aiding the very killers of his kin. The most powerful governor of Tyrosh is hosting a banquet for Laenor Velaryon in the palace that rightfully belongs to the Tyroshi lord. Unlike the Lyseni and the Myrish, he is rather pleased to witness Laenor stirring chaos in the High Council. It is high time to show those incessantly bickering scoundrels a thing or two. I have heard that the Lyseni wish to nominate Sherelak as the commander of the fleet. Laner, accompanied by many loyal confidants, surged into the opulent palace. A brush with death had transformed his demeanor, rendering him almost devoid of mirth, resembling a bloodthirsty madman. The Tyroshi governor respectfully replied, "They have no chance. Sherelak will not become the fleet commander. If necessary, I shall find a way to eliminate him." "No need. Sherelak still holds value," Laner said, polishing the dagger in his hand with a white cloth. "If possible, eliminate those proposing Sherelak as fleet commander. While it is relatively simple to dispose of a Lyseni admiral, taking down a powerful Tyroshi governor is an entirely different endeavor." The Tyroshi governor grinned, but chose to remain silent. Chapter 22. The Serpent and the Dragon. I do not know if I shall live to witness Rhaenyra's ascension. In the bright reception hall of Highgarden, the sea serpent, Corlys Velaryon, spoke slowly. Opposite him sat Prince Daemon Targaryen and Lord Aegon Bladestow of Bloodstone, his two adversaries. Anyone from the Velaryon family could occupy a position of court minister, be it your nephew, your grandson, or any other. If you can endure until that day, I believe the hand of our queen shall rightfully belong to you, Lord Corlys. Daemon promised, after Rhaenyra's coronation, to provide the Velaryon family with 2 ministerial seats at court. Furthermore, even if you were to venture into the realm beyond, the positions of the Master of Ships and the Master of Coin would remain with the Velaryon family. Additionally, as per our previous agreement, young Jane will sit alongside Benila upon the Iron Throne, ruling the realm, while young Rhaena will inherit your position alongside Rhaena, with their progeny retaining your lands and titles. Corlys lightly tapped his fingers on the table, lost in thought as he listened to Daemon's words. He remained silent, withholding his stance. As time ticked away, Aegon felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Fortunately, the sea serpent eventually spoke. "A commendable proposal," Corlys Velaryon remarked. "Now, let me hear what you require of me, Daemon. Do not dare to tell me that you are without ulterior motives. Such words should not escape the lips of someone like you, who rises without purpose." Daemon cast a glance at Aegon, offering an awkward smile, as if to question whether he truly appeared in such a light to them. Had he indeed posed such a query, Aegon would have replied with unwavering certainty that he was not merely a sea serpent, but rather a parasitic worm nestled within one's very being. "My Lord Corlys," Aegon stated, rising to present a document before Lord Velaryon. "This is the tax exemption agreement for the stepstones for the next 3 years. Any vessels of the Velaryon house shall pass through the stepstones without incurring a toll, should there be a need for escort. My warships will provide short-range protection for your vessels at no charge. The agreement commences from the moment the stepstones are claimed by the kingdom and remains valid for 3 years. The sea serpent perused the contract with meticulous attention. Yet Aegon could discern that Corlys' thoughts were not ensnared within the confines of the text. It was apparent he was contemplating something else entirely. "Congratulations, Baron Aegon," unexpectedly remarked the sea serpent. "I was preoccupied with planning a new round of maritime trade during your recent investiture ceremony, and thus could not attend." "I understand, my lord. The Velaryon family's trade networks extend throughout Westeros and the known world. It is your tireless efforts that ensure the Velaryon family's dominance over the seas of Westeros. To be candid, my lord, both Prince Daemon and I are in need of your substantial assistance. The tides around Driftmark are tumultuous, and I surmise you are aware of our purpose here." The sea serpent certainly understood, but he would not easily relent. He awaited the other party to articulate their intentions. This was the essence of negotiation. To fall into the trap set by this brash young man would mean relinquishing the initiative and advantage in the discourse. Corlys was accustomed to holding all the cards close to his chest. If the world were a tumultuous sea, then one must remain grounded to maintain stability upon the storm-tossed vessel. This was his personal maxim, every word a nugget of wisdom. The serpents of the sea could only gaze unwaveringly forward, unlike the eagles of the sky, who observed all directions and listened for every sound. "Please, speak plainly, Baron Aegon." Aegon mused to himself that the sea serpent was indeed a wily old fox. "My Lord Corlys, in recent years, Driftmark has undoubtedly been affected. I cannot believe you are unaware of this." Corlys remained silent, still not hearing the words he longed for. Aegon pressed on, determined not to be a mere fish on the chopping block. "My Lord Corlys," he continued, strolling to the window, gazing out at the once thriving port town, now revealing a hint of desolation. "The Velaryon family, ancient and powerful, has thrived under your stewardship. Yet, have you considered how long such prosperity can endure, given the current political and economic standing of the Velaryon family within the kingdom?" Upon hearing these words, Corlys' brow instantly tightened, his serpent-like eyes fixed intently on Aegon. Noticing Corlys' shift, Aegon couldn't help but smile inwardly. Indeed, the most venomous serpents dwell beneath the waves. Yet, Even the fiercest of sea serpents harbor their own fears. Trade is the lifeblood of the Velaryon family, Aegon continued, stating that when the very foundation of a community is threatened, it is but a short distance to becoming prey to others. Are you threatening me? Corlys finally spoke, his tone commanding and his expression grave, as if he were experiencing such a threat for the first time in his life. No, you have misunderstood my intent, Aegon replied with a charming smile, shifting his gaze from the window back into the room. I mean that there are those who may pose a danger to you and your family standing. Who? Corlys clearly found this hard to believe. At that moment, he regarded his opponent as nothing more than a slippery eel, cunning and unpredictable, yet ultimately harmless. The current Lord of the Sea, Lord Tyland, represents the Lannister family, your greatest adversary. The Lannisters, like the Velaryons, are an ancient and noble house. However, they do not derive their power and wealth from the sea, but from the land. Are you aware that beneath the lioness' paws lies a heavy trove of gold? With merely a shovel in hand, they can unearth wealth equal to yours, if not surpassing it. Currently, the Velaryon family's maritime trade suffers greatly due to the influence of the third daughter on the Stepstones. But do not forget, the Lannisters remain unperturbed. For every day the war on the Stepstones lingers, the Lannisters gain another opportunity to supplant the Velaryons in the realm. Do you truly believe you can emerge unscathed from this conflict? It was only then that Corlys deeply recognized his opponent. He had forgotten that the young man before him was, after all, a descendant of the ancient Valyrian dragon lords, a genuine dragon in his own right. Damn it! Corlys Velaryon cursed inwardly, as he was painfully struck at his vulnerable point, now compelled to confront the issue at hand. In truth, Corlys was already acutely aware of the Velaryon family's recent tribulations and the impacts on Driftmark. Yet, he felt utterly powerless to act, without Daemon and his dragon. It seemed nearly impossible to dislodge the three daughters from their position. Now, Corlys hesitated, uncertain whether to trust this smooth-talking young man. The Velaryon family hailed from the sea, while the Targaryens rose from the flames. Water can extinguish fire, yet if it were Dragonfire, perhaps one should deliberate more carefully. Give me some time, Corlys said, resting his head upon the desk. Outside, the blood-red sun hung low over the sea, casting the final rays of the fierce day. As day gives way to night, I shall wait for you until the hour of the nightingale. Aegon has decisively seized the initiative in the negotiations, his terms leaving no room for doubt from the sea snake, Corlys Velaryon. It was late at night, the darkness thick, when Aegon was roused from his slumber. Lord Corlys wishes to see you, his servant quavered. The servant felt trepidation in the presence of this newly ascendant noble from Westeros, and even more so at the thought of the wrath of the sleeping dragon. I understand, Aegon mumbled as he groggily climbed out of bed, glancing out the window. It's quite late. You should rest. Aegon's response left the servant in disbelief. He had never imagined a lord could be so courteous, especially after having disturbed his dreams. The servant nodded vigorously in agreement. However, Aegon found the servant's demeanor somewhat peculiar. Accompanied by a guard, he meandered through the bustling streets of Highgarden, eventually arriving outside the castle. Where are we headed? He inquired. To the docks. Lord Corlys is waiting for you there, my lord. Aegon harbored doubts, but chose not to press further. He mounted his horse in silence, following the guard toward the Spicetown docks. Indeed, Corlys was already there, illuminated by several torches that cast a daylight glow upon the night. In due time, Malinton will escort the merchant ships through the Stepstones with the Valyrian fleet. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask him. Quite the cunning fox, Aegon thought, recognizing that even the most yielding prey required a bit of effort before being devoured. Wait, who commands the fleet? Malinton. The name was all too familiar to Aegon. Before he could fully process this revelation, Corlys continued, Lecario is but a mere insect, whereas the three harlots are wolves and leopards. Baron Aegon, do tread carefully. Chapter 23, Generous Terms Tidehead Island. Shipshell Town. With the consent of Lord Corlys, Aegon traveled to Shipshell Town to recruit shipbuilders and sailmakers. Although the sea snake had already warned him, I have offered a rather generous salary to all the shipwrights on Tidehead Island. If you intend to take them, you should weigh your own worth. Aegon could certainly not match the sea snake's wages. His funds were limited. The last time, when Viserys allocated gold dragons from the treasury to Daemon, after hiring mercenaries and purchasing provisions, Aegon had utilized most of what remained, leaving him with scarcely enough. However, he possessed conditions that the sea snake could not offer, conditions that instilled him with confidence in his ability to recruit numerous craftsmen. Aegon, accompanied by Elton and several sailors, arrived at the square of Shipshell Town. He instructed Elton to spread the word about Prince Daemon and Lord Bloodstone's need for shipbuilders and sailmakers throughout the streets. To be honest, Aegon was somewhat apprehensive about Daemon's capabilities, yet his reputation proved immensely useful. Daemon held considerable esteem among the common folk, perhaps a testament to the allure of the roguish prince. Before long, a number of craftsmen gathered around the square where Aegon stood, eagerly engaging in discussions about him and the recruitment. They were all familiar with Aegon's name, thanks to the infamous trial of the Seven and his striking appearance atop Vagor on Dragonstone. "I cannot believe he can offer a salary more generous than that of the Sea Serpent," remarked an old shipwright. "The Valerian family has traded for generations. What wealth could a mere novice possess?" Others readily concurred, exclaiming, "Indeed, I am merely here for the spectacle. I find it hard to believe that anyone could match the generosity of Count Corlys." Aegon listened attentively to the murmurs of the crowd, choosing not to intervene. His confidence rendered him unperturbed by any potential dissent. He waited patiently as the throng grew larger, comprising not only craftsmen but sailors, dockworkers, and a myriad of onlookers drawn by curiosity. The more, the merrier, Aegon mused, for an expanding crowd would only expedite the spread of news. When the square was teeming with spectators, Aegon ascended the elevated platform in the center, finally presenting himself to the masses. The noise in the square was cacophonous, with Elton and his subordinates attempting to maintain order. "Silence! The Lord is about to speak," commanded Elton. Gradually, the clamor subsided, allowing Aegon to address the assembly. "Good morning to you all," he began. "Good morning, my lord." The crowd responded enthusiastically. "Let us commence," they urged, their excitement palpable. Aegon smiled, cleared his throat, and prepared to deliver his speech. "I suspect many of you have heard tales of my exploits. The smuggler who survived the trial of the Seven, the bastard who rode the bronze Fury Vagor, and the newly appointed Baron of Bloodstone." His words reignited fervent chatter among the crowd until Elton intervened once more to restore order. "You are all acutely aware that Count Corlys is undoubtedly the most generous of benefactors. His coffers brim with gold, his halls adorned with silk, and his jars filled with spices. Yet I am different. I possess only a few barren stone islands and a singular dragon. What then can you offer us, my lord? Spare us the pleasantries, Baron," the crowd implored. Their inquiries did not incite anger in Aegon, for he understood their psychology and desires. Instead, he smiled knowingly and unclipped a coin pouch from his waist, holding it aloft before releasing it. The pouch fell to the ground, producing a clattering sound as gleaming gold dragons spilled forth, some rolling off the platform's edge and prompting a frenzy among the audience. Elton instinctively reached for his sword to intervene, but Aegon called him over, beckoning him to his side. "Those who aspire to achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. Elton, let them take what they will. Let us show them our generosity." "Indeed, my lord." Despite their prolonged acquaintance, Elton remains uncertain about the true nature of Igor, yet one thing is clear. His lord, Igor Braidstow, is undoubtedly extraordinary. His sole duty is to obey commands. As anticipated, once the commotion over the gold coins subsided, the crowd fell silent, resembling chickens and ducks awaiting their feed. Their eyes sparkled with greed, fixated on Igor and the bags brimming with gold coins at his feet. Igor picked up a gold coin from the ground, and all eyes followed his every motion. The coin danced from his right hand to his left and back again, captivating the crowd's rapt attention. Seizing the moment, Igor spoke. "Those willing to accompany me back to Bloodstone Island will receive 10 silver deer per month for skilled shipwrights, 5 silver deer per month for sailmakers, and a single silver deer for robust shipbuilding apprentices. Such meager compensation? It pales in comparison to what we earn here." Many shipwrights shouted, denouncing Igor's stinginess. "Silence." Elton intervened to quell the rising clamor, but to no avail. It took quite some time for the noise to subside. The crowd's discourse revolved around Igor's grand display, coupled with his miserly offers, peppered with vitriolic exclamations. The uproar attracted more people. Nearly half the inhabitants of Ship's Shell Town had heard the news. Even those who had not ventured to the square were aware of Igor's miserly proposal through hearsay. But I promise, the people's reaction played perfectly into Igor's hands. As the commotion quieted, he smiled and declared, "I vow that every shipwright who works for 3 years in my shipyard shall receive a sturdy, flat-bottomed merchant vessel. Each sailmaker who labors for 2 years shall be granted a resilient house on Stone Step Island. And every shipbuilding apprentice who toils for a year will earn the opportunity to board a warship as part of the crew." Upon hearing Igor's words, the crowd erupted in excitement. It is worth noting that selling a small private shipyard would merely yield a single flat-bottomed merchant vessel, a possession most shipwrights could only dream of throughout their lives. Yet now, after just 2 years of work, one could acquire a merchant ship and become a captain navigating the seas. Furthermore, should one choose to sell the vessel, the gold obtained would secure a lifetime of comfort for themselves and their offspring. By hiring a captain and crew, they could simply relax at home, reaping the rewards of gold coins falling from the sky. Igor's enticing conditions spread rapidly, reaching every corner of Tidehead Island within a single day. Is this true? Is everything you say genuine, my lord? How can I trust you, Lord Aegon? People hesitated to believe, each clamoring with questions. This demonstrated just how generous Aegon's offer truly was. I assure you, every word I utter is veracious. Aegon had to raise his voice to drown out the crowd's eager inquiries. I am the Baron of Bloodstone Isle, personally appointed by Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen. And I am also a knight commissioned by Prince Daemon Targaryen. I swear upon my honor that all I have spoken is the absolute truth, devoid of any falsehood. My name is Kaelin. I volunteer. I am Gelros. I too volunteer, my Lord Baron. I am the most skilled shipwright in Hull Town. Take me with you. My Lord Baron. The fervent throng shouted their names, jostling forward in a frenzy. Many even attempted to climb onto the platform to advocate for themselves. Even those sailors and dockworkers who merely came to observe claimed to be shipwrights or sailmakers, hoping to deceive. Elton had never witnessed such an impassioned crowd. He hurriedly escorted Aegon away. Yet even in such a tumultuous situation, Aegon did not neglect to address the crowd's calls. Do not push. Everyone has a chance. Chapter 24. Soldiers, kings, merchants, and clergy. The sea serpent, Corlys Velaryon, learned of Aegon's actions that very day. He immediately ordered his men to account for the shipwrights and sailmakers on Driftmark, decreeing that none registered were to leave the island. However, this proved largely ineffective. Aegon's offer was simply too enticing. Many craftsmen risked defying Corlys' orders to enlist. In the study of High Tide Castle, Corlys Velaryon sat before his opulent desk, deep in thought. Could that young man truly be mad? That was a bona fide merchant vessel. Corlys shook his head. No, this was simply not possible. Such terms could not be offered even by the entirety of House Velaryon's wealth. Moreover, he was merely an inexperienced youth. It seemed nothing more than a ruse. Once those craftsmen realized the truth, they would undoubtedly scurry back. With this thought, Corlys finally found some solace. The fervor of the crowd only confirmed the efficacy of Aegon's scheme. He instructed Elton to compile a list of the shipwrights, sailmakers, and apprentice shipbuilders who had signed up, and to interview them individually over the next few days, weeding out those who sought to take advantage of the situation. However, he did not entirely close the door on those outside the ranks of craftsmen. As long as they were physically able and could lift a sword half high, Aegon would extend an invitation to join the ranks, promising the status of squire after 3 years of service. This strategy effectively undermined Corlys Velaryon and the authority of Driftmark. Thus, he commanded Elton and his subordinates to expedite the interviews to select the most suitable candidates. Although Aegon possesses an abundance of resources, not every level of craftsman is suitable for his needs. The interview process must not only eliminate those who seek to exploit the situation, but also identify truly skilled artisans. Ultimately, amidst rigorous selection and the interference of the sea serpent, Aegon successfully assembled a talented cadre of 80 master shipbuilders and over 300 apprentice shipwrights. Typically, shipbuilding involves a collaborative effort where 5 to 10 seasoned shipwrights lead a team of 20 to 30 apprentices. Therefore, Aegon felt immensely satisfied with the number he had recruited. With this group of artisans, he could even initiate the construction of 10 warships simultaneously. Moreover, some of the astute apprentices would continually refine their skills, ultimately becoming accomplished shipwrights themselves, who would, in turn, recruit new apprentices. Thus, in due course, the number of artisans under his command would only increase, enabling the concurrent construction and repair of more vessels. In addition to shipwrights, he also gathered over 40 sailmakers and more than 100 robust warriors, marking a bountiful harvest. Aegon was untroubled about how to fulfill the promises he had made, as 2 to 3 years would suffice for him to accomplish much. Days later, aboard the flagship Dragonfish of the Velaryon family fleet, Aegon found himself in a chamber with Marinding, both seated at opposite ends of an oak table, relishing the delicacies before them. Before Aegon lay a meticulously arranged plate of red wine-braised beef. The rich, sumptuous flavor of the beef transported him momentarily back to a previous life. Marinding, however, seemed less captivated by the cuisine, his gaze fixed intently upon Aegon. Is my manner of eating at odds with table etiquette, Sir Marinding? Aegon inquired, uncomfortable with being scrutinized while savoring his meal. Do you not find it rather intriguing, Baron Aegon? Marinding finally broke the tension, a thought that Aegon had anticipated since learning from the sea serpent that Marinding was the fleet commander. I am aware that much discord has transpired between us, Aegon said, setting down his knife in a bid to appeal to reason, including the death of your cousin, Waymond. Please believe me, that was not a fate I wished to see. Perhaps it is a cruel jest of the seven gods that has robbed the Valyrian family of a warrior and us of a comrade. Igo attempted to steer the conversation towards the war at Staircase Isles, subtly reminding Marinding that as he was now dispatched to join him in this conflict. It was not the time to dredge up old grievances. "Oh, you speak of Waymon? I should thank you for that, my lord. Your actions have merely elevated my position in the line of succession," Marinding remarked, shoving a piece of beef into his mouth. Crimson juices spilling from the corners of his lips as if he were tasting blood. Listening to Marinding's words, Igo furrowed his brow, his gaze instinctively drifting around the room. Could such words truly be uttered in the presence of others? Should this matter fall into the hands of those with ill intentions? It is uncertain whether one might merely lose their claim to inheritance or face exile altogether. Once assured that they were alone, Igo finally spoke. "Inheritance rights?" Martindale speared a piece of beef with his fork, the rich crimson gravy enveloping it, dripping onto the table. "Sir Igo, do you truly believe that Rhaenyra's 3 bastards are the sons of my cousin?" He laughed heartily. "Is this something one can actually hear?" Igo found himself baffled by Martindale's reasoning. In his eyes, this nephew of the sea snake seemed even more deranged than demon, verging on madness. One couldn't help but wonder why the sea snake had chosen him as the commander of the fleet. Igo mused that the sea snake must possess a discerning eye for talent. Reluctant to delve into this discussion with Martindale, he dismissively replied, "Let us not forget Benila and Rhaenys. They are the granddaughters of the sea snake. But they are Targaryens, not Valyrians. Sir Igo, do not tell me you expect a woman to ascend the driftwood throne and claim the title of the Lord of Tides. The last woman nearly became your queen. And the next one might too." Had Igo wished to counter Martindale, he might have said just that. He was adept at navigating the negotiation table and refuting his opponents. Yet he had no desire to prolong this topic. "What you speak of is of no concern to me, Martindale. It is a family matter of your Valyrian house. A matter that could be quite perilous to discuss," Igo declared, rising to exit the cabin. However, Martindale spoke once more. "In a confined ship's cabin, there are 4 individuals, a soldier wielding a sword, a king seated upon a throne, a merchant of vast wealth, and a devout cleric. Each of the king, merchant, and cleric offers something of value to persuade the soldier to eliminate the others. Do you know whom the soldier will ultimately spare?" Without hesitation, Igo considered the answer. He felt as though he had encountered a version of this riddle before. Although he knew the answer, he refrained from voicing it. Ignoring Martindale further, he opened the cabin door and strode out. Upon reaching the deck, the warm summer breeze caressed him, yet Igo could not shake Martindale's question from his mind. Though he had grasped the answer, he had yet to fully comprehend Martindale's implication. Soldier, king, merchant, cleric. Suddenly, a thought ignited in Igo's mind. Who is the soldier? Who are the king, the merchant, and the cleric? The answers were not elusive. Late at night, within the port of Tyrosh, a third of the United Fleet's warships stirred restlessly, poised to set sail at a moment's command, racing back to Myr. Meanwhile, in a tavern near the docks, operated by Myrish folk, the most affluent and esteemed governor, Uselman Kiewich, was instructing his subordinates to compose a letter. Should it conclude with this phrase, "my lord"? They inquired. "No, precede it with a request for sincere cooperation," Uselman Kiewich replied, gesturing towards the parchment. The subordinate carefully folded the letter and placed it into an envelope, which was ultimately sealed by Uselman himself with wax. As they awaited the wax to solidify, an admiral from the fleet of Mill entered the room. "When shall we set sail, my lord?" Uselman remained silent, patiently waiting for the wax to harden completely. The flickering candlelight danced in the warm summer breeze, distorting and elongating Uselman's shadow. "Inform all your captains that the fleet is to depart immediately, altering course towards the Grey Gallows Archipelago," he declared coldly as the wax solidified. Chapter 25. The spread of war to the north of Bloodstone Island lies a sizable bay, ideal for a fleet's refuge. In the distance, the silver seahorse of the Valyrian family mingled with the crimson bronze dragon of Igo, their sails blotting out the sun. Before them, numerous Tyroshi prisoners, under the watchful eye of the Rose Company mercenaries, were queuing to board 4 flat-bottomed boats. They were to be transported eastward to guard the wall. Igo cunningly proclaimed that all combat-capable prisoners would be sent to Westeros to serve as honorable castle guards, while those less skilled in battle would be dispersed among various warships as oarsmen. Upon hearing this news, many Tyroshi captives eagerly claimed to possess formidable skills and expressed their desire to journey to Westeros, seeking to escape the tumult of war upon these treacherous seas. Igo acquiesced to their wishes. They would become valiant Night's Watchmen. This might very well mark the first instance in Westeros's history of free traders from city-states being dispatched to the wall. As for those remaining prisoners, they were weak and posed no threat. Igo disbanded them, assigning them as oarsmen across the ships. The oarsmen were mostly situated deep within the ship's hulls, shielded from external news, significantly mitigating any potential unrest they might incite. Simultaneously, Aegon ordered the commencement of repairs on the warships. The prior night raid on Bloodstone Island had inflicted severe losses upon Lecarino. To mend the battered vessels, Lecarino had constructed several scattered docks near the port. However, the issue lay in the fact that these docks had not coalesced into a large shipyard. The connections between the docks were sparse, resulting in low efficiency. Since the number of warships requiring repairs was limited, Aegon commanded the experienced shipbuilder, Raven Squiddo, to dismantle several docks. Near the northern docks of the port, new docks and additional structures were erected, ultimately culminating in the establishment of a large shipyard. As the shipyard was being constructed, Aegon directed craftsmen and apprentices from Tidal Island to repair the warships at the old docks, ensuring the entire process was meticulously organized. Moreover, Aegon commanded Elton and Oswell to intensify their training, diligently reorganizing military affairs in preparation for the imminent conflict with the three daughters. He sensed that the flames of war were drawing ever closer. A period of relative tranquility ensued. To the north of Bloodstone Island's harbor, the construction of docks and the repair of warships were progressing vigorously. Meanwhile, on the southern beach, a contingent of Westerosi warriors engaged in rigorous training. Aegon, with a swift motion, cleaved the descending sword of a novice with his own blade. Seizing the moment when the recruit faltered, he quickly thrust his longsword forward. The novice found himself at the mercy of Aegon's blade, pressed against his throat, rendered motionless. The crowd erupted into fervent cheers. This was not merely a test of the novice's prowess, but also a demonstration of Aegon's latest training achievements. During these days, Aegon would visit the beach each evening after dinner, where Elton imparted lessons in swordsmanship and defensive techniques. In the initial days, Aegon faced a string of defeats, his visage marred with bruises and his body bearing the marks of battle. Eventually, even Elton felt compelled to ease his efforts, fearing he might inadvertently cause Aegon harm. Having never faced punishment himself, yet Aegon rejected Elton's leniency, demanding that Elton exert his full strength in their matches. Gradually, Aegon began to hold his own against Elton in defense, occasionally launching counterattacks and even gaining the upper hand at times. Now, he could almost be considered a worthy opponent for Elton. The latter acknowledged that he had little left to teach Aegon. Compared to the art of close combat, Elton believed the sea was his true domain. He excelled in commanding ships to navigate the tumultuous waters rather than in wielding sword and spear. Regardless, Aegon had finally earned the semblance of a knight, whether on horseback or dragonback. Yet, to advance further in close combat, he required a more formidable warrior to serve as his mentor. Amidst the applause and cheers, Aegon spotted Lyanna Velaryon, departing from the training grounds of the novices. He called for Lyanna and strolled along the beach. "What are your thoughts?" Aegon inquired first. Previously, he had expressed his desire for the Rose Company to remain by his side indefinitely. He promised that should they fight for him for 5 years, he would assist them in returning to their homeland. Those who distinguished themselves in battle would be rewarded with lands and titles. However, Lyanna seemed skeptical of this proposal. "Do you know why my ancestors departed from the north many years ago?" Aegon had heard the tale during his time in Pentos. He had listened to the then Prince of Pentos recount it. The Rose Company hailed from the north, formed by those unwilling to submit to the conqueror Aegon, who crossed the seas to establish themselves on the eastern continent. "I understand, but the conqueror Aegon and your ancestors have long since passed. It is time to relinquish that decayed animosity. If you do not possess the bloodline of the conqueror Aegon within you, I might have considered your proposal. Lord Aegon, the North never forgets. Unless you can grant us an independent North, we shall not set foot on that land again." "What if I could?" Aegon wished to say, but swallowed his words. "Are you suggesting that we adhere to the contract, and after a year, you will return to the eastern continent to continue your mercenary life?" "No," Lyanna interjected. "My people will fulfill the contract, but I do not intend to return. I wish to watch you. No ulterior motives. I merely wish to see if my dreams will come to fruition." "What dreams have you conjured?" Just as Aegon was about to speak, a rider entered their line of sight. Upon noticing, Lyanna smiled silently and continued onward, leaving Aegon behind. The scout delivered a letter to Aegon, stating that it was brought by a passing merchant ship from Mill. As Aegon had just seized Bloodstone Island and its surrounding territories, his rule was not yet firmly established. Therefore, he had not blocked the nearby waters or imposed tolls on passing vessels. He had only dispatched patrolling warships to guard against a sudden attack from the third daughter. Consequently, the number of merchant ships traversing the waters near Bloodstone Island had increased. However, due to the continued influence of the third daughter over the Stairway Islands, the maritime traffic was still far from reaching its peak. The wax seal on the letter was peculiar, one that Aegon had never encountered before. Upon opening the envelope and reading it briefly, Aegon grasped the essence of its contents. In short, the people of Mill sought collaboration, offering to betray the third daughter's kingdom in exchange for Aegon's protection over the Grey Scaffold Islands, which they had ostensibly seized. Originally under the direct control of the third daughter, it appeared from the letter that the Mill had occupied the Grey Scaffold Islands. Aegon had heard not a whisper of this development. Evidently, the Mill were swift in their actions. Inform Elton and have him send someone to investigate the vicinity of the Grey Scaffold Islands to ascertain whether the Mill had indeed taken control of those territories. This was the only course of action available to Aegon at present. He needed to deliberate further on the letter from the self-proclaimed governor of Mill, Yusilman Kaiwich. Would the flames of war ignite once more? It had barely been a few days of tranquility, and the tension within Aegon's mind tightened anew. Chapter 26. The Tylosian coup. Yusilman initially intended to peacefully seize the Grey Scaffold Islands in the name of the Supreme Council. However, it was unclear who leaked the information, as the Mill's attacking fleet encountered staunch resistance. Ultimately, after suffering considerable losses, the Mill succeeded in occupying the Grey Scaffold Islands. Fortunately, a significant portion of the Supreme Council's forces was stationed in Tylos, preparing for military maneuvers. Had it not been for this, the Mill fleet, despite its heavy casualties, would have found it difficult to conquer the Grey Scaffold Islands. Shortly after the Mill secured the islands, Aegon's scouts arrived covertly. The scout returned to Aegon with a message of great significance. Although the Melitas had captured the Grey Scythe Islands, their military strength and fleet had sustained considerable damage. The Grey Scythe Islands are among the two largest isles of the Stone Steppes archipelago. The other, Bloodstone Island, rests firmly under Aegon's control. He could not permit the Grey Scythe Islands to fall into another's grasp. Without full dominion over the Stone Steppes archipelago, the benefits derived from possessing Bloodstone Island would be negligible. Therefore, Aegon could never acquiesce to Governor Yusilman of Melitas, allowing them to occupy the Grey Scythe Islands. However, new intelligence illuminated a crucial truth. The Melitas were but a shadow of their former might. Their leverage diminished significantly following the campaign for the Grey Scythe Islands. Perhaps he could seize the initiative in this potential collaboration, Aegon boldly mused. Not long ago, Dorne had officially declared its withdrawal from the conflict over the Stone Steppes archipelago and unilaterally dissolved its pact with the Three Daughters, vowing to safeguard its own modest holdings in the archipelago. It appeared that Aegon's earlier threats had borne fruit, successfully fracturing the alliance between Dorne and the Three Daughters. Now, an opportunity to exploit a rift within the Three Daughters lay directly before him. If he could persuade Melitas to sever ties with the Three Daughters and align with him, it would be an unmitigated triumph. Yet, the dual ambitions of securing the Grey Scythe Islands for himself, while simultaneously extricating Melitas from the Three Daughters' sphere of influence, would prove a formidable challenge. Ever since he heard of Melitas' desire to seize the Grey Scythe Islands, a singular question had plagued Aegon. Why were the Melitas so intent on capturing these distant shores? As far as he understood, Melitas was situated on the eastern coast of the expansive Gulf of Tolosi, the most distant of the Three Daughters from the Stone Steppes archipelago. Between them lay the Gulf of Tolosi itself. Compared to Tolosi, which directly abutted the Stone Steppes, and Reefs, which could reach the archipelago with ease, Melitas' choice to pursue the Grey Scythe Islands was perplexing. Such a remote acquisition would bring logistical challenges for support routes, not to mention the dual threat posed by Tolosi and Reefs once they grew aware of Melitas' intentions. Aegon sensed that the Grey Scythe Islands must hold profound significance for Melitas, so vital that they would risk their alliance and invite encirclement from both Tolosi and Reefs to claim it. Perhaps uncovering the true meaning of the Grey Scythe Islands for Melitas would enable Aegon to forge a partnership with them and maintain the upper hand in negotiations. What, indeed, did the Grey Scythe Islands represent for Melitas? Aegon scratched his head in contemplation. Outside the palace of the Lord of Tolosi, dozens of torches flickered in the darkness, akin to will-o'-the-wisps gliding through the night. The accomplice assigned to assist them opened the palace doors, granting entrance to all the assassins armed with sharp blades. From the vantage point of a nearby tower, Shalak and the governors of Reefs observed the unfolding events with palpable tension, fearful that their conspiracy might be exposed. Fortunately, none of the anticipated complications materialized. Having bribed all the guards on duty at the outer palace, the assassins boldly entered the innermost sanctum of the palace, brandishing torches. This inner sanctum housed Lakari O and the formidable Governor Telosi, protected by their loyal guards. The people of Reefs would certainly not be foolish enough to attempt to corrupt them. Thus, this obstacle could only be overcome with a sharp sword. As Shalak and the governors of Reefs watched beams of light flickering and swaying in the courtyard of the inner sanctum, some extinguishing abruptly, they remained on edge. One of the governors, paralyzed by fear, even dispatched his subordinates to prepare a carriage for his escape from Telosi. It was no wonder he felt such trepidation. The struggle had stretched from the hour of the owl to that of the wolf, and the night had reached its deepest point, with dawn not far off. The flickering lights in the courtyard dwindled, and just as Shalak and the governors were drenched in sweat, believing the coup to have come to an end, the remaining nearly 10 torches surged into the grand hall. Had they triumphed? Had they truly emerged victorious? Shalak and the governors of Riss had successfully executed their coup. In the not-so-distant hour of the nightingale, the assassins appeared before Shalak and the others, holding high the severed head of Lekari and the bound governor Telosi, who had attempted to flee through a small door at the back of the inner sanctum. Simultaneously, as they launched their assault on the palace, they had dispatched men to capture the majority of the Telosi governors, bringing them to the Grand Hall of the Supreme Council for custody. They would continue to serve as a cacophony of Telosi governors, albeit in the form of severed heads. Although the mill people had escaped and the Telosi were under control, the Supreme Council had become a mere faade. The legitimacy of this regime and its remaining glimmers of influence still held the potential to secure advantageous terms for Riss. Shalak lightly kicked the bloodied head of Lekari, revealing his visage to all present. The malevolent scourge had finally met his end, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. If not for Lekari's sudden return, the Triple City Alliance would not have descended into such chaos. The governors of Riss felt a tumultuous blend of anger and excitement. Their anger stemmed from the demise of their peaceful days, while their excitement arose from the prospect of finally wielding unilateral control over the formidable war machine that was the Triple City Alliance. More importantly, they could now utilize the name of the Supreme Council to lay claim to the vast territories in dispute. Once everyone had taken in the gruesome sight of Lekari's filthy, bloodied head, Shalak commanded his subordinates to douse the head in tar, seal it in a box, and send it to Bloodstone Island. Accompanying the severed head was a letter proposing peace. The letter will indicate that the High Council is willing to negotiate peace with Aegon and invites him to visit Telosi to sign a treaty of coexistence. However, this is merely a cunning ploy devised by Shalak and the governors of Riss. Shortly after the letter and its message are dispatched, Shalak will lead his fleet to circumvent the narrow sea, heading straight for Bloodstone Island. By the time that wretched boy arrives in Telosi, he will discover that Bloodstone Island is no longer under his dominion. The terms of the treaty will demand that he relinquish his claim to the Steppes Islands and return to the cursed Westeros. Should that impudent youth refuse to sign the treaty, the assassins lurking in the Great Hall will ensure he experiences the sharpness of blade and sword, steel and fire. Blood and battle will decisively conclude this conflict, Shalak mused, and Riss will emerge as the ultimate victor. Chapter 27. The Contested Lands. The term contested lands piqued Aegon's curiosity. Opposite him sat Squiddo, who was elaborating on the intricate history of the Tri-City Alliance. Indeed, to repel the invading Volantis from the contested lands, Riss, Meal, and Telosi put aside their long-standing enmity. They joined forces to drive out the enemy, and upon their eventual victory, the three daughters of Old Valyria declared a permanent alliance. Yet now, this alliance lies in ruins. Meal has publicly defected from the coalition and has seized, by force, the Grey Gallows Archipelago and the surrounding islands, usurping the position once held by the three daughters in the Steppes Islands. In a bid to expel Volantis from the contested lands, even long-held animosities were cast aside. Suddenly, Aegon had an epiphany. He summoned a map and unfurled it upon the table. Indeed, Meal is situated to the northeast of the contested lands, while the Grey Gallows Archipelago lies to the southeast. The two locations form a strategic angle, capable of encircling the contested lands from both sides. Meal aims to seize the vast expanse of the contested lands. Both Telosi and Riss are perched upon islands, harboring an inherent yearning for land. Yet this very desire poses a threat to Meal, located to the north of the contested lands. Moreover, Meal is a city firmly rooted on solid ground. The expansive Meal Sea offers protection while influencing Meal's maritime trade. In contrast to Telosi and Riss's pursuit of naval supremacy, Meal is more inclined towards cultivating its terrestrial holdings. After all, Meal is directly connected to the contested lands, allowing its people to reach this abundant and fertile territory with ease. Thus, the people of Meal, disregarding the permanent alliance of the Tri-City, are strategizing to claim the contested lands. Aegon's eyes sparkled with understanding as he suddenly grasped Meal's desire for the Grey Gallows Archipelago. Beside him, Squiddo observed Aegon's excitement, curious about what insights he gleaned from the mere map that could elicit such exuberance. Yet Aegon paid no heed. He remained transfixed on the map, lost in contemplation of its profound implications. Since Meal sought to seize the Grey Gallows Islands in a bid for contested territory, could he not barter for the islands with something else, thereby continuing his collaboration with Meal? As he pondered this whimsical thought, Igo suddenly realized a pressing concern. Had Mill truly reached an impasse? Their rebellion against the Three Daughters and the assault on the Grey Gallows Islands would inevitably sour relations with Reefs and Tylos. Moreover, this offensive had already incurred losses for Mill. Thus, they found themselves with no means of retreat, compelled to adhere to the predetermined plan. Igo recognized that, unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently gained the upper hand in their partnership. If he wished to make things difficult for Mill, he need only dispatch troops to harass them, and Mill's forces would be plagued with distress. Yet, Igo would not resort to such tactics. Having fewer adversaries was preferable to having more. He had already formulated his negotiation strategy with Mill in mind. With this thought, he summoned his apprentice, Hamza, to draft a letter. To Governor Yusilman Kavich of Mill, the Stone Steps Islands are inherent territory of Westeros, enshrined within the laws of the realm. No outsiders beyond Westeros shall ever lay claim to even a single isle. Nevertheless, we both understand the preciousness of seeking peace. Therefore, I, Baron Igo Bladestoe of Bloodstone Island, am willing to engage in close cooperation with Mill. Of course, as the Seven Gods have established the price of freedom, all benefits are conditional. My condition is the prompt transfer of the Grey Gallows Islands currently occupied by Mill into my possession. In return, I shall grant Mill's warships a 5-year rite of passage through the Stone Steps Islands, as well as temporary garrisoning rights on the Grey Gallows Islands for 3 years. I trust Governor Yusilman comprehends the terms. The temporary garrisoning rights I offer to Mill shall not exceed 5 months at a time on the Grey Gallows Islands, and I shall permit my scouts to conduct reconnaissance and surveillance at any time to avert threats to Bloodstone Island. Simultaneously, in exchange, I am prepared to dispatch warships and soldiers to join Mill in the assault on the contested territory. I hope for a sincere collaboration. Otherwise, both the Grey Gallows Islands and Mill shall face the scorching flames of dragons. Yours sincerely, Baron Igo Bladestoe, Dragon Knight. Squiddo approached, astonished as he perused the contents of the letter. How had he conceived such a multitude of thoughts in such a brief span? Was it merely a single remark and a map that sparked this? The more he contemplated, the more incredulous Squiddo became in his gaze towards Igo. He could scarcely believe that a mere 17-year-old lad, newly come of age, could devise so much. Igo, unreserved in his trust, regarded Squiddo as a confidant, holding him in esteem equal to that of Lyanna and Elton. What do you think? Will Mill acquiesce? He mused. If I were bound to the rack, I would have no choice. Squiddo gazed at the contents of the letter and the map, contemplating. On the morning 3 days hence, a tightly wrapped mahogany box was delivered into Igo's hands. As he unwrapped the layers of fabric encasing it, a nauseating stench wafted forth. The odor was reminiscent of a battlefield post-conflict, a grotesque amalgamation of blood and filth that churned the stomach. Coupled with the box's hue, it stirred unsettling thoughts within Igo. Fortunately, this world was devoid of phantoms. Only strangers diligently guided the souls of the deceased towards a tranquil afterlife. Stealing his emotions, Igo suppressed his revulsion and opened the mahogany box. Before him lay a head enveloped in tar. He retrieved the fabric that had wrapped the box, wrapping it around his hands several times before gently extracting the head, wiping away the tar to reveal the visage beneath. Unsure of the identity, he discerned from the hair that this individual was of Tyrosian descent. Summoned Squiddo, Igo instructed his subordinate, feeling an eerie familiarity with the head despite being unable to recall where he might have encountered the individual before. Esteemed master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, for it becomes ever more thrilling. Enjoy a privileged experience with a 7-day ad-free reading card, available for all registered users. Shortly thereafter, Squiddo arrived, and upon seeing the head, his face contorted with terror and disbelief. Reconstruction, he exclaimed, recoiling as if confronted by a specter returned from the grave. Igo's keen ears caught Squiddo's words, and he furrowed his brow, equally incredulous that this was indeed Reconstruction's head. However, a thought soon crossed his mind, prompting him to coldly summon the guards. You, fetch 2 more guards, and bring forth Captain Lyanna Valencia of the Rose Brigade. Should she resist, show no mercy. Squiddo's eyes widened in shock, darting between the head of Reconstruction and Igo, incredulous at the command. Yet Igo remained unfazed, as if he were merely ordering the execution of a chicken. But that is Captain Lyanna of the Rose Brigade, one of the heroes of Bloodstone Isle. For a fleeting moment, Squiddo found himself unable to comprehend Igo's transformation. What had changed him so? Fear? Betrayal? He shook his head. Perhaps the weight of insurmountable pressure? My lord, Captain Lyanna has fled with several of her confidants. A guard hurriedly announced as he rushed into Igo's quarters. The space was a hollow hall within a wooden edifice, the sound of the guard's hurried footsteps echoing against the floorboards. They have escaped? Igo released his clenched fists, bewildered by the turn of events. She appeared to possess prior knowledge, having injured my 2 guard brothers and stealthily escaped from Bloodstone Island in a small boat. Was it not Aegon who strolled through the hall? Suddenly, his expression shifted, the relaxed demeanor vanished, replaced by a surge of anger that flushed his cheeks. He nearly shouted, "Damn it! Is there someone on Bloodstone Island aiding her? Otherwise, how could she have escaped so effortlessly?" He commanded, "Summon Elton and instruct him to investigate thoroughly." Scrutinizing everyone on Bloodstone Island. "No, do not go. I will arrange for others. You are to wait here and go nowhere." The guards watched Aegon with trepidation, retreating while shaking their heads, as if to say, "Not me, not me." Chapter 28. The Apostle of Mill. The northeastern waters of Bloodstone Island loomed dark and foreboding, as if a tempest were imminent. The sea breeze was salty, humid, yet not cold. The oppressive heat was maddening. On the deck of the Sea Dog, a woman wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, stubbornly refusing to return to the cabin despite her condition. Her gaze remained fixed ahead, unyielding to the wind or thunder. When her sole remaining confidant approached to urge her to return, she remained unmoved. "Are we nearing Tyros?" she inquired. "There is still some distance to cover. Captain, please, return to the cabin and rest." "No," she replied, shaking her head, and then, with a fist, struck the rail at the bow, roaring, "Does he not trust me? That damned Westerosi scoundrel. I should never have sent my brothers across the sea to fight for him. Cursed be he. May the gods condemn him to be reviled by all. Does he even wish to take my life? I hope he falls from his horse. I hope he encounters a storm at sea." Observing her fury, her confidant hesitated to approach, retreating to silently watch. "Ottos, the North never forgets. Once we reach Tyros, we shall find our opportunity to eliminate him." After delivering her final fierce words, 3 warships adorned in the style of the free trade cities fortuitously entered her line of sight. The Mill galleon, escorted by 2 vessels bearing red and bronze dragon flags, slowly made its way into the northern bay of Bloodstone Island. As the Apostle of Uselman, Mikakevich gazed in astonishment at the nearby shipyard. Within the expansive shipyard, numerous shipwrights busily toiled around the warships. To the south of the coast, groups of soldiers were methodically conducting their training. Not long ago, he had visited Bloodstone Island, which was then under the control of Recolorino. In just a few months, Bloodstone Island had transformed from a dismal pirate stronghold into its current state. McKeek could scarcely believe it. Lord Mikey, the interpreter for the Apostle, corrected. However, Elton remained unfazed, producing a deep hood from his possession as he continued. "Please wear this hood. Bloodstone Island has yet to finalize a contract with Muir, and Lord Aegon does not wish for anyone to witness what should remain unseen." Upon relaying this, Mickey's fury erupted, his eyes glaring furiously at Elton, who was there to observe him. Yet, Mickey's anger soon subsided, prior to his departure. Uselman had shown him a letter, illuminating Muir's precarious situation. At present, Muir found himself surrounded by wolves. Without the damned support of these Westerlanders from Bloodstone Island, all of Muir's previous schemes would come to naught. Originally, as long as Muir kept these matters hidden from outsiders, he could maintain a semblance of peace and still have a chance for negotiation. Yet somehow, that wretched lad from Bloodstone Island had learned of Muir's plight. "Damn it. Truly damn it," Mickey muttered silently, suppressing his scowl and forcing a strained smile. "I have come to Bloodstone Island to forge an alliance with Lord Aegon. Please trust in our sincerity." Although Elton could not comprehend Mickey's Valyrian dialect, he recognized the other's capitulation. The man named Mickey donned the hood, covering his head. The ship docked, and under Elton's guidance, the group made their way toward a newly constructed wooden fort near the crab caverns of Bloodstone Island. Though referred to as a fort, it was merely a wooden tower. Aegon, the Lord of Bloodstone Island and Elton's superior, had declared that he would never reside in the dark, damp crab caverns. Those should be left for crabs. Thus, he oversaw the construction of this wooden tower, designated as a temporary stronghold. The tower featured several levels, with the kitchen, reception room, and hall located on the ground floor. After leaving the others outside and confiscating their weapons, Elton led Mickey and the translator into the tower. Once the hood was removed, Mickey realized that the Lord of Bloodstone Island was not present. From one of the Westerlanders, who had been tailing them since the Isle of Broken Blades, he learned that his intended meeting partner had yet to arrive. Mickey hailed from the noble and affluent Kewich family of Muir. He had once been intolerant of tardiness. Yet now, he found himself waiting in vain. After a considerable time, a young man emerged from a nearby room, his silver hair neatly trimmed, and his countenance exuding an air of cold refinement. He appeared to be barely past adolescence, around 17 or 18 years of age. It was only when the silver-haired youth settled into a chair and adjusted his attire that Mickey discerned the noble demeanor in his actions. "Apologies for the delayed reception. I was preoccupied with affairs at hand," Igo remarked, extracting from his pocket a letter that had accompanied the severed head of Lecarino. Claiming to be a missive from the Supreme Council, he waved the letter before Mikey's eyes. Upon translation, Mikey muttered a curse in his Valyrian dialect under his breath. However, he did not anticipate that this would be overheard by Igo. With a smile, Igo said, "I sincerely apologize for my tardiness, sir." As he spoke, Igo opened the envelope, extracted the letter, and placed it before Mikey. "Your High Council has sent me a letter. It states that they wish to resolve the dispute over the Stone Steps Islands peacefully, aiming to promptly end the war on these wretched stones." Initially, Mikey was taken aback that Igo understood his words, but as he listened to the translation, his expression darkened. He picked up the letter and began to read the missive, which was composed in standard Valyrian interspersed with the common tongue of Westeros. Written by the Lisa, Mikey glanced at Igo, unable to discern any deceit from his demeanor, and continued reading. "No." Halfway through the letter, Mikey shouted, rising to his feet. "They should adhere to the order of precedence." It was clearly Meereen that first sought collaboration with Bloodstone Island. "No, they are deceivers, absolute deceivers. Please do not believe them." Although Igo grasped some Valyrian words and understood Mikey's intent, he had yet to learn to converse in Valyrian. "I have eyes." A smile crept across Igo's lips as he responded in the common tongue. "Of course, I can distinguish between lies and truth." After the translation, Mikey impatiently continued. "Then you should also understand that Meereen is sincere in its cooperation with you." "Indeed," Igo feigned a frown, "I am equally sincere in my collaboration with Meereen. Meereen is the most prosperous and renowned of the 3 city-states, and is also the most trustworthy. I believe you Meereen have certainly considered my terms before sending you to negotiate a contract with me." Upon hearing the translation, Mikey urgently replied, "You must believe that Meereen is truly sincere in its cooperation with you. Meereen does not care for the Greyjoy Islands. We only desire the disputed land. We need that vast and fertile territory, and you happen to require the Greyjoy Islands and surrounding isles. It is a win-win for both of us." Upon hearing this, Igo immediately rose, bypassing all formalities, and commanded his servant to bring forth the contract, placing it before Usher. Bloodstone Island is delighted to enter into cooperation with Meereen. Chapter 29. The Drenched Wolf. Igo Bladestrong, sincerely wish for our alliance to remain long-lasting and steadfast. Mikey stared in disbelief at the fluidity of this scene and the rehearsed rhetoric, his emotions suddenly cooling. It was only then that he realized he had fallen into a trap. Mikey could hardly believe it. From that letter onward, this had been a ruse. It turned out he had intentionally shown himself the letter from Elisa, having never truly considered the so-called treaty from the High Council. Collaborating with Mill. Everything remains shrouded in uncertainty. Yet, in partnership with the Supreme Council, he at least retains the Bloodstone Isle. What emboldens him to wager on a victory in this war? Even if Mill betrays the third daughter, once the forces of Riss and Talos confront him, the modest Bloodstone Isle cannot withstand such an onslaught. Nonetheless, Mill remains unfazed. Before departing, Mickey received orders from Uselman to secure at least a modicum of agreement. "Mill consents to all your terms, but there lies a singular condition. Pray, enlighten me. When Mill sets foot on the disputed territory, I hope you will ride dragons to confront the garrisons of Riss and Talos for our cause." "Very well." Igo's nonchalant reply once again astonished Mickey. Had he already contemplated an alliance with Mill, dismissing all other possibilities? Did he never entertain negotiations with Riss and Talos? Was his ambition, from the very beginning, the entirety of the Stairs Archipelago? Mickey suddenly realized that their former adversary was such a person. A sense of trepidation began to creep in. Yet, Mill's unwavering confidence swiftly transformed his fear into disdain. He firmly believed that Mill would emerge as the ultimate victor. Initially, the people of Riss harbored distrust towards her, considering her merely a pawn sent by Igo. This perception shifted when she personally executed a spy captured by Riss from Bloodstone Isle. Damn it! Had he not been on the verge of revealing all intelligence concerning Bloodstone Isle, he would have survived. However, one of them had to perish. Either he or she would die. It is far preferable for a traitor to meet their end than for oneself to perish, the woman mused. Simultaneously, in a brightly lit chamber near the woman's cell, the governor of Riss, presiding over her trial, conferred with his trusted advisors. "Is there any news from Bloodstone Isle?" the governor inquired, hands clasped on the table. Not long ago, a Riss merchant ship, detained while passing Bloodstone Isle, returned with alarming tidings. That dragon-riding lad from Westeros is imposing a complete lockdown on Bloodstone Isle. Not a soul is permitted to leave, and even passing merchant vessels must endure detainment and inspection. Clearly, he is on the hunt for her. Based on the reports from Bloodstone Isle, coupled with her unhesitating execution of that Westerosi spy, can we not place our trust in her? Suggested another confidant. trust is but a fragile vessel adrift on a tumultuous sea, easily capsized by the slightest storm," the governor remarked. As he spoke, he rose and approached the nearby cell. When the silver-haired, violet-eyed visage appeared at the cell door, the woman briefly entertained the notion that it was Aegon Bladestrike come to visit. Had it not been for the countenance of gluttony and her own desperate, dazed state, nearly on the brink of fainting, Valden Criley sends his regards. The woman struggled to prop herself up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "If this is the hospitality of Talos, I would sooner drown in the sea. I hail from Liss, lady," the governor of Liss began. As a staunch supporter of Salark among the governors of Liss, he is indeed a fervent radical. You Lyseni are merely devoid of that colorful beard. Beyond that, you are no different from those damned Tyroshi. The governor of Liss grimaced, an expression not uncommon among the opulent governors of Liss. He smiled and said, "I deeply regret your previous misfortunes. It was our erroneous decision that led to a lady, so trusting of us, suffering such a calamity. We ought to find a more suitable venue for our conversation, one perhaps accompanied by the Dornish summer red imported from Westeros, a wine I greatly enjoy." Upon hearing this, the woman's expression visibly shifted, her gray eyes fixed intently upon the governor of Liss. After a considerable pause, she replied, "As you wish." "Did you acquire anything of value from her, Crilio?" inquired a fellow governor of Liss, aligned with Salark. "I gathered some fundamental information about Bloodstone Island, albeit of little use. I refrained from probing for significant intelligence, as I could not yet place my trust in her. I fabricated a story that we would take action on the Isle of Seaweed, northeast of the Grey Gallows Islands. Subsequently, I placed her under house arrest in a relatively laxly guarded residence in Tyrosh, and now we shall see if she makes any moves. Caution is always prudent. By the way, what of that little wretch from Bloodstone Island? There has been no word. Damn it, Salark's fleet has already departed. We were supposed to lure that boy to Tyrosh and eliminate him, much like those Tyroshi heads displayed on the triangular table. Trust in Salark and our fleet, Crilio." At these words, Wadden Crilio gazed outwards. The port of Tyrosh lay desolate, all ships having circumnavigated towards Bloodstone Island with Salark from the north. In a certain secretive bay, so obscure it bore no name, the fleet of the High Council anchored. Though diminished by the absence of Mill's ships and personnel, this fleet remained vast, surpassing the majority of known fleets in the world. Aboard the flagship of the High Council's fleet, the Lady of Liss, Salark directed the ship's carpenters in repairing the Scorpions. 2 carpenters worked in unison to detach the bowstring of the Scorpion, ensuring its integrity before reattaching it. These Scorpions were all retrofitted from a large city defense model from Dorne, during the time when the third daughter was still allied with Dorne, Salark, as the admiral of the Lyseni Navy, orchestrated the installation of Scorpions aboard warships. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as it becomes even more thrilling. Enjoy exclusive privileges, a 7-day ad-free reading card, available for all registered users for free. Compared to the original Dornish Scorpions, those aboard these vessels are more compact and lightweight, facilitating installation and maintenance. Although the Scorpion crossbow has been reduced in size and weight, its power remains largely intact, making it still suitable for striking down dragons. In the past, Dorne used such devices to bring down a dragon. Humph! Sharrak let out a cold snort, spitting on the ground at his feet. If Lecarino and his subordinates were not imbeciles, they could have easily mounted enough Scorpions on their ship to take down 3 or 4 dragons at once. The timid Tyroshi merely cower in corners, chattering incessantly. At the slightest disturbance, they would rather scurry back into their holes. However, this time, let them all bear witness. Observe how Liss will send that Westerosi boy fleeing back to Westeros in utter disgrace. If possible, dragging a dragon's carcass back to Liss would be a most coveted prize for Sharrak. Orders were issued to rouse the crew. Remember, any ship that observes us must be seized, and its occupants sent to the depths of the sea, silencing them forever. The seas are damp and stormy. During the remaining time, the Scorpions and catapults must be maintained every 7 days, without fail. Inform all captains to remain on standby, for once I give the command, the fleet shall set sail immediately. Yes, the subordinate departed with the orders. Soon, all warships were bustling with activity. Sailors scrubbed the decks, carpenters tended to the machinery, and commanders convened to deliberate the precise routes for circumventing and attacking Bloodstone Island on the nautical charts. Sharrak rapped his knuckles on the parchment map spread across the wooden table. There lay the location of Bloodstone Island. Chapter 30. Pre-battle speech for 5 consecutive days. She did nothing. She understood that the Lyseni would not be easily convinced of her sincerity. Moreover, their inquiries tended to sidestep the crux of the matter, rendering them trivial. Thus, she maintained her composure until the portly governor of Liss knocked once more on her door. Should I say welcome, my lord? The woman began. Perhaps it is more appropriate to say long time no see, the corpulent Vardencly replied. Please allow us to exercise caution. A rational individual would naturally remain wary of a sudden enemy in our midst, would they not? You are correct. Perhaps I should travel to Mir or Bravos, where they might be more inclined to believe me, she retorted, but her words were cut short by a sudden fury as she stepped forward, seizing the governor's collar with a fierce grip. Listen here, pig. He intends to kill me. Were it not for this threat, I would have fled to Bravos long ago. All who have sought my life since my youth have met their demise. Give me a chance, and he shall be no exception. A flicker of malice crossed the governor's eyes, but it quickly transformed into a sly smile. He dismissed the guards who had rushed in at the commotion, looking at the woman with satisfaction. Then it seems we have much to discuss, the governor remarked, as a cautious Lyseni slave entered, carefully balancing a wooden tray from outside. He brought a bottle of the governor's beloved Dornish red for the two of them. Athos hailed from the north. Yet he was not a descendant of those exiled from the north. Rather, he was a true-born northerner. For poaching wild boar within the lord's domain, he was sentenced to join the Night's Watch. On the journey to the wall, he managed to escape. After crossing the seas, he found refuge with his commander. For this commander, who had shown him kindness, Athos would execute her orders without hesitation, just as he was about to do now. He needed to discreetly locate a sailor from Westeros and entice him with gold dragons. Tyrosh, a vibrant hub of trade, made it relatively simple to find a sailor from Westeros whose merchant ship would pass by Bloodstone Isle on its return journey. The challenge lay in remaining undetected and ensuring the sailor's loyalty to the gold. Although Athos lacked sharpness of mind, his commander was exceedingly astute. She advised him to seek out their messengers in the casinos and taverns. Indeed, Athos found his desired individual in a casino, a sailor burdened with debt, contemplating pawning his boots and shirt to the casino owner. Curse that fool, Athos thought bitterly. He was truly a disgrace to the people of Westeros. Despite his disdain, the sailor fit the commander's criteria perfectly. Athos discreetly settled the sailor's gambling debts and informed him to deliver a letter to Lord Aegon of Bloodstone Isle, who would reward him with 20 gold dragons as payment. The impoverished do not pledge loyalty to oaths and honor, they pledge it to coin. This was a lesson imparted by Athos's commander. On Bloodstone Isle, within a wooden tower, Aegon donned his armor with the assistance of his servants. The servants were inept at their task. If necessary, he would have to recruit a few squires. How could a true knight lack attendants? Elton had once remarked upon this. Yet Aegon dismissed the thought. With battle imminent and war inevitably bringing death, he preferred to postpone such matters. Is everyone gathered? Aegon inquired. Elton, Squiddo, and Oswell were all gathered around him, awaiting his donning of armor. Most of my sailors have arrived. The rest are on deck, maintaining the ship's hull, sails, and equipment. Elton began. Lord Merlinding Valyrian has sent several captains to attend your pre-battle address. The mercenaries and legionnaires are all assembled, eagerly awaiting your words. Oswell shrugged his shoulders and placed a hand on the hilt of his sword. Squiddo raised a cup to his lips, savoring the spirits within, completely oblivious that it was his turn to speak. Aegon had merged the captured warships from Tyrosh with the fleet originally modified in the style of the Three Daughters, placing Squiddo in command. Elton arranged for several aides to assist Squiddo in commanding the fleet and devising strategies on the unpredictable battlefield. It was only when Elton and Oswald simultaneously turned their gaze towards Squiddo that the latter finally comprehended the situation. If Elton and Oswald could be likened to a wooden head, then Squiddo represented the wooden body. The head, though clever and astute, was undeniably lazy and indulgent. Just like Elton, everyone is here except for those responsible for maintaining the warships, he remarked. Very well, Aegon replied, as his attendants completed donning his armor. Let us proceed. At that moment, the northern beach of Bloodstone Island was already teeming with a throng of warriors and sailors. They engaged in discussions about the war, dragons, and the kingdom of the Three Daughters, while some entertained others with lewd jokes. Aegon and his three companions emerged from the wooden tower, making their way toward the crowd, which quickly turned its attention to them. They beheld their lord, the master of Bloodstone Island, clad in plate armor adorned with a red background and a bronze dragon emblem, his hand resting confidently on the pommel of his sword, exuding the demeanor of a great general. Just as the crowd was intently focused on their lord and commander, a resounding roar shattered the air, followed by the thunderous cry of a mighty dragon. The colossal bronze dragon, Vamizur, suddenly burst forth from the clouds, landing forcefully on the ground behind Aegon. The impact of the dragon's descent captivated the attention of all present. Aegon, smiling, glanced back at the roaring Vamizur before turning to ascend the high platform. Clearing his throat, The cacophony quickly subsided. Aegon chose not to speak immediately. Instead, he surveyed the sea of warriors and sailors encircling the platform. From the expressions on their faces, he discerned their fervent desire for war and victory. Aegon did not subscribe to the notion that overconfidence leads to defeat. He believed that if an army harbored no hope for victory, they had already lost. I see the flames. Aegon began his pre-battle speech from an apt angle. I see the fierce fire burning in each of your eyes. I know that each of you possesses an insatiable thirst for victory. Since you hold a vision, strive for it. With swords, with blood, with fury. Claim your own victory. Honor, status, and wealth. Long live victory. A few spirited warriors began to rally the crowd with their cries. Achieve victory with fire and swords. Bring glory with swords. Aegon was heartened by the warriors' response. He waved his hand gently and continued, "Not long ago, our forebears shed their blood upon this land and sea. They exchanged their lifeblood for honor, renown, and territory. Now, as the kingdom of the Three Daughters returns, it is our turn to bleed, my warriors. It is now our turn to strive for the lands and seas forged by our ancestors, to inherit the honors and titles they fought for. Glory to Westeros. Let them taste the fury of the people of Westeros. Let them experience the bitterness of defeat." As the atmosphere reached its zenith, Aegon unsheathed his sword with a swift motion. The sharp sound of the blade cutting through the air echoed in every ear. "Warriors, let us grasp our swords tightly. Seize the rigging, and drive out the invaders who plunder our lands. Let our names be etched upon stone tablets. Let our titles resound throughout the north and south of Westeros. Let us fight and honor the Seven with our valor." Aegon poured every ounce of his strength into his final shout. His fervent call greatly inspired all the warriors and sailors present. They joined him in a frenzied chant. "Fight! Fight! We shall ultimately triumph. Long live victory! Long live Westeros! Long live the Dragon King! Let the red flag with the bronze dragon wave across the vast seas. Sir Aegon! Long live Baron Aegon!" Even the bronze fury, Vomisal, erupted in a thunderous roar, seemingly in response to Aegon's rousing speech. Aegon raised his sword high towards the heavens, continuing to wave it in fervor. With each swing, the warriors were reinvigorated once more. Chapter 31. The storm approaches. The banquet before departure concluded at the witching hour. The warriors and sailors invited by Aegon either lay in drunken stupor within the hall or staggered back to their barracks for a deep slumber. Bloodstone all fell into silence. Shortly after the witching hour, the hour of the wolf arrived. The night deepened, as if the gods had spilled ink across the sky. In the study of a wooden tower, Aegon sat at a table near the window, 2 letters laid before him. One letter had been delivered by envoys from the High Council, while the other had been brought by an unfamiliar sailor from Westeros. The contents of the letter were astonishing, adorned at its end with a mark resembling a wolf's head. Aegon examined the letter repeatedly, his mind racing with potential strategies. After an extended period of contemplation, even Squiddo succumbed to drowsiness. Aegon devised one plan after another, only to dismiss each one in turn. Until, snap, a sudden thought emerged, and Aegon slammed his palm on the table, springing to his feet. Squiddo jolted awake, gasping in surprise. "What is it? What is it? Have you figured it out?" "Indeed," Aegon replied, his eyes, sharp as a hawk's, fixed on the night beyond. "I was contemplating whether to journey to Tyrosh, and now I have finally come to a conclusion." Squiddo regarded Aegon with skepticism, pondering what there could possibly be to deliberate about. The 3 daughters of Valeria are cunning and treacherous. They would never relinquish Bloodstone Island. This is a trap that should not even be contemplated. Yet, as Squiddo pondered this, Aegon's next words rendered him speechless with astonishment. "The High Council extends a cordial invitation. Why should I not attend?" Sherrock had received a letter from Governor Vaden Krill of Tyros. This was the correspondence he had been awaiting. Originally, he had made an agreement with Vaden that upon receiving this letter, Sherrock would command the fleet to set sail immediately for Bloodstone Island. However, Vaden's letter detailed a considerable amount of information, including the matter of a woman who had defected to Tyros. Sherrock trusted Vaden's capabilities and believed he was well prepared. In his letter, Vaden outlined various essential conditions of Bloodstone Island and the weaknesses of the Westerosi fleet. For instance, their commander was a fickle trader from Tyros. This individual was not adept at formulating spontaneous strategies. With a few clever maneuvers, their fleet could be easily vanquished. Vaden's remarks diminished the Westerosi and their fleet to mere insignificance. The more Sherrock read, the more he felt assured of victory. He issued orders for the fleet to set sail immediately, circumventing Rainforest Cape and heading straight for Bloodstone Island. Sherrock called forth a signal officer to deliver the command for departure. As the order was disseminated, the formidable fleet of the 3 daughters promptly weighed anchor and set sail. At the entrance of the hidden bay, a scene of countless ships setting forth unfolded. On the Grey Strands archipelago, the mills prepared for action. Mikakevich presented a letter before Yusilman. It was correspondence from Bloodstone Island, wherein Aegon Bladestoe urged an assault on the stronghold of the Reefs. What? An attack on the Reefs Islands? Has he lost his mind? Their fleet is stationed in Tyros. He mentions that Admiral Shirak is leading the fleet out. All their focus is on that fleet, leaving them utterly unprepared. Yusilman's brow furrowed as he lightly tapped the railing of the warship. Makik's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. The sweltering summer heat of the Grey Strands archipelago unbearable. Yet, more taxing than the blazing sun was the anxiety that gripped him. Unable to contain himself, Makik spoke up, eager to discern Yusilman's thoughts. Should we command the fleet to set sail for the Reefs? If preparations commence now, with the army embarking on transport ships and provisions delivered, it should not take long. However, before he could finish, Yusilman shook his head decisively. He had finally grasped the situation and formed a vague plan in his mind. A dead camel is larger than a horse. The Reefs Islands are heavily fortified, with a significant garrison. Only a fool would think to attack the Reefs, since we were able to unexpectedly seize the Grey Strands archipelago last time, taking advantage of the distraction of the Liris and the Taloshi in their warfare. How difficult could it be for us to seize the contested territory, catching them all by surprise? Is there any recent news regarding the disputed lands, Mickey? After a moment of contemplation, Mickey summoned a servant for inquiries. Once he ascertained that there were no tidings concerning Yusilman, he relayed the information. Previously, the contested territory was heavily garrisoned by Liris and Taloshi forces. Our scouts, whether dispatched from Mir or the Grey Strangle Islands, had gleaned not even a whisper of intelligence. The current situation in the disputed lands remains elusive. Liris must draw troops away from the contested territory to conquer those rocky isles in the narrow sea. A command was issued for all Mir armies to abandon their hold on the Grey Strangle Islands, urging them to quickly gather provisions and board their warships, setting sail for the contested territory in 3 days. Once again, Mir stood at a crossroads. Mickey pondered. Had they made the right choice this time? He knew not. The answer would be revealed only by the gods and the passage of time. Yet, his understanding of Mir's strength gave him reason to believe that this time, Mir would emerge victorious. In the Taloshi pleasure garden, the corpulent Governor Wadden Krilio extricated himself from his indulgent pleasures, and a slave promptly approached to drape him in a soft silk robe. He waved for a subordinate who had been waiting outside, drunkenly inquiring, "Has that woman been dealt with?" The subordinate trembled in fear of the governor, who was a smiling tiger, gentle in appearance but harboring filthy and bloody methods behind the Fade. Utilizing this duplicitous approach, Wadden had eliminated most of his political adversaries and enabled the pro-aggression Shalak faction to seize control of the two vast free trade city-states of Liris and Taloshi. "Is there no news, my lord?" The subordinate knelt on the ground, quaking, unable to meet Wadden's gaze. "Can you not manage even this? Where has she gone?" Wadden's voice, thick with his corpulence, questioned softly yet menacingly. She escaped, my lord." Sweat streamed down the subordinate's face as he heard the sound of a sword being drawn. Blood soon replaced sweat upon the ground. The dying Liris man lay there, his mouth gasping like a fish out of water in a pool of blood. He saw Wadden striding away, a fierce swordsman raising his blade high, poised to strike. Bang! A deafening sound echoed. In his final moments, the dying man's gaze beheld the swordsman consumed by flames. Subsequently, the inferno enveloped him as well. He felt as though a myriad of ants were gnawing at his skin, his innards threatening to burst forth from his body. Then, the agony ceased. The flames continued to wreak havoc within the city of Taloshi, with the southern walls, palatial estates, and pleasure gardens bearing the brunt of the dragon's fiery wrath. Aegon, mounted upon Womazur, repeatedly baptized the southern walls of Taloshi with Dragonfire, nearly incinerating all the scorpions that adorned the battlements. Due to the element of surprise, Aegon encountered scarcely any resistance, with only a handful of arrows attempting to strike him. Yet these projectiles either lacked the force to reach their target, plummeting helplessly to the ground, or were deflected by Womazur's formidable dragon scales. Taloshi, a fortress city of remarkable fortitude, boasted long and resilient walls. It was inconceivable for Aegon to obliterate all the scorpions within a brief span. Thus, he resolved to focus solely on the southern wall, leaving the northern defenses to be assaulted by the army landing from the south. From a missive received from the self-styled Drowned Wolf, Aegon learned of the inadequacies in Taloshi's defenses. Consequently, he boldly surmised that with his current strength, he could successfully conquer this ancient, robust, and powerful free trade city-state nestled at the northeastern tip of the Stone Steppes archipelago. He swiftly deduced the identity of the so-called Drowned Wolf and recognized the trustworthiness of the sender. Casting a glance at the southern walls of Taloshi and the mass of troops surging onto the southern shore, Aegon turned his attention to systematically ravaging the opulent palaces and pleasure gardens within the city. These establishments housed the nobility of Liss and Tolosi. Without their presence, the remaining forces and slave legions within Tolosi would be rendered utterly impotent. Aegon was indifferent to the collateral damage inflicted upon civilians. His sole desire was to reduce all high-end locales to ashes beneath his dragon's flames. The letter from the drowned wolf, Lion of Valencia, also mentioned a plot by the High Council to lure Aegon to Tolosi for his demise. Aegon, in a generous spirit, wished to send his adversaries to meet the stranger first. Contemplating this, he issued commands in increasingly proficient Valyrian. Womazar, unleashed the Dragonfire. Chapter 32. The Battle of Tolosi. Aegon, astride Womazar, unleashed a barrage of fire upon the visible grand edifices of the city, swiftly reducing them to cinders. Having achieved his objective, he resolved to guide Womazar to a safe and open area for a brief respite, preparing for a second wave of assault. In the distance, he spotted a fleet. Led by Elton, the warships joined forces with the Valyrian fleet, tasked with blockading and maintaining vigilance around the island's perimeter. Below him, the army was busy with the landings and the siege. Aegon recognized that he could offer little assistance. The Tolosi and Liss allied forces, upon witnessing the dragon's onslaught, immediately retreated into the depths of the city's fortifications, launching attacks from arrow slits against both the besieging army and Aegon himself. Continuing to scorch the walls with Dragonfire risked harming his own troops, prompting Aegon to desist. He chose to place his faith in his army's commander. This land offensive was under the complete command of the Legion's deputy leader, Oswald Valerian. If Elton was a seasoned warrior, Oswald was a young and fiery general, brimming with fervor. Only the nearly 20-year-old Oswald took the lead, commanding a large force to assault the shores of Tyros. Upon reaching the coastline, they encountered little in the way of effective resistance. The coalition forces of Tyros and Reefs, tasked with defending the coast, were utterly paralyzed by fear at the sight of the dragon descending from the sky, rendering them incapable of organizing any defensive lines. Oswald seized the coast with almost no effort. Soon after, more small vessels arrived, disembarking troops en masse onto the island. Although the searing dragon fire of Wormasol repeatedly battered the city walls, the brief exposure to heat was insufficient to entirely melt the massive stones used in their construction. The southern wall of Tyros stood with only minor damage, and the remaining defenders, unlike the disorganized coastal forces, quickly regrouped to establish a defense. Oswald raised his shield to deflect incoming arrows and, through the gaps, glimpsed the well-fortified walls. He understood that a fierce battle lay ahead. With a deep breath, Oswald elevated his shield before him, freeing his legs and hips, and firmly grasped the hilt of his sword. For Sir Aegon, Oswald roared, charging forward. The warriors followed in his wake, gripping their swords tightly as they advanced with ladders and siege engines. Boom! The thunderous sound of boulders hurled by catapults striking the walls resonated, mingled with the distant roars of the dragon. The warriors of Westeros surged onto the battlements. Kill! For Westeros, for Lord Aegon. Governor Warden of Reefs cowered in a well within the city, his ample frame comfortably ensconced in its depths. He stared fixedly at the sky, desperately seeking the bronze dragon that soared above Tyros, wreaking havoc with its fiery breath. His inner terror had reached its zenith. Moments earlier, having just exited his favorite pleasure garden, he had witnessed a pillar of light descending from the heavens, engulfing the buildings behind him in searing flames. Warden fled eastward in a panic, the dragon fire erupting far ahead, towards the palace. He knew there was no turning back, and upon finding the well, he claimed it as his temporary refuge. He sat within a wooden tub, secured with ropes, as his attendants lowered him down using a winch. The well provided a barrier against the intense heat, distorting the dragon's roars into eerie hums. Warden fixed his gaze on the sky, terrified that the dragon might discover him. Why? Warden trembled, his mind racing. It should not have been like this. According to his and Shiraka's plan, he was meant to be lured to Tyros to be slain. Even if that failed, by the time he regained his senses, Bloodstone Island should have fallen to Shirak. But why had he come? Riding a dragon, no less. Moreover, it appeared he had brought an army and ships with banners obscuring the sky, audaciously intending to conquer Tyros. Madman. Utterly insane. Warden trembled uncontrollably, gripped by an overwhelming fear. A chill rose from his feet, swiftly enveloping his entire being, causing him to shudder involuntarily. After this sudden jolt, reason returned belatedly. He realized that, apart from the desperate cries of the lowly, silence reigned above. It had been a long time since he had seen a dragon soar through the sky. Could it be that the dragon had departed? Warden pondered, then hastily rang the bell attached to the rope. The sound of the bell echoed sharply. Damn it! Pull me up quickly. Warden thought coldly, hoping these wretched and foolish guards would not succumb to fear and flee. If they did, neither they nor their families would survive. Fortunately, the wheel above began to turn rapidly, and he found himself slowly ascending in the wooden basin. The guards did not run away. A flicker of joy ignited within Warden. It seemed these lowly beings possessed some awareness of their situation. The well's walls receded behind him, and light enveloped him. The sensation of seeing sunlight again was delightful. Yet, before he could fully relish it, a grimy face came into view. It was a woman, her features marred by dirt, gripping a bloodied short sword. Surrounding her lay several of Warden's guards, sprawled lifelessly. Throughout his life, all who sought to kill him had perished. "My lord Warden, your memory serves you poorly," she remarked. Warden waved his hefty hands in front of his chest, leaning back against the edge of the basin in an attempt to retreat. But it was too late. The short sword swung toward his neck. With a swift motion, the woman discarded the sword, wiping the bloodied grime from her face as she gazed up at the vast blue sky. "It is finally over," she sighed, feeling a profound sense of relief. Her mission had reached its conclusion. On the city walls, Oswald fought valiantly, his soldiers doing the same. He always felt as if a relentless tide of defenders surged from all directions, an endless onslaught that seemed impossible to vanquish. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Since the landing, he had slain countless foes. His warriors, too, fighting desperately to breach the fortified defenses, finally managed to secure a foothold upon the walls. The chapter does not conclude here. Please click the next page to continue reading. Enjoy the esteemed privilege of a 7-day ad-free reading pass, available free to all registered users. The sounds of battle echoed upon the walls. The stench of blood mingled with excrement filled Oswald's nostrils, intensifying his sense of helplessness. He knew this would inevitably lead him towards a disadvantage, a fate shared by most of his soldiers. Just as Oswald, weary from the relentless combat, swung his sword once more, the resonant sound of a copper bell suddenly echoed in his ears. At the sound, the enemy forces ceased their assault. Retreating like a receding tide, Oswald beheld a harrowing sight. A chaotic expanse littered with bodies in the wake of their departure. Among the fallen were comrades. Yet the majority were foes. They had triumphed. They had finally devoured the first tough morsel of this arduous conflict. Oswald was elated, feeling an electrifying surge of energy coursing through him, eager to slay 5 or 6 more enemies. Annihilate them all. As he gazed at the relentless ascent of his fellow warriors scaling the city walls, Oswald bellowed, "Kill! Kill!" The soldiers surged down the steps of the battlements, soon confronting the tightly organized defenders entrenched in the southern avenues of the city. They were fully armed. The frontline fighters stood resolutely behind formidable shields, countless spears protruding from the crevices, seemingly poised to devour any adversary that dared to assail them. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Oswald halted the retreating warriors. Was the next fierce engagement upon them already? He understood that while the soldiers had the strength to mount another assault, they were already at the end of their tether. A reckless charge could lead to their demise. Oswald shook his head and adjusted his helmet. Despite his awareness, he cared not. All he desired was combat and victory. "Brave warriors, charge with me. Annihilate the wretches beneath those treacherous banners." The soldiers hesitated only briefly before being invigorated by Oswald's valor, rallying behind him as they charged toward the awaiting enemy, fully aware they might perish in the endeavor. Just as they closed within 20 paces of the enemy, a searing beam of light suddenly pierced the heavens. Flames swept through the alleyways, incinerating the defenders who stood ready. The inferno continued its advance, allowing the warriors of Westeros to glimpse the bronze dragon, its fiery breath raining down, and the shadowy figure of an armored rider upon its back. This spectacle galvanized the soldiers. Undeterred by the searing heat left in the dragon's wake, they plunged into the ranks of the enemy, which lay charred and scattered. They engaged the few survivors with merciful resolve, ending the suffering of those ignited by the dragon's flame. Having cleared the battlefield before him, Oswald erupted into laughter. He then divided his warriors into 5 groups, each tasked with assaulting the charred alleyways. Oswald gazed upon the bronze dragon Vormissal, and the fluttering crimson banner emblazoned with a bronze dragon. In that instant, his fatigue dissipated, and strength surged back into his arms and thighs. "Slay them all," he shouted, charging forward to lead his soldiers toward the blazing Targaryen palace. "Kill! Long live Westeros! Long live Baron Aegon!" Meanwhile, as the siege of the Targaryen stronghold unfolded, Sharrak led his fleet to Bloodstone Isle. However, he was met with profound disappointment. The island was deserted, not a single merchant vessel in sight. Where had they gone? Sharrak pondered in frustration. As his army made landfall, he beheld a desolate shipyard and an abandoned wooden fortress. An unsettling sensation began to surge within Sharrak's heart. Where in the blazes had those Westerosi scoundrels vanished to? He commanded his men to delve into the crab holes excavated by his predecessor, Kralhas, on the island. The outcome, however, resulted in the loss of several lives without uncovering a single trace of anyone hiding within. He ordered his subordinates to scour Bloodstone Island and the surrounding territories, including Blackblood Island, Shattered Reef, Vulture's Roost, and Broken Blade Isle. Yet, in the end, the results left him utterly disheartened. That Westerosi lad and his crew had completely disappeared. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air, like phantoms slipping into the woods or eels diving into the depths. The plan had unraveled, as if the enemy had foreseen his ambush and vanished without a trace. Damn it! In a fit of rage, Sharrak seized one of his men and bellowed, "They are not hidden among these wretched stone islands. Where have they gone?" This expedition had not been stocked with ample provisions, leaving him incapable of holding these islands. Originally, he had intended to seize Bloodstone Island and its neighboring isles, relying on the supplies left by the Westerosi to defend the territory while awaiting reinforcements from Liss and Tyrosh. Yet, to his dismay, Bloodstone Island was devoid of life, leaving him nothing but chaos and a multitude of empty docks and towers. "My lord," a scout stumbled before Sharrak. Nearly colliding with him, Sharrak stepped forward and, with a swift motion, roused the scout from his stupor. The scout, regaining his composure and clutching his flushed cheek, gasped. "A merchant vessel departing from Tyrosh has sighted a fleet flying the Silver Seahorse banner, along with a hasty retreat that left me breathless." The mention of the Silver Seahorse? The Valerian family? Sharrak was well aware of this illustrious Westerosi house. The Valerians' trade extended throughout the known world, their naval power rivaling that of Liss or Tyrosh. Why would they involve themselves in the conflict over the Stepstone Isles? Sharrak pondered. It was known that although the Valerians had triumphed in the recent war over the Stepstone Isles, they had suffered considerable losses, eventually relinquishing control over the waterways, thus granting himself and Lecarino the chance to reclaim the Isles. Where was the Valerian fleet headed? What connection did they have with that lad on Bloodstone Island? Just as Sharrak grappled with these thoughts, his scout finally composed himself and uttered the remaining half of his sentence. That fleet bearing the Silver Seahorse banner, along with another flying a red field with a bronze dragon, is heading towards Tyrosh. The revelation struck Sharrak like thunder, and his eyes widened in astonishment. He gazed ahead, resembling a wooden plank in his stupor. It was over, Sharrak thought. No. How could he know about the vulnerability of the Tyrosian defenses? And what of the Valerian family's involvement? No. Sharrak shook his head in disbelief. Above the city of Tyros, Aegon rode Varamisal, surveying the battlefield. The scattered buildings, once ignited by Dragonfire, had now been entirely engulfed in flames. The inferno spread, and now a significant portion of the city lay within the fiery abyss. This ancient and esteemed free trade city-state of Tyros was on the brink of being reduced to ashes. The legion led by Oswell had already penetrated the inner city and its palaces. They planted the red and bronze dragon banner upon the obsidian walls of the inner city. Additionally, atop the palace, Aegon's red and bronze dragon banner was also unfurled. This marked the first time the inner city of Tyros had been captured. Once, even the formidable Volantis could not breach Tyros. Yet now, this venerable city had succumbed to a mere youth from Westeros, with the inner city falling into his grasp. The citizens of Tyros gazed fearfully at the sky, dreading the return of the dragons. As the flames spread, they were driven away by the fire, scattering in panic. Those fleeing northward were obstructed by the towering city walls, as the Tyrosian guards had no intention of opening the gates. They understood that once the gates were opened, they too would become prey on the butcher's block of the Westerosi invaders. Conversely, those heading south successfully exited the city. They fashioned makeshift boats from wooden planks, paddling away from the city that was on the verge of being entirely consumed by Dragonfire. Aegon had specifically ordered that citizens and the mingled deserters be allowed to escape through the captured southern wall. To confine so many within a city engulfed in flames would inevitably incite unnecessary chaos and rebellion. His foresight proved accurate. Though it unfolded at the northern wall still under the control of the Tyrosian guards, the citizens of Tyros raised various weapons, attacking the guards positioned on the walls. A significant portion of the guards hailed from this very city, their families residing within. Consequently, many of the Tyrosian guards rebelled against their commanders, joining the throngs of rioters. Before long, the stubborn Tyrosian guards could no longer withstand the onslaught. The northern gates of Tyros swung wide open, and countless citizens and deserters surged forth, heading to the docks in search of vessels to escape the island. The remaining ships in Tyros were few. Many merchant vessels had been requisitioned by Sharrak and taken to the desolate Bloodstone Island. Unable to find boats, the citizens of Tyros resorted to makeshift rafts and driftwood, paddling into the open sea. Their primary destination was often the smaller Tyros Island to the west, which, although having fallen to Aegon earlier, had not yet succumbed to Dragonfire and devastation. Meanwhile, within the city of Tylos, the raging flames continued to spread north and south. Aegon commanded Vomisol to descend into the inner city, where the protective walls of Dragonstone shielded it from the inferno. Nevertheless, the heat within was unbearable, akin to being trapped in a furnace. Having just seized control of the inner city and the palace, Oswer led his soldiers through the fiery chaos, advancing towards the northern walls of Tylos, leaving only a handful of defenders in the inner city. Aegon glided down from the dragon's back, ascending the towering Dragonstone walls under the guidance of the warriors. How could there be so many dragon crystals here? Though puzzled, Aegon did not dwell on it for long. He gazed towards the southern and northern expanse of Tylos. He witnessed the warriors who had captured the southern walls steadfastly defending the lofty ramparts, while the remaining forces retreated from the city, boarding small vessels to escape. Shortly thereafter, Oswer planted the red and bronze dragon banner atop the northern gatehouse. Thus, the enemy forces within Tylos had been thoroughly eradicated, and this ancient city was slowly being consumed by the flames. In this sudden siege, Aegon emerged victorious. He had successfully taken Tylos, even as the city teetered on the brink of ashes. If all went smoothly, the Meelians should have also secured Riss by now. Even if not, the Meelian offensive would surely be overwhelming enough for Riss to handle. One daughter perished in Dragonfire. One daughter defected. One daughter was betrayed by her own kin. The third daughter had completely shattered. Yet, Aegon's war was far from over. Shirak and his fleet had likely reached Bloodstone Isle, and Aegon still faced a formidable battle ahead. After all, those under Lack represented the true might of Riss and Tylos. Chapter 33. Iron-fisted resolve. Aegon had no desire to conquer a desolate wasteland, as that would bear no significance. He dispatched soldiers to extinguish the flames, while the citizens voluntarily joined forces with the troops. Ultimately, through their collective efforts, the fire was finally quelled. A substantial portion of Tylos had been reduced to ashes, particularly in the affluent districts and near the grand structures. In contrast, a significant portion of the commoners' area remained relatively unscathed, and the inner city was untouched. This serendipitous preservation spared Aegon considerable trouble, facilitating his subsequent control over this fractured free trade city-state. Not only the commoners' district and inner city, but Tylos port also remained remarkably intact, making it well suited for the future revival of trade. My lord, Oswer dragged a dust-covered woman, bloodied and battered, into the grand hall of Tylos. Aegon looked up and was taken aback to see Lyanna Valencia. He rushed forward to support her, calling for a healer, quickly. Just as the healer was en route, Lyanna tilted her head back and fainted. Aegon and Oswer laid her upon the soft blankets of the Tylos palace, awaiting the healer's arrival. Where did you find her? I dispatched 3 parties and could not locate her. In a desolate ruin within the city, Commander Lyanna lay on the brink of death. My lord, please allow me to speak. Before Aegon could utter a word, Oswald had already begun to express his thoughts. I refuse to believe that Commander Lyanna would betray us. She is a warrior, a true warrior. Beside the ruins, we discovered the bodies of Governor Reefs and his guards. And this dagger was clutched in Commander Lyanna's hand. She is the one who killed them. This is her scheme. She is not a traitor, but a hero. Aegon was well aware that Lyanna was not a traitor. The previous events were merely a well-rehearsed act between them, a mutual understanding that came from their deep connection. Aegon felt a sense of pride in his own performance, and in Lyanna as well. From the moment he heard that she had attacked the guards without actually killing them, he understood her intentions. Perhaps this was what they referred to as a meeting of minds. However, Aegon also recognized that explaining this to Oswald would likely be futile. So he simply replied, I understand. Once she awakens, I shall make my decision. The healer arrived and conducted a brief examination of Lyanna, soon discovering that she was merely exhausted and had fallen into a deep slumber. Relief washed over Aegon as his anxieties finally subsided. Splendid, splendid, Oswald exclaimed, shaking Lyanna's arm until Aegon pulled him away. Have your men summon Squiddo and Elton. From this moment forth, all matters concerning Tolosi shall be temporarily entrusted to Squiddo. You have not closed your eyes since the siege began, have you? Go find a comfortable room and rest well, Oswald. If Aegon had not inquired, Oswald would not have recognized his own fatigue. Yet, as soon as Aegon spoke, exhaustion engulfed him like a tidal wave. Overwhelmed by weariness, Oswald also felt a surge of emotion. He was merely a disregarded illegitimate child, having never experienced such care since childhood. Moreover, this concern came from a lord of high standing. Yes, Oswald stubbornly pressed his lips together, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, striving to appear strong rather than sentimental and weak. Yet, Aegon observed all of this with keen insight. Although his commander lacked cunning, he was remarkably loyal and straightforward. A fitting candidate for a vanguard leader. Aegon smiled inwardly. Should he return to Reefs or rush to aid to Loci? This dilemma perpetually troubled Shalak. Returning to Reefs would grant him a chance to start anew. However, he would lose to Loci, the entire Stone Stair archipelago, and the politically defunct kingdom of the Third Daughter. Furthermore, the path back to Reefs was fraught with obstacles posed by the Meal People. Conversely, aiding to Loci would inevitably lead to battle. If all goes well, they could launch a surprise attack on the Westerlanders who are currently besieging Tyrosh. However, should fortune not favor them and the Westerlanders have already captured Tyrosh, they would confront the well-prepared fleet of Westeros head-on. Ever since that failed attempt, he has refrained from underestimating that impetuous Westeros lad. His actions have consistently defied Shallark's expectations. Nevertheless, Shallark remains quite confident in Tyrosh's defenses. The city could not possibly be so fragile. Even without naval forces, the formidable walls and well-armed garrison of Tyrosh should be able to delay the Westerlanders for a significant time. There is no way they could conquer Tyrosh so swiftly. With these thoughts in mind, Shallark promptly summoned his subordinates and issued orders for the fleet to set sail for Tyrosh. If they could drive the Westerlanders away, he would have a glimmer of hope. Upon triumphantly returning to Liss, bolstered by victory and the political influence he cultivated in Tyrosh, his faction would ascend once more to the pinnacle of power in Liss. At that point, he could bide his time and easily seize the Stepstone Islands. Although Shallark maintained his confidence, an indescribable feeling gnawed at him. It was akin to a precarious tower, and each tilt evoked a fleeting terror within him. The palace, once belonging to the Lord of Tyrosh, was now filled with armed Westerlanders who had arrived with blades and fire. In the palace's reception hall, lavishly adorned with exquisite mill and list decorations, preparations were underway for the imminent great battle. Our fleet has suffered minimal losses, with only a few vessels accidentally sunk by catapults from the city walls, and 2 more heavily damaged. However, these were merely ordinary galleys and flatboats. Our large warships have incurred almost no damage. If you give the command, we can set sail immediately. Elton reported to Aegon. Not so fast. Let at least 1/3 of the army board first. We need personnel to manage the aftermath of the battle. Relying solely on sailors will be woefully insufficient. Additionally, regarding provisions, my scouts have just uncovered the location of the Tyroshi's food stores. However, upon arrival, they found that the once abundant granaries were now filled with charred grains, along with roasted salted beef and pickled fish. Fortunately, the port remained unscathed, as it has been stockpiling food for years to sell at high prices to ships that dock briefly and are in urgent need of supplies. I have already dispatched someone to procure provisions. At triple the price? Squiddo was well aware of the exorbitant fees charged by the dockside black market vendors. Of course, at half the normal price of the grain, Aegon replied. Without the endorsement of Tyroshi's upper echelons, those scoundrels would not dare to charge so much. It is not just us. The citizens of Tyrosh also need to eat, and they do not possess such wealth. The commands I issued have forced those unscrupulous dock merchants to either sell grain at half the usual price or face a swift and fatal consequence. Squiddo had never witnessed Aegon resorting to such tactics before. In his recollection, Aegon had always treated his own people with kindness, like a dear friend. However, when it came to adversaries, ruthless cruelty was his hallmark. Once all preparations are complete, we shall set forth. Convey this message to Marinding as well, informing him that this is not merely my battle. Should we falter, the Valerian family can expect not even a single hair in return. Indeed, as you wish. Both Elton and Squiddo responded in turn. Chapter 34. The Council Lyanna had slumbered for 3 days, during which Aegon had sought out the healer of Tyrosh multiple times, repeatedly confirming whether she had perished. The healer, exasperated, assured Aegon that she was indeed unharmed, merely suffering from minor superficial injuries which he had attended to during his prior visit. It was not until 3 days had elapsed that Lyanna finally stirred. She complained to her maid about the pain in her bladder and head. Upon hearing of Lyanna's awakening, Aegon rushed over. At last, you have awakened, he exclaimed as he pushed open the door. Lyanna, unconcerned for herself, jested, am I destined to slumber in this place forever? Let us be realistic. I should be resting in Bravos or Pintos. The chatter of the Tyroshi is incessant, making it impossible to sleep soundly here. You seem to have slept rather soundly. Do you realize how long you have been asleep? 1 night, perhaps? Lyanna glanced outside to see that it was now dark. Her last fragment of consciousness was also of night. An entire day? Have I truly slept for so long? 3 days, a full 3 days. Had it not been for the healer from Tyrosh, we would have presumed you were dead, Aegon informed her, noting her evident surprise. Rubbing her sore neck, she grimaced and exclaimed, good heavens, have I truly slumbered for that long? Indeed, without a doubt. Aegon summoned a servant to bring Lyanna her meal. Thank you. Lyanna replied politely, having not felt hunger while asleep. but now feeling as if her stomach were gnawing at her insides. Eat quickly. I have matters to discuss with you afterward. With that, Lyanna wasted no time, devouring her dinner with vigor. Once she had soaked up the last remnants of broth with bread and eagerly consumed it, Aegon timely offered her a glass of water to wash it down. Lyanna accepted the cool water, swallowing the final morsel of bread and not forgetting to let out a contented burp. Ahem, Aegon smiled. Do you not wish to share anything? He had anticipated that Lyanna would have much to discuss, but she simply replied, what is there to say? As you recounted the incident of riding a dragon to scorch the pleasure gardens of Tyros, you nearly buried me beneath the flames. Damn, had I not acted swiftly, you would truly be deprived of my presence now. Suddenly, Lena paused, inquiring, oh, are you referring to the matter concerning Rachorino? I sincerely apologize, I confess my guilt. It was the inadequacy of my subordinates, and as the leader, I must bear the full weight of the blame. Aegon, recognizing her jest, refrained from prolonging the topic. It was a relief to have returned alive. He gently patted Lena on the shoulder, as if recalling something significant. By the way, you mentioned that the Tyroshi were so noisy that you couldn't sleep? What a pity, for I had intended to appoint you as the overseer of Tyros. Appoint me as the overseer of Tyros? Lena furrowed her brow, doubting her comprehension. Are you certain? She questioned. However, Aegon replied, I have just established the Tyroshi Council of Recommendations in Tyros. It comprises representatives from the lower echelons of Tyroshi society, along with the few surviving nobles. You shall serve as the governor of the council, overseeing the agenda and proceedings. The term Tyroshi Council of Recommendations was rather foreign to Lena. I am not versed in managing a city or a council. I am merely a warrior, skilled in leading troops into battle, she admitted. If you are willing, I will arrange for others to manage Tyros later on. Yet, the current situation in Tyros calls for your expertise. Your iron-fisted command is precisely what I require. However, I must caution you that despite the present calm in Tyros, there are undercurrents of discontent brewing beneath the surface. You need to cultivate your own power, embedding spies among the Tyroshi commoners and nobles alike. Simultaneously, you must maintain control over the military and all intelligence, both overt and covert. Only then can we solidify our dominion over Tyros. Lena, quick-witted and perceptive, grasped Aegon's intent without the need for further elaboration. Where will you go? She merely inquired. The war on the Stone Steps Islands has yet to conclude, and Sharrak is still restless in the waters surrounding Bloodstone Island. We must hasten to bring the conflict to a close. War is a voracious machine consuming resources, soldiers, provisions, and the upkeep of warships all demand funding. Previously, Viserys allocated gold dragons from the treasury to Demon, which have now dwindled to near nothing in my hands. Should we delay for another month? I may even have to borrow from Marlinton and the Valerian family to finance the war, something I am loath to consider. To have leverage over others, especially the Valerian family, would entrap me in their grasp and shadow indefinitely. Understanding Aegon's predicament, Lena refrained from pressing further, simply stating, I cannot guarantee that I can present you with a thriving Tyros. Yet I can assure you that all forces attempting to overturn us shall be stifled in their infancy. Aegon smiled with a sense of relief and subsequently informed those around him to entrust all matters to Lyanna and Oswell. Additionally, he instructed them to prepare for the fleet to set sail for Bloodstone Island at dawn. The vast ocean under the cloak of night lay in serene silence, broken only by the cursed monkey swinging from the mast and hurling excrement at the passing crew below. In the depths of the cabin, Sharrak lay snoring, his alabaster skin contrasting with the darkness. His bed slave, Lydia, remained awake, lost in contemplation as she gazed at the peculiar artwork hanging on the cabin wall. The painting, newly crafted, depicted a fleet that had been obliterated, with the remnants of warships floating upon the water like a witch's cauldron brewing a grotesque potion. This was the fleet of Volantis. Many years prior, Pantos and Telosai had united to vanquish the invaders of Volantis, liberating Liss. This artwork was created during that time, a testament to the eternal and sincere alliance of the three cities. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed against the cabin door. Were they seeking Sharrak? Lydia pondered as she gently roused him from slumber. Sharrak hastily gathered the scattered garments from the floor, donned a few hastily, and opened the door. Outside stood a group of warriors, fully armed, brandishing torches and swords. Lydia gasped in surprise. She had witnessed such scenes too many times before. Countless individuals had sought to take Sharrak's life, yet all had met their demise by his blade. However, the present circumstance felt different. These individuals appeared not to stir chaos, but were instead anxious as they communicated with Sharrak, who promptly followed them away. Lydia glanced at her scarred body and the disheveled bed, letting out a resigned sigh. Almost immediately, she heard a rumbling sound, reminiscent of the ship's scorpions being readied. Was war imminent once more? Recently, Sharrak had been speaking of this with her. Lydia understood little of warfare. She only knew it brought death. Yet, she wished for Sharrak to survive, even if it meant her own demise. Chapter 35. The Battle of the Shattered Reefs, Part 1, on a rainy night. Atop a towering rock at the Shattered Reefs, Aegon gazed into the distance, observing the two opposing fleets in a standoff. The night sky was as dark as ink, thick clouds ushering in a light rain. The droplets cascaded down, drenching Aegon's silver hair, causing it to hang in disarray. Clad in heavy armor, with a sword at his side, the right side of his breastplate bore the emblem of a bronze dragon against a crimson backdrop. As the rain intensified, the night deepened into profound darkness, a harbinger of the impending storm. Large raindrops struck the emblem on Aegon's chest, pooling red water at his feet. Resembling a pool of blood, Aegon advanced, stepping into the crimson puddle, sending sprays of water flying. A flash of lightning illuminated a vast expanse of the ocean, revealing two fleets poised in confrontation. To the southwest, the fleet bearing the banner of the Three Daughters was that of Sharrak. Their vessels were numerous, with smaller merchant ships and flat-bottomed boats tethered together by iron chains to facilitate close-quarter combat. The larger ships occupied the northern sector, their sails furled, with masts lowered to one-third of their original height. This was a seasoned tactic for weathering storms at sea, particularly for multi-masted vessels. Fierce gales could wreak havoc on sails and masts. Thus, in most instances, upon encountering a storm, captains would command their sailors to stow the sails and lower the masts, leaving only the final segment upright. However, this maneuver presented a significant dilemma. The warships would lose a substantial amount of their propulsion, while galleys and sail-powered vessels might fare better, as their oars could still provide considerable thrust. The larger three-masted ships were not so fortunate. Although they possessed oars, their quantity was woefully inadequate, rendering their capacity for movement severely limited. Should circumstances shift, these grand sailboats would find themselves stripped of much of their maneuverability and absolute control of the battlefield. Yet, the two fleets faced each other from a considerable distance, which under ordinary circumstances was deemed relatively safe. For enemy vessels to traverse that expanse would require considerable time, affording those aboard the warships ample opportunity to react. This very point had been the subject of discussion in the pre-battle conference attended by Aegon, Elton, and Squiddo. Both Aegon and Squiddo shared a consensus, believing that, given the prevalence of rams aboard their ships, they should hoist the sails and charge at the enemy with utmost speed to seize the advantage. However, Elton, a seasoned commander of warships, and Malenton, the admiral of the Valyrian fleet, held opposing views. Like the captains of the Three Daughters fleet, they feared that a strong wind could devastate sails and masts, rendering such actions tantamount to a suicide mission for the warships. The storm would shred the sails and snap the masts, leaving the incapacitated ships adrift, ultimately at the mercy of their foes. Yet, they overlooked a fundamental issue. The majority of the large warships in the Three Daughters fleet were indeed three-masted vessels, with only a handful of large rosail ships and galleys. Thus, when faced with a storm, the fleet resembled nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. In contrast, Aegon's fleet bore no such concerns. The Storm Fleet, which had long safeguarded the coastal waters, comprised a significant proportion of large three-masted galleys. Even after losing the propulsion of their sails, these ships could still rely on their oars for movement. The Valyrian fleet was similarly equipped, albeit with a greater number of large sailing vessels. Therefore, under such circumstances, by hoisting their sails to harness the storm's force, they could continue their advance, even if the masts were broken and the sails torn. Propelled onward by inertia and the power of their oars, utilizing the tactic of collision, seize the pivotal advantage that will determine the outcome of the battle. The storm has yet to arrive, with only the torrential rain pouring down. Aegon observed as his fleet quietly raised their masts and hoisted the sails. It appeared that the fleet was set to execute the strategy formulated during their pre-battle conference. Aegon contemplated this, then leaped from the boulder, stepping onto the undulating vessel. In the darkness, even the tawny Vomerisol had turned to a shade of black, engulfed by the boundless night. The damp strands of his hair were lifted by the wind, and as he gazed upwards, he noticed the rain cascading from the heavens, swept askew by the gusts. The tempest was imminent. Among a fleet styled after Tyrosh, Squiddo had chosen the flagship, the ordinary galley Dislery. Dislery was a legendary courtesan of Tyrosh, who, through her beauty and cunning, had clawed her way from the depths to ascend to the pinnacle of power in Tyrosh. Squiddo did not dare to aspire to her heights. After all, he was merely a lowly, unattractive bastard from the estuary, a hybrid of Westeros and Tyrosh. He merely hoped to witness Aegon's rise to greatness. As long as he could live without worry, he was grateful for everything he had now. He understood that sooner or later, the fleet would be wrested from Aegon's grasp, as would that of House Velaryon. Only the fleet he commanded was truly Aegon's trusted armada. If Daemon had saved his life, then Aegon Blackstone had bestowed upon him an irreplaceable recognition. He was aware that Aegon entrusted this fleet to him for a significant purpose. Aegon valued him so highly. Squiddo could not betray that trust. Raindrops struck his face, the drenched boiled leather armor feeling exceptionally heavy, even more so than the hand axe he wielded. Squiddo grasped the foremost mast with one hand while peering through the rain veil towards the distant fleet of the Three Daughters, resembling a lookout. Most of the large warships under his command were three-masted vessels, ill-suited for a ramming assault. Only one three-masted galley and a few ordinary galleys could engage in the collision. Presently, he stood upon such an ordinary galley. Shortly after the sailors raised the sails, the fierce wind filled them, causing them to swell. It was time. Squiddo shouted to those behind him, "Raise the anchor." Upon hearing this, the sailors sprang into action. Several robust sailors surrounded the chains at the side of the ship, calling out in unison as they worked together to pull the chains. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. As the sailors exerted themselves, the iron chain rattled loudly. The sails above were also flapping in the gusts. Listening to these sounds, Squiddo felt a surge of blood and a rush of power coursing through him. This was the rhythm of battle. 1, 2. With another collective effort from the sailors, the anchor was finally pulled from the depths. Under the fierce gusts of wind, the vessel with its sails raised immediately sprang into motion. "Let the oarsmen row without pause," Squiddo commanded, his voice drowned by the relentless sound of rain. He seized a sailor and shouted, "Retrieve the weapons from the barrels and distribute them all." Squiddo swiftly issued another command. The deck became a flurry of activity as the warships surged forward at an astonishing pace. Chapter 36, Battle of the Shattered Reef, Part 2, Through the Curtain of Rain. Squiddo caught sight of a three-masted galleon gliding alongside his own. This was the only large warship in his fleet capable of engaging in a ramming assault. In the distance, Elton's fleet was also mobilizing. Among his ships, there were even more formidable vessels ready to join the fray. Yet, for reasons unknown, the Valyrian fleet did not adhere to the pre-battle strategy discussed in their meeting. Instead, they appeared like turtles retracting into their shells, relying solely on oars for propulsion. Though Squiddo was disheartened to witness the Valyrian fleet's retreat into cowardice, he could do little but lead his own ship into battle. The three-masted galleon that had once been alongside him had already outpaced his ordinary rowboat, the Desley. The enemy loomed ever closer in his sight. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed across the sea. He beheld the two masts of the large galleon ahead snap simultaneously, tilting toward the depths of the ocean. The warship shuddered, yet its speed remained largely unaffected. Countless oars flailed beneath the vessel, propelling it onward with fierce determination. Before Squiddo could revel in his fortunate observation, the sails of the Desley were violently torn apart by a sudden gust, as if commanded by the very lightning that illuminated the scene. In an instant, the sails were swept into the sea. The same lightning revealed several warships charging toward the Desley from all directions. If knights on horseback epitomized valor on land, then these ships, employing ramming tactics to charge headlong into the enemy, were the knights of the sea. The fleet surged forth like a stampede of cavalry, banners flying high, iron steeds surging like a torrent. "Oarsmen, do not relent for a moment," Squiddo declared, diverting his gaze to send his first mate below deck to oversee the oarsmen's efforts. With the sails gone, the burden on the rowers intensified, and their exertion multiplied. He feared these indolent souls might falter, should the warship's speed diminish. Regaining momentum would prove a formidable challenge. Fortunately, the anticipated calamity did not transpire. The Desley continued to advance at full speed, charging towards its adversaries. At that moment, the enemy also realized the oncoming assault. They hastily attempted to raise their masts and hoist their sails, but the tempest offered them no respite. Before they could secure the masts, the gale forcefully toppled them. And as for the sails, no matter the strength of the sailors, they were powerless against the fury of the storm. Even some sailors, unable to release their grips in time, were swept into the tumultuous sea along with the canvas by the raging winds. Their only recourse lay in the oars. Yet these were utterly inadequate against the onslaught of the advancing enemy fleet. The scant few oars struggled to propel them forward, let alone manage a turn to flee. Their fate appeared to be predetermined by the gods. The vessel, the Desley, continued its course, yet without sails, its speed began to wane. Nevertheless, it did not diminish significantly. The distance between them and the enemy warships was rapidly closing. At this moment, several medium to large rowing ships from the Three Daughters had detached from the fleet, fleeing in various directions. However, many larger sailing vessels remained ensnared, clumsily attempting to alter their course and row to the side. Yet time was not on their side. The enemy drew ever closer, and they had no chance to change their trajectory and escape. They were in a state of frenzy. Sharrak stood agape, watching the approaching fleet from Westeros. Most of their ships had lost their sails, and numerous masts had splintered. Utilizing the inertia provided by the fierce winds and their oars, they continued to surge forward at a breakneck speed. Sharrak, having reached this pivotal moment, was no ordinary man. While he experienced the shock, fear, and bewilderment akin to others, such emotions would only linger for a fleeting moment. Soon, he would transcend these negative states, enveloped in a profound stillness. With clarity of mind, Sharrak seized a panicked slave sailor fleeing across the deck. Rain lashed against his face, flowing down the crevices and outlining Sharrak's cold visage. Go summon the first mate. The slave, trembling with fear, obeyed and soon returned with a robust man to the deck. Tell the crossbowmen to man their scorpions and not to leave their posts for an instant. Have the oarsmen abandon their paddles, arm themselves, and assemble on the deck and the lower hold, ready for battle. Yes. Immediately, the vessel, the Rizka, sprang into action. The oarsmen relinquished their paddles and grasped weapons. The bowmen at both ends of the ship adjusted their scorpions, readying them for an imminent assault from the encroaching dragons. In moments of heightened tension, time seems to stretch, and Sharrak fixated on the enemy ships drawing nearer and nearer. He summoned the archers, raising his right hand, prompting them to knock their arrows and draw their bows taut. Before he could issue the command, a volley of arrows flew toward him. The first mate attempted to pull him beneath the shield for cover, but Sharrak forcefully pushed him away. He stood alone on the deck, facing the torrential rain and the hail of arrows. Aside from his chainmail, he bore no other protective gear. The arrows drew closer, descending, thud, thud, thud. As he had anticipated, they were well beyond the range of the bows. If the weather were fair, these arrows would rain down upon him like countless drops. However, it is a tempestuous day, with storms raging. The feathers at the arrow's tail would be drenched in rain, as would the shaft, altering the weight of the missiles, coupled with the howling winds. Hitting the target from this distance is utterly implausible. Sharrak calculated the distance between the warships, a smirk playing on his lips as he signaled with a swift gesture. Release. Whoosh, whoosh. The archers loosed their bows, and the arrows shot forth with incredible speed. They cleaved through the curtain of rain, tracing an arc of desolation against the darkened night sky. Look out! Squiddo shouted as the incoming arrows became apparent. He hastily retrieved a shield hanging at the side of the ship and yanked a sailor, frozen in fear, under its protection. Thud, thud. The arrows struck the shield and deck, producing a terrifying sound of penetration. The oak shield was sufficiently sturdy, yet the arrows pierced through, leaving the long shafts mere fingerbreadths from Squiddo's eyes. A hair's breadth away, he would have been deprived of sight forever, but before he could dwell on his fear, a thunderous crash erupted as the Deslay collided forcefully with a large three-masted ship from the kingdom of the Third Daughter. In an instant, the sound was like thunder, and splinters flew. The tremendous impact created a gaping hole in the hull of the adversary's ship, and seawater surged into the hold like a frenzy. They had been sentenced to death, rendering any notion of a boarding battle unnecessary. Emerging from beneath the shield, Squiddo beheld the enemy vessel, now with a massive breach thanks to the Desley's assault. His sailors and warriors had congregated on the deck, most taking refuge at the stern to evade the rain of arrows, while only a small contingent remained by his side. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of the ship's collision resonated like a victorious symphony in Squiddo's mind. Yet amidst the cacophony, a sharp sound suddenly captured his attention. Unbeknownst to him, a large sailing ship from the kingdom of the Third Daughter had approached. The enemy sailors cast down a gangplank, bridging the gap directly onto the deck of the Deslay. A bloody boarding battle was imminent. Chapter 37. The Battle of the Shattered Coral Reef, Part 2, with a sweeping arc of his curved blade. Squiddo drove his hand axe deep into the shoulder of his opponent. Steel embedded in flesh, blood gushed forth as the enslaved sailor screamed and collapsed. Squiddo, his face smeared with blood, surveyed the battlefield with the ferocity of a wolf. On the opposite side of the deck, he noticed a formidable figure clad in chainmail, cutting a swath through the ranks. Surrounded by the fallen warriors of the Deslay, this individual continued to fight relentlessly. Squiddo tossed his hand axe slightly into the air. Catching it once more, then with a deft twist of his wrist, he maneuvered through the throng, making his way toward the armored warrior. Meanwhile, on the other side, Aegon soared high above the battlefield on his dragon. Lightning occasionally illuminated the battlefield, revealing the situation in its entirety. On the northern front, Elton and Squiddo's fleet plunged headlong into the formidable array of warships commanded by Sharrak. Utilizing the audacious tactics devised in their pre-battle conference, they sank at least a dozen of the Three Daughters vessels in a single collision. Meanwhile, the larger warships remained virtually unscathed, with only a handful of ordinary rowboats and the colossal ships involved in the ramming succumbing to destruction. This already constituted a significant advantage. Aegon contemplated descending onto the battlefield atop his dragon to further amplify their supremacy, yet he understood that Sharrak was no Lecherio. The fleet under Sharraka's command adhered to strict discipline, unlike Lecherio's men, who would rashly abandon reason at the sight of a dragon. Furthermore, from Squiddo, Aegon had learned that the Three Daughters fleet was equipped with scorpions. Even the scorpions aboard Lecherio's warships were orchestrated by this admiral of the Three Daughters. Wormisal, unlike those youthful dragons, possessed impenetrable scales, making it exceedingly difficult for the scorpion bolts to breach his defenses. Nevertheless, every creature harbors vulnerabilities, and dragons are no exception. The wings and eyes of dragons are their Achilles heel. A minor tear in the wing membrane would not hinder flight, but a simultaneous barrage of scorpion bolts, particularly with high accuracy, could indeed result in the dragon's wing membrane being torn apart, stripping it of its ability to soar and causing it to plummet. The eyes were even more perilous. Aegon recalled how the namesake of his own conquest, Aegon, had a sister, Rhaenys, whose dragon, Meraxes, was slain when struck in the eye by a Dornish bolt. At that time, Meraxes was even larger than Vhagar, ranking as the second largest dragon in Westeros. The formidable Meraxes had been felled by a scorpion, and Aegon dared not imagine what fate awaited him and Wormisal in a similar predicament. He could not recklessly charge into battle with Wormisal. He needed to employ strategy. Thus, Aegon continued to survey the battlefield from the safety of the skies, biding his time for the right moment. On the ship Dastly, Squiddo clashed with Sharrak, who was clad in armor. Naturally, Squiddo, lacking formal combat training, was no match for Sharrak. However, in terms of ferocity and cunning, Sharrak found himself outmatched. Squiddo fought while retreating, continuously provoking Sharrak while maintaining a defensive posture, leaving no openings. Gradually, Sharrak became oblivious to the fact that he had ventured deep into enemy territory. Though not a paragon of virtue, Squiddo was no fool. In a moment of opportunity during the defensive struggle, he suddenly retreated, then with a swift motion, summoned the surrounding warriors of Westeros to surge forth. Infuriated by Squiddo's dishonorable trickery, Sharrak let out a furious roar, only to be engulfed by the onslaught of the advancing tide. Squiddo smirked cunningly, wiping the blood from his face and casting it to the ground. Without such tactics, he would never have survived the brutal struggles of the lower ranks for decades. It was then that a sudden turn of events unfolded. A cacophony of shouts and battle cries erupted behind Squiddo. A swift rowing warship belonging to the Daughters of the Three collided forcefully with the vessel named Dastly, seemingly intent on providing assistance. It was only at that moment that Squiddo deduced the identity of the man who had lured him into this snare. He was certainly more than just a mere captain. With this thought, a faint smile graced Squiddo's lips as he tightened his grip on his axe and plunged into the throng. To the south of the northern battlefield lay the Valyrian fleet, engaged in combat with the interconnected smaller vessels of the Daughters of the Three, linked by iron chains. This strategy mimicked land warfare, allowing ships to connect, their decks forming a cohesive platform for mutual support among troops. Marlondon had initially intended to avoid the collision tactics of the northern warships to minimize losses for the Valyrian fleet. However, he unexpectedly found himself crashing against a veritable wall of iron. The Daughters of the Three's ships were as solid as a fortress. Despite the numerical superiority of the Valyrian warships and soldiers, they struggled to coordinate effectively on these decks, which had transformed into an expanse of battleground. Marlondon and his men found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle, with him personally urging the beleaguered Valyrian warriors amidst heavy casualties. On the decks, the relentless tide of Daughters of the Three's slave soldiers and regular troops surged toward them. The Valyrian soldiers were compelled to confront multiple assailants while awaiting reinforcements. In a bloodlust frenzy, Marlondon shouted to break through the shield formations and penetrate the enemy ranks. Inspired by his fervor, the Valyrian warriors abandoned their defensive stances, switching from defense to offense. The Daughters of the Three's soldiers, taken aback by the sudden resurgence of the Westerosi fighters, began to retreat. Suffering heavy losses in their withdrawal, Marlondon slashed left and right, claiming countless foes. He nearly struck his own ship's first mate with a swift blow, narrowly avoided when the latter grasped him tightly. "My lord," the first mate shouted, rousing Marlondon from his fervor. Coming to his senses, he gazed across the battlefield, realizing that the Daughters of the Three had retreated significantly. Yet, they had not faltered. A vast contingent surrounded the Valyrian forces, trapping them in a large semicircle near the water's edge. The Daughters of the Three's warriors watched their every move with predatory intent. With an intimidating stride forward, Marlondon bellowed, causing the Daughters of the Three to take a step back, not in flight, but merely to create a safer distance. He laughed heartily, swinging his arm to charge into the fray. However, numerous iron fists and steel hands barred his path, preventing him from spiraling into madness. "We must retreat, my lord," one of his knights implored. "Indeed, my lord," another echoed. "There are too many of them. Our soldiers cannot all disembark like theirs." Marlondon struggled, shouting defiantly, "Retreat? Retreat? You cowards! Whoever dares to withdraw, I shall be the first to sever his head." The high-ranking Valyrians found themselves in a dilemma, caught between the impossibility of retreating or advancing, until the sound of dragon wings slicing through the air echoed ominously. A torrent of dragonfire illuminated the night sky, sweeping from behind the ranks of the Daughters of the Three, leaving scorched earth in its wake. Voramizer soared through the battlefield with unparalleled velocity, sweeping the terrain with its searing dragon flames. "Take cover." The Valyrian officials hastily shoved Marenthin aside, as the inferno raged where he had stood moments before. "Damn that Aegon! Does he wish to see me perish?" Marenthin cursed, narrowly evading the flames that followed his every movement. With a leap forward, he barely escaped the fiery onslaught. However, Voramizer had vanished once more into the night sky, leaving behind a scattering of fleeing soldiers from the Third Daughter and a cacophony of curses from Marenthin and the Valyrian warriors. Aegon continued to command Voramizer to ascend. Gaining altitude, his strategy was one of tactical retreat. He had long recognized the cohesive formation of the Third Daughter Kingdom's fleet. While this approach had its advantages, its drawbacks were equally apparent. Aegon involuntarily recalled a historical anecdote from his past life, the burning of Chibi. The difference now lay in the torrential rain. Mere flames would not ignite them, yet dragonfire was another matter entirely. It could melt stone and armor, and the rain would not easily extinguish such heat. "Voramizer, descend," Aegon commanded in Valyrian. At this moment, Voramizer resembled a colossal furnace, steam billowing as rain struck its massive frame. The dragon flames continued to sweep across the battlefield, rendering the smaller vessels virtually defenseless as they lacked scorpions to threaten Aegon. Some larger warships attempted to approach, aiming to launch scorpion attacks against him. However, as they neared, they were immediately targeted by the Valyrian warships that had come to support Marenthin, plunging into a bloody boarding battle. To the south of the battlefield, Aegon, in concert with the Valyrian fleet, swiftly dismantled the Third Daughter's smaller vessels, leaving only the larger warships in the north unaddressed. Yet, upon arriving in the northern sector, Aegon discovered that the Third Daughter's larger ships had either been sunk or had surrendered. Logically, even with a ramming tactic yielding advantages, the battle should not have been so easily won. What could have transpired to compel the Third Daughter's fleet to capitulate? Aegon was perplexed. Chapter 38. The subjugator of Riss in the dim, damp hold of the vessel mad laughter. A man huddled in a corner. The soldier tasked with guarding him reappeared, but this time he bore not warm food and refreshing water, but a cold, indifferent command. The order came from the fleet's commander, the very Westerosi lad he had once underestimated. "Lord Aegon wishes to see you, now." The soldier tossed Sharrak a clean set of clothes, motioning for him to change. Once dressed, the soldier escorted Sharrak from the depths of the ship to the most comfortable and ornately decorated middle deck. While lavish, it paled in comparison to his own flagship. In this place, there are neither the carpets of Myr, nor the fragrance of Liss, nor the bountiful courtesans of Tyrosh. Only a poised youth from Westeros awaits him. "It is an honor to meet you, General Sharrak." The soldier closed the door behind him, leaving only Sharrak and the silver-haired youth known as Aegon Bladestoe in the room. Sharrak resolved to be forthright. He stated plainly, "Release me to Liss, and my supporters among the governors will offer a substantial ransom." Oh, Aegon was somewhat taken aback by his candor, his eyes narrowing as he feigned contemplation. "However, the mermen have seized Liss, and Tyrosh lies in ruins. Where will you procure the funds? Do not attempt to deceive me, lad. The mermen are engaged in the contested lands. They have no intentions of assaulting Liss." Aegon shrugged, though he found Sharrak's tone and arrogance displeasing. A defeated adversary was hardly enough to provoke his ire. "Very well, the damned mermen have indeed breached the contract, and they shall pay for it. Do not overestimate your own significance. Liss is not Myr. To provoke Liss is a cost you cannot bear." Despite being a captive, Sharrak retained his haughtiness. Such pride was innate to every Lyseni, and in his case, it was even more pronounced. Throughout his pursuit of power, he had never faced a significant defeat. The sole instance of disgrace was this very failure. Had it not been for that dishonorable Tyroshi who deceitfully lured him into battle and then spread false news of his demise, his fleet would never have suffered such a rout. On that rainy night a few days prior, when Sharrak broke through the fray, he beheld ships surrendering and the bare mast of his flagship. The captains of Liss and Tyrosh, upon witnessing the lowering of his flagship's colors, believed they had met their end. In truth, it was merely the ruse of that Tyroshi. The price for lowering the colors was paid in blood. and the defense of that mast was no less costly. Sharrak loathed himself for not remaining aboard his flagship at that critical moment. He should never have taken the offensive. But it was too late for such reflections. He had thoroughly lost, becoming a defeated foe, a prisoner. Even so, a glimmer of hope remained. Though Tyrosh had been devastated, he still possessed wealth and political influence in Liss. As long as this youthful Westerosi would relent, he might seize the opportunity to rise once more. Is that so? Aegon smiled slyly at Sharrak. Do you realize you are considered dead? Outside, your subordinates believe as much. Some have fled, some have returned to Liss. But many have surrendered to my command. They will learn I am not dead, those wretched chameleons. Sharrak, filled with fury, attempted to rise, but the bindings restrained him, leaving him with no chance to escape. They are indeed chameleons, Aegon remarked. Yet, I am neither cold-blooded nor devoid of compassion, nor am I a remorseless killer. I permitted them to abandon their warships and return to their peaceful lives on the Stone Steppes Islands. I shall eliminate them one by one. Admiral Shalak of the Liss Navy erupted in a tirade, saliva flying. I will hang them from the gallows and cast their families into the sea to feed the sharks. Oh, however, it seems you may not have that opportunity. Aegon interjected. The process of receiving surrendered warships is not so straightforward. It requires considerable time, and during this interval, Shalak is akin to a bomb ready to detonate at any moment. As long as this bomb exists, restful slumber eludes me. How does one make the bomb vanish? Naturally, by dismantling it. Shalak Loha, please articulate your last words. If they are reasonable, I shall ensure they reach your family. Upon hearing this, Shalak visibly panicked. He had never anticipated facing execution. His followers were affluent. Furthermore, they possessed soldiers in the contested territories and warships within Liss. Name your price, no matter how exorbitant. My loyal confidants will provide it. 5 times the weight in gold. 10 times the weight in gold. Aegon found the comparison to a pig negotiating its own slaughter quite amusing. My price is quite modest, Aegon replied. A single head will suffice. A fleeting moment of terror crossed Shalak's mind, yet he still believed that his adversary would not dare to kill him. Whose head? He inquired. Aegon remained silent, departing from the table and chair, holding something in his hand. A quill, a bottle of ink, and a sheet of parchment were tossed before Shalak. Yours, Aegon stated coldly. With that, he opened the door and strode out, leaving Shalak in a daze. According to a surrendering captain, they possessed a total of over 150 ships. Before the Milan's departure, the United Fleet originally boasted over 200 vessels. Among the remaining fleet of the Three Daughters, there were 56 large warships, 20 belonged to the Telosi, and 36 to Liss. Excluding those that were sunk, a total of 18 large warships surrendered, the majority being of Liss origin. The Talosians who managed to flee during the initial onset of the battle had escaped. Those remaining slipped away quietly under the cover of darkness after the storm subsided. Listening to Squidow's report, Aegon could not help but ponder. It appears that the united fleet of Liss and Telosi is indeed a formidable behemoth. Despite casualties and losses, this fleet still managed to surrender 18 large warships. The smaller vessels are beyond counting. The inability to tally does not imply a lack of numbers. Rather, it is due to Aegon's destruction of so many vessels that only a few remain intact. Iron chains link the smaller vessels together, allowing flames to spread rapidly across them. Do you know how to handle those unwilling to depart? Aegon remarked to Squidow. You shall take care of all the aftermath. I must meticulously plan for another significant matter. What matter? Squidow inquired, rather inopportunely. Aegon was well accustomed to his impertinence. It is time to settle old scores with the people of Mill. Chapter 39. The new Mill. This time, he returned to Bloodstone Island, not as the apostle of Mill, but in the guise of an exile. Mikakevich had initially intended to journey to Westeros with his wealth, seeking a secluded corner to spend his days in peace. However, unexpectedly, he found himself once again passing by Bloodstone Island, where he was beckoned. Rather than an invitation, it would be more apt to describe it as a form of abduction. McKeek thought coldly, observing the few individuals who constantly shadowed him. He had committed no transgression against the Lord of Bloodstone Island. The decision to refrain from attacking Reefs, contrary to his wishes, was made by Yusilman. As the commander of the offensive in the contested territory, he had not only led Mill into a significant debacle, but had also been ruthlessly exiled by Yusilman. Logically, any blame should rest with Yusilman. He was merely a powerless subordinate to the latter. For reasons unknown, the wooden tower he had seen upon his previous arrival to Bloodstone Island was no longer there, replaced instead by a smaller, more dilapidated structure. He noticed that the ground where the original tower had stood was charred, as if scorched by fire. Was it Sharrak who set it ablaze? Prior to arriving here, McKeek had heard tales of the fierce conflict between the Lord of Bloodstone Island and Sharrak. He had come across numerous accounts, some claiming Sharrak was slain on the spot, while the fleet of the three daughters was subdued. Others spoke of the fleet's triumphant return, with many intact ships making their way back to Tyros. There were even stories of the Lord of Bloodstone Island, Aegon Bladestoe, having his head severed by Shirak, with the head, drenched in pitch, displayed on the prow of the flagship. Yet, it was evident that the last tale was a fabrication. Bloodstone Island was orderly, showing no signs of disarray. Furthermore, not far from the coast, he spotted the bronze-hued dragon, Sia, feasting on a plump sheep. "This way, my lord Makik." A soldier's voice interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to find himself before the entrance to a grand hall, where a servant presented a plate containing salt and a piece of bread. The guard pushed open the heavy wooden door, and Aegon emerged, noticing Mikakevich's bewildered expression. "Salt and bread, symbols of the rights of guests. This is our ancient custom, dipping bread in salt upon entering this door. The host and guest may not harm one another." Makik was startled by Aegon's sudden appearance, casting a wary glance at the bread. He was merely a man of exile, his only remaining wealth concealed within a wooden barrel at the bottom of the ship, containing salted fish. Therefore, there was no reason for the other to plot against him. Mickey pondered as he took a bite of bread dipped in salt. "Please, indulge yourself," Aegon politely invited. For Aegon, the treatment of an adversary and a guest was inherently distinct. The two made their way to the grand hall. As Mickey settled at the lengthy wooden table, a servant promptly presented a Westerosi-style appetizer. "The flames of war have left me no time to renovate this place," Aegon said, his voice laced with genuine regret. "When the opportunity arises, I too shall construct a sturdy and opulent castle here, akin to those esteemed lords of Westeros. I shall then extend an invitation to Lord Mickey to partake in a sumptuous feast and an evening of music and dance." Mickey felt somewhat at a loss. This was precisely the impression Aegon sought to create, a facade of valuing the other. "It is an honor," Mickey stammered, gazing at the escargots and red wine before him, his mouth stuffed with roasted suckling pig and the fragrant fried cod. Suddenly, he spoke up. "Lord Aegon, due to my poor command in battle, I have been exiled by Myr, and now I am but a loathed outcast. If you have any use for me, please do not hesitate to say so. There is no need for such grand gestures." Aegon paused, taken aback that Mickey had so readily pierced through the veil of pretense. Yet, he remained unhurried. After a brief moment, he resumed cutting into the pork chop on his plate. The pork of this era was rather unpalatable, reeking with a distinct odor due to the lack of castration. The chop bore an even stronger scent than that of the pig's kidneys. In his previous life, though he had achieved little, he had been a connoisseur of common fare, particularly demanding when it came to his evening meals after a long day's work. Perhaps he could improve the quality of pork in this world? The thought of being a pig innovator crossed his mind, but was that not too cruel? Aegon mused inwardly. Perhaps it was the true cruelty to have people consume such inferior pork. "Lord Aegon," Mickey exclaimed as he stood abruptly, his body colliding with the table, causing plates and cutlery to clatter. Such impatience, Aegon thought as he finished the last morsel of pork, rinsing his mouth with wine. "Lord Mickey, I believe you are aware of the recent fate of Tyrells." He certainly knew, for in the myriad of tales, Tyrells had invariably met a scorched end. "I understand that it was deserved. They were far too greedy and far too boisterous." Mickey was not merely echoing Aegon's sentiments. He harbored a genuine grudge against Tyrell. The enmity among Reefs, Myr, and Tyrell was deeply rooted. Only a fool would believe that a temporary alliance forged for mutual benefit could dissolve the enduring animosity, transforming them into the three daughters of true peace. In reality, the three daughters of Valyria had been rebellious since their inception. Since their birth, they have been vying for fame and fortune, driven by their own interests. Yet, it was the formidable Valyrian dominance that rendered their outward appearances seemingly tranquil. As for the Tri-City Alliance, it was forged in response to the invasion by Volantis. Had Volantis not coveted the disputed lands, how could the three daughters of Valyria have united once more to confront a common adversary? Thus, without a powerful force overshadowing Liss, Myr, and Tyrosh, the three daughters of old Valyria would never have attained peace. Initially, this power was Valyria, and subsequently, it became Volantis. But who will it be after Volantis? Mikey did not know. "You are quite astute," said Aegon. "But tell me, Lord Mikey, do you wish to witness Myr succumb to Dragonfire, ultimately reduced to a desolate wasteland? I am infuriated by your breach of trust, and so is Womysr. There is but one way to quell Womysr's wrath, and you know what it is. Have Yusilman killed." Even a fool like Mikey could deduce that. He should have realized this was a treacherous feast. Aegon Bladestorm could not have been innocently courteous, inviting him to Bloodstone Island without ulterior motives. Yusilman is guarded by formidable forces day and night, even in slumber. Moreover, the governors of Myr have all submitted to his sword, leaving no one who could threaten him. I care not how you dispose of Yusilman. All I require is a new Myr. a Myr under the dominion of the Myr Council, not the tyrannical Myr ruled by Uselman. A place shrouded in smoke and devoid of honor. You? A new Myr? Every word from Aegon left Mikey in shock, his mouth agape, nearly touching his neck. Chapter 40. Inspecting the territory since the defeat of Reconstruction, Aegon had yet to take the opportunity to properly survey Bloodstone Island. The urgent military affairs concerning the three daughters had consumed his thoughts, compelling him to focus solely on establishing shipyards and reorganizing his armaments. He had not even devoted much attention to the symbolic castle of his territory. To this day, his residence remained a modest two-story wooden structure. The previous wooden tower had been reduced to ashes by Shiraka's fire, forcing Aegon to lower himself to this humble abode temporarily. He was not particularly anxious about the castle. He was not one to be overly fussy about residing within high walls and massive stones. Now that Tyrosh lay in ruins and Myr was beyond his concern. With Liss having lost its left arm and right arm, he had no need for a castle to fend off external threats. Bloodstone Island, like most of the islands in the Stone Steppes archipelago, was essentially a large rock jutting out of the sea, offering little utilitarian value. Of course, this was only true if these islands did not strangle the passage from the Summer Sea to the Narrow Sea. Bloodstone Island is the second largest island within the Stone Steppes archipelago, although it may not rival the size of Grey Striped Island. Its strategic value far surpasses that of the latter due to its location. To the north of Bloodstone Island lies a rocky mountain, riddled with the caverns previously excavated by Krahas. These tunnels interconnect, leading deep into the heart of the Stone Mountain. Under the guidance of his escort, Aegon ventured into the depths of the cave. It was here that the Rose Brigade had suffered significant losses while searching for Reconstruction, yet Aegon felt no such trepidation now. Having dealt with the formidable threat of Shalak, he had begun to dispatch explorers to gradually investigate these caverns. In fact, he had even commissioned the creation of a map that detailed 70% of the cave system, clearing most of the traps and pitfalls along the way. Through his explorations, Aegon had uncovered certain truths previously unknown to him, which transformed his perception of Bloodstone Island from a mere useless rock into something of greater significance. The flickering torch illuminated the cave as the guide led the way, with Aegon and his guards closely trailing behind. "We are almost there, my lord," the guide announced. As Aegon's torchlight swept across the cave walls, he noticed droplets of water seeping from the surface, adding to the oppressive heat and humidity of the environment. Continuing deeper into the cave, as they neared the edge of Aegon's map, the flickering light revealed that the once benign water droplets had transformed into ominous blood-like beads. Aegon, exhilarated, raised his torch closer to examine the walls. These peculiar formations were the very origin of Bloodstone Island's name. The cave walls had shed their previous dark gray and black hues, now radiating a vivid crimson reminiscent of blood, evoking an unsettling feeling. "Cinnabar?" Aegon mused. His understanding of this mineral limited to a past life, where he had worn a red bead bracelet for protection against malevolent spirits. However, in this world devoid of such entities, he questioned the utility of such charms. Yet, he recalled that cinnabar possessed more than just protective properties. It was known to clear heat, detoxify, and soothe the mind, truly a substance of myriad benefits, provided it was not consumed in pursuit of immortality. It seemed an excellent material for adornment. Gently caressing the brilliant red stone wall, Aegon could not help but express his admiration. "What is it, my lord?" inquired the guide, a Tylosian who had once served under Reconstruction but had later surrendered to Aegon's command. Their long-standing acquaintance with Squiddo had fostered Aegon's trust in him. "What do you call this?" Aegon asked. "Bloodstone," the guide replied. The term held multiple meanings, signifying both Bloodstone Island and the mineral itself. Moreover, it was also Aegon's current surname, Bradstone. "During your time under Reconstruction, did he place any significance on this mineral?" "Mineral? My lord. It is merely a collection of blood-red stones. The color may differ, but otherwise, they are no different from other rocks." No, Aegon shook his head. "It appears that such commodities are not widely prevalent in Westeros. If one were able to extract these trinkets and transform them into adornments, employing a touch of marketing flair, it is likely that these seemingly worthless stones could metamorphose into a veritable tree of wealth. Yet, alongside this notion, a multitude of questions arises. Foremost among them is the fact that Aegon possesses no experience in mineral extraction. In his former life, he was merely a casual internet surfer, while he could theorize. Should it come to practical application, he would likely find himself relegated to the role of a mere observer. Regarding minerals, only two types of individuals possess profound knowledge: blacksmiths and scholars. The former, as is self-evident, comprehend ores as intimately as farmers understand manure. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that while blacksmiths are adept at smelting and mining, Their expertise typically pertains only to iron ores or other commonplace minerals. Should it come to extracting cinnabar, these rough-hewn craftsmen would likely find themselves no different from Aegon. Thus, we turn to scholars. Though those sustained by the citadel of learning may not be particularly erudite in a broad sense, there are certainly individuals within specific fields who excel in research. Even if they have never encountered or guided the extraction and smelting of such ores, they can nonetheless conduct studies and experiments based on their knowledge to devise methods for extraction and refinement. To be candid, Aegon currently has no scholars in his domain. Following his elevation to the title of Baron of Bloodstone Island by Princess Rhaenyra of Dragonstone, due to the ongoing hostilities, he did not petition the citadel for the dispatch of a scholar. At present, only a single scholar's apprentice, tasked with managing the ravens, serves him, an apprentice procured from the Earl of Moonsinger Hall, with the intention of visiting the citadel in hopes of enticing a metallurgically proficient scholar to join him. Aegon, accompanied by his guide, slowly emerged from the cavern to continue his exploration of other locales on Bloodstone Island. The guide produced a map, detailing the island's geography and various other pertinent information. Upon reaching the summit of the stony hill, Aegon gazed far and wide. Referring to the map, he discerned the northern bay. It is an exceedingly vast coastline, with land forming a pocket that envelopes the harbor, rendering it an excellent refuge for fleets and merchant vessels. To the south of the bay lies a stretch of sandy beach, with delicate golden sands in certain areas. The stony beach lies between the hill and the bay, where Aegon's temporary dwelling is situated. Continuing southward leads to the very stone hill Aegon occupies. The northern section of the hill features caverns excavated by Howracks, while the rugged terrain extends southward, dominating nearly half the island. Further south lies a desolate expanse, home to a scant number of coconut trees and weeds, a stark contrast to the barren landscape of the north. This coastline is ill-suited for harbor development. However, should soil and fresh water be procured, it could be cultivated for agriculture, providing shelter for common folk. Speaking of which, what inhabitants dwell on the Stone Steps Islands? Only the southern Grey Gallows archipelago boasts a few islands with some residents, remnants of pirates who now, wary of their former endeavors, have turned to cultivating tropical fruits. On the island governed by the Dornish in the west, they channel the streams and cultivate a modest amount of pomegranates and lemons. However, this meager yield serves merely as sustenance for the garrison, yielding little for trade and consequently failing to attract any immigrants. The Stepstone Islands cannot be deemed anything but barren. If a suitable path is not found, the only purpose these crumbling stones may serve is to assert dominion over the land, imposing tolls on passing vessels. Ultimately, they may meet the same fate as the Three Daughters due to an imbalance in revenues and expenditures. Aegon gazed into the distance at Bloodstone Island, surveying the surroundings before retracting his gaze. Let us descend. The group made their way down the rocky summit, winding back to the modest wooden structure at the foot of the hill. Just as they were about to enter, Aegon suddenly heard a noise from above. Looking up, a massive crimson dragon swept overhead, casting its shadow over the small two-story wooden building. Chapter 41. The Royal Visit. What? The revocation of my title over Dragonstone. Aegon was left utterly bewildered by Daemon's words. For a moment, he lost all appetite for the meal before him. Indeed, Viserys wishes to annul the decree regarding Dragonstone that was bestowed upon you previously. He seeks to expand your domain to encompass the entire Stepstone Islands, an attempt to prevent the issues of years past from resurfacing. What issues? Aegon was on the verge of inquiring, when suddenly, the answer dawned upon him, claiming kingship. Viserys did not wish to witness the emergence of another king of the Narrow Sea and the Stepstone Islands. Moreover, he currently enjoyed the backing of Storm's End and the Velaryon family, possessing a naval force unrivaled across Westeros. Yet, this was merely a temporary advantage. Once the war reached its conclusion, the people of Storm's End and the Velaryons would withdraw, leaving him with only a fifth of his current military strength. Furthermore, a more significant dilemma awaited Aegon. While the Myrish were preoccupied with their offensive on contested lands, Aegon had dispatched troops to occupy the islands abandoned by the Myrish, specifically the Greyjoy archipelago and its surrounding isles. Presently, Elton was there, managing the affairs of the island transfers. After taking Bloodstone Island, Aegon had once again eliminated another thorn from the Stepstone Islands. The only remaining obstacle was the Dornish, which posed a considerable problem. The Dornish still held sway over the islands to the west of the Stepstone Islands. Until they were dislodged, Aegon could never fully assert control over the archipelago. Yet, prior to that, claiming the Stepstone Islands as his territory felt profoundly inadequate. This is not an issue. Simply grant the Dornish lands as your vassals. Coincidentally, Viserys also desired for you to become a vassal of Sunspear. To bestow lands upon the Dornish as my vassals? Viserys wishes me to become a vassal of Sunspear? Aegon was at a loss for words, unable to comprehend how Daemon could calmly articulate such astonishing propositions. Each word from Daemon's mouth left him in a state of shock. Why must one undertake such actions? Aegon could surmise a fragment of the truth, yet he sought validation. Viserys aspired to incorporate Dorne into the realm, a feat even the conqueror Aegon had not accomplished. Was this truly a daunting task? By allowing his son Aegon to ascend the throne and subsequently wed Alexandra, the matter would be resolved. Alas, Aegon had already taken his sister as his bride. Furthermore, it was inconceivable for him to claim the Iron Throne without a battle. His half-sister Rhaenyra would vehemently oppose such an endeavor. Would it suffice to make myself the vassal of Sunspear, thereby subjugating the Dornish lords of the islands to my rule, thus merging Dorne into the kingdom? Whose ill-conceived notion was this? Surely, there were treacherous advisors surrounding his majesty. Perhaps we should consider purging the court of such malign influences. Though these thoughts crossed Aegon's mind, he refrained from voicing them, dismissing them as mere jest for his own amusement. Daemon shrugged, evidently unimpressed by this proposal. Regardless, let us observe how events unfold. With that final remark, Daemon departed from the table, opting for a solitary stroll outside. He wished to reminisce about his heroic exploits on Bloodstone Island. In the dimly lit hall, Aegon sat upon a coarse high-backed chair. The knife and fork in his hands sliced through the meat on his plate, yet his thoughts had long since drifted to distant realms. Now, he possessed control over the Greyjoy Isles and several surrounding isles. Should he decline the royal grant, he would, in legal terms, forfeit his dominion over these lands. Yet, if he accepted the grant, he would be compelled to consume the repugnant dish that Viserys had prepared for him, one that resembled excrement and bore a similar scent. Aboard the fleet en route to King's Landing, Aegon gazed steadily at the shimmering sea beyond the window. His choice was clear. He would proceed to King's Landing. The massive form of Vhagar soared above the fleet, yet Aegon opted not to ride the dragon alongside Daemon, choosing instead the ship for his journey. He desired more time for contemplation. He could not relinquish his claim to the Stepstones. Seizing Bloodstone and the Greyjoy Isles was far from his ultimate goal. Should the need arise, he would not hesitate to employ force against the Dornish. While the Valyrian fleet remained present, Aegon still held a significant advantage in military strength. However, should he refrain from using force and instead comply with Viserys' wishes, he would have to contend with the potential traps the Dornish might set for him in the future. To strike or not to strike? This dilemma troubled Aegon only momentarily. He had never felt fear towards the reach or the realm of the three daughters. Why would he then dread a mere Dorne? Unyielding? Steel may be unyielding, yet it still melts beneath Dragonfire. Such was Aegon's resolve. If a peaceful resolution to the dispute over the islands could be achieved, Aegon was not averse to attempting such an approach. Before departing from Bloodstone Island, he had dispatched a letter to Sunspear, promising terms akin to those offered to Prince Corlys and the Sea Snake. However, Dorne is not the Stormlands. Their reliance on the sea is not as profound, rendering such conditions inadequate to entice them. In summary, time is on their side, and Aegon is in no rush. Naturally, having chosen to claim the island under Dornish control, he must devise a means to alter Viserys' misguided intentions and secure his position as a vassal of King's Landing. This notion is undeniably flawed. As evening descends, the setting sun casts its golden hues upon the sea, and the silhouette of a reddish-brown castle emerges before Aegon's eyes. This is the Red Keep, the ancestral home of the Targaryen kings and the seat of the Iron Throne. Viewed from the outside, the Red Keep resembles a rugged red mountain, perched upon Aegon's Hill, overlooking the sprawling city of King's Landing. Ships are moored in the harbor of Blackwater Bay. This bustling port is no stranger to the warships of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, showing no signs of astonishment. However, unbeknownst to them, these ordinary oared vessels bear a Targaryen bastard, accompanied by the dragon Vhagar, the old king's fearsome beast. Vhagar did not accompany Aegon to the port. Earlier, Daemon had ridden the Bloodworm to guide Vhagar to the dragon's lair in the Royne Hills, where this colossal creature was temporarily housed. Vhagar, well acquainted with both King's Landing and the Dragon's Den, displayed no overt signs of resistance, allowing Aegon to proceed towards the Red Keep without concern. Midway through his journey, a knight clad in white robes and armor, accompanied by a retinue of guards, approached to greet him. "I was unaware your vessel had arrived so swiftly." "It is my oversight, my lord," spoke Ser Harwin, a member of the King's Guard. He is the brother of Ser Illyrio, who stood by Aegon during the trial of the Seven. The two bear an uncanny resemblance, to the point that Aegon briefly struggled to distinguish between them, if not for the fact that Ser Illyrio is currently on Dragonstone. No matter, it is not too late. His Majesty has awaited us for some time, has he not? "Ah, yes, indeed. I shall escort you to His Majesty at once." The entourage ascended Aegon's hill, entering the Red Keep. As they passed through the grand entrance, Aegon's curious gaze swept the surroundings, where he spotted a youth adorned with an eye patch, silver hair, and violet eyes, embodying the quintessential Valyrian appearance. Aegon recognized him instantly as Prince Aemon Targaryen, who had earlier at Lena's funeral ridden Vhagar. In the future, he would draw first blood in the Dance of Dragons, igniting the Targaryen civil war. Aegon exchanged a brief glance with the young prince, who seemed to harbor a keen interest in him, a sentiment Aegon found rather awkward. Chapter 42. Silk Street. The reception hall of the Red Keep is lavishly adorned, and Aegon once again encounters the eclectic decorations from various free trade city-states. The middle-aged King Viserys sits at his desk, engaged in a hushed conversation with the Grand Maester. Aegon gently tapped twice on the already ajar door, announcing, "Your Majesty, Baron Aegon Bladestoe of Bloodstone, seeks an audience." It was only now that Viserys, who had been immersed in conversation, noticed the door was open. He regarded Aegon with a hint of surprise, his demeanor warm, completely shedding the disdain he had previously harbored for the new nobleman. "I shall take my leave now, Your Majesty," the Grand Maester said, rising from his seat. As he passed by Aegon, he courteously acknowledged him. Viserys, slightly portly, sported a silver blonde beard, and his hair was meticulously trimmed. He beamed a friendly smile at Aegon, beckoning him closer. "Your Majesty," Aegon began. Viserys scrutinized him from head to toe before patting his shoulder. "You have accomplished what your father did, bringing the Stepstone Isles back into the realm, Sir Aegon. Furthermore, you have incinerated Tyrosh, forever extinguishing the threat from the northeastern adversaries of the Stepstone Isles." "You flatter me, Your Majesty," Aegon humbly replied. "There remain islands beyond my control, which could pose a risk to the kingdom and your interests in the Narrow Sea and the Stepstone Isles at any moment." "Oh, which islands are those?" Viserys inquired. "I have secured the Greyscales Archipelago and its surrounding isles through a contract with the Myrish. Now, only the islands held by Dorne remain outside my grasp. The Dornish currently occupy Sunstone Isle, the Greystone Reef, and several unnamed islets." Viserys hesitated noticeably, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Did Daemon not inform you of that matter?" Feigning surprise, Aegon replied, "Oh, he did, Your Majesty. Prince Daemon conveyed all your directives to me." Almost simultaneously, Prince of Dorne also expressed a desire to marry his daughter, Alessandra, the future heir of Sunspear, to me, thereby uniting the Stepstone Isles with Dorne. Upon hearing this, Viserys' expression shifted dramatically, the warm smile vanished, replaced by a serious countenance. He hesitated, stuttering fragments of speech but failing to articulate a coherent thought. "Baron Aegon, I am aware of your close relationship with the Prince of Dorne. However, this marriage involves too many complexities." "It is still." Aegon's keen gaze swiftly detected the unease in Viserys. Was this ill-conceived notion not proposed by Viserys, but rather by another? Was he merely a mouthpiece for someone else's agenda? "As you wish, Your Majesty. I too desire to explore King's Landing." Aegon had little interest in the feted city. He merely suggested it to undermine Viserys and the city guard. The memories of the trial of the Seven lingered in his mind, and he could not forget the formidable figure of the Golden Cloak, Roslegit. Since seizing Bloodstone Island, he has long desired to recruit the talents of the capital's defense forces into his own ranks. For him, there can never be an excess of capable individuals. "Allow Sir Alec to show you around King's Landing, and we shall discuss matters more thoroughly tomorrow. There is no need to trouble Sir Alec. I still wish to reminisce with Prince Daemon. Moreover, he possesses a deeper familiarity with the foul sewers and narrow alleys of King's Landing than Sir Alec." Igor was determined not to grant anyone the opportunity to surveil him. Since his arrival in King's Landing, he had resolved to treat every prominent figure he encountered with utmost caution. They were all players in the game of power, each harboring their own schemes. And one could never know when someone might trip him up or stab him in the back. At the gates of the Red Keep, Prince Daemon greeted Igor with an exuberant embrace. He carried the unmistakable scent of dragon, which Igor did not mind. During his previous battles atop Vhagar, this aroma had been a constant companion, one that even the most diligent bath could not wash away. "Introduce me to your old friends in King's Landing. I have yet to properly thank them since the trial of the Seven. If you wish to meet Ross and Glendon, I shall take you to see them. However, if you seek to encounter Balon, I can only escort you to the church to beseech the stranger, hoping he might return Balon Blackwood's soul." Igor admired his father's imagination and eloquence. Had he lived in a previous life, he would have suited the role of a linguist quite well. "Let our dear Sir Balon rest in peace. Let us summon Ross and Glendon and find a place to gather." In Daemon's understanding, when a barely adult young man suggested seeking a place, it invariably meant a house of pleasure. He led Igor up the Royne Hills, arriving at Silk Street, which was lined with various establishments of indulgence. "Would you care to see what lies beneath my cloak, my lord?" For but a gold dragon. You may procure a maiden's first night. Come inside and peruse. I have all that you desire, my lord. The streets were flanked by dutiful courtesans. While it was impossible for Igor to feign complete indifference to such sights, he was acutely aware of the unsanitary conditions that prevailed in these establishments. He had no desire to contract syphilis or any other affliction. Demon, too, seemed disinterested in these houses of pleasure. Having roamed King's Landing since his youth, he was thoroughly accustomed to such sights. He continued to guide Igor upward until they reached the northern edge of the Roine Hills. There, Igor beheld an exquisitely adorned 3-story building. Some windows were tightly shut, while others stood ajar. Gone were the noisy courtesans attempting to attract clientele. Instead, 2 well-armed gold cloaks stood sentinel. Upon their arrival, the guards nodded in unison to Demon. Your Highness, Prince Demon. Observing this scene, Igor's curiosity about this place deepened. What sort of establishment could command the attention of the gold cloaks, as if they were mere watchdogs? My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the story becomes even more enthralling. The esteemed privilege of a 7-day advertisement-free reading card is available for all registered users, free of charge. Damon responded briefly, then led Aegon into the academy. Had it not been for the welcoming matron, Aegon would hardly have perceived this place as an academy. Even the matron appeared rather youthful, her face adorned with a few freckles, reminiscent of a young girl. Aegon found it difficult to associate her with the matrons he had encountered outside. Your Highness. It has been a while. The matron greeted Damon with a smile, then turned her scrutinizing gaze upon Aegon. Are you pleased to see me again? Or is it my golden dragons you have missed, Layla? Layla chuckled, neither confirming nor denying, and shifted her attention entirely from Damon to Aegon. It is your first visit, I presume. The gods say one should feast upon squab that has never laid eggs for the purest taste. Before Aegon could respond, Damon interrupted. Find us a quiet place, and summon a few clean girls to attend us. We are not here for indulgence today. Layla, serve us something exquisite. Layla appeared somewhat disappointed. The initial night's price for the girls was exceedingly high, and the newly arrived ones had yet to find patrons. With their initial nights still intact, they could not entertain clients, thus depriving themselves of the chance to earn golden dragons and silver stags. Despite her dissatisfaction, she acquiesced. As you wish, Your Highness. Our chef, like our girls, is the finest in all of King's Landing. As she spoke, Layla cast flirtatious glances at Aegon. Her assertion held merit. The cuisine here was indeed delectable. Observing this, Damon sought to salvage his dignity and alleviate the awkwardness. I see the girls are agreeable as well. Aegon glanced at Damon. Grinning awkwardly, Damon shrugged, opting for silence. The two ascended the stairs, guided by the matron to a lavish and spacious room. We have kept this for you, Layla stated. Should anyone dare to step here uninvited, the 2 gentlemen draped in golden robes at the entrance would swiftly sever their vital parts. At this point, Aegon surmised that this establishment was a high-end academy under Damon's protection, catering to clientele who were undoubtedly among the pinnacle of power in Westeros. Chapter 43. A chest full of golden dragons today. Roslegate had risen to the position of commander of the city guard. He was amenable to Aegon's proposal. Yet he felt compelled to yield to reality. Aegon could intuit the reason behind this. Roose was a staunch loyalist of Damon, likely a significant pawn that the latter had positioned in King's Landing. His ascent to such a role was probably a gift from Damon. Adhering to the principle that what belonged to his father was rightfully his, Aegon did not press the matter. Perhaps, in due time, he would find use for Roose as well. Compared to the prospect of traversing the world in battle, remaining in the grasp of Junlin to oversee the golden robe seems far more prudent. Continuing to indulge in revelry, Aegon quickly immersed himself among Damon and his old companions. Despite their considerable age differences, men gathered over drinks and tales of bravado seldom concerned themselves with such trifles as age or status. The girls summoned by the madam were remarkably pure and pristine, particularly the one serving Aegon, whose beauty was almost beyond belief. She resembled a noble maiden emerged from a castle, exquisite and innocent. In the flickering candlelight, her silvery hair shimmered radiantly, her skin as pale as snow, and her lively blue eyes sparkled like summer lakes, captivating all who beheld her. The girl's movements were delicate and cautious, reminiscent of a little rabbit tending to a sleeping dragon. As she poured wine for Aegon, her hands trembled, causing some of the liquid to spill. Where do you come from? Aegon inquired, yet the girl was preoccupied with apologies, taking a while to respond. Lilies, my lord, she replied, her common tongue eloquent enough to astonish Aegon, who could scarcely believe she hailed from Lilies. Do you truly come from Lilies? Indeed, my lord, she affirmed, pulling the blanket up to cover her entire body and half her face. It was her first time, and shyness enveloped her. Her voice was soft. punctuated by gentle breaths between sentences. The exertion of the previous encounter left her fatigued, and she felt pain in her lower body like nothing she had ever experienced. I have never met my mother, and my father was a sailor from Liss. When I was 11, he brought me to Westeros, believing that here, beautiful girls would not fall prey to the gardens of desire, becoming mere feasts for others. Little did he know, the Westerosi referred to that as the Academy of Arts. Aegon held the girl tenderly, her skin soft and delicate, as if it could break under the slightest touch. She trembled in his embrace, like a small rabbit ensnared by a tiger. Come with me to the Stepstone Isles, Danya. The mention of the Stepstone Isles piqued the girl's curiosity. She seemed to have heard the name, but was not familiar with it. I will build a castle there and establish my domain. You shall be my handmaiden. A privilege reserved for noble maidens, far superior to your current circumstances. The girl gazed up at Aegon with eyes as large and sorrowful as sapphires. Is that truly possible? I assure you, Aegon responded, not the kind of man to abandon those he had taken under his wing. He would offer every girl a home. As dawn broke, Aegon awoke with the first rays of sunlight. The girl remained in a deep slumber, sleeping soundly, her alabaster chest rising and falling gently, accompanied by the softest snores. Aegon reached for the spiced wine left unfinished on the bedside table, draining it in one gulp. The wine was rich and aromatic, with a hint of spice that swiftly pulled Aegon from his haze. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Aegon set down his cup, a knock at the door resonated through the air. Damon? Aegon called towards the entrance, yet the visitor did not disclose their identity. Surely it could not be the police conducting a search. The Golden Cloaks are the guards of King's Landing, and if that were the case, their captain had been drinking with him just the night before. Aegon shook his head, dismissing such peculiar thoughts from his mind. He collected the scattered garments from the floor, donned them at a leisurely pace, and opened the door. What greeted him was neither Damon nor the Golden Cloaks. The doorway was empty. For a moment, Aegon wondered if he had risen too early and was merely imagining things, until he caught sight of a substantial oak chest at his feet. A wave of unease washed over him. After ensuring the corridor was clear, he swiftly closed the door and retrieved his sword from within his room. He opened the door once more, only to find the previously tightly sealed oak chest ajar, revealing its heavy contents of golden dragons. Initially taken aback, Aegon quickly regained his composure. Firmly grasping his sword, he hastened towards the end of the corridor. The staircase there was the sole means of ascending, unless the intruder had entered through the window. Yet, what rational person would attempt to climb 3 flights while burdened with a chest filled with gold? Aegon quickened his pace. And indeed, at the corridor's end, he beheld a woman clad in a black hooded cloak, shrouded in secrecy, descending the stairs. Halt! Aegon shouted, closing the distance in just a few strides. He seized the woman's hood from behind, revealing a cascade of dark hair. The woman turned to face him. It was Layla, the madam of this establishment. Aegon was momentarily rendered speechless. What are you doing here? Did you leave that chest at my door? What are you talking about, my lord? Layla replied with a sultry smile. What chest? The one brimming with golden dragons. Do not feign ignorance. Who else could it be? Aegon insisted. Just moments ago. That chest was still closed. In such a brief span, it is impossible for anyone to have fled far. My lord, please, do not jest. What chest filled with gold? Layla laughed as if she had heard the grandest of jokes. I had come upstairs to see how well Danya was attending to you. However, just as I arrived, I was informed of an urgent matter that required my attention, and I did not wish to intrude further upon you. By the way, how is that girl? If you were satisfied, might you consider rewarding her with a few extra golden dragons for her first night? Could it truly not be her? Aegon scrutinized Layla, analyzing her subtle movements. The tone of her voice and her demeanor suggested that she was entirely unconcerned with the earlier incident. Moreover, if she were indeed the one he suspected, her ability to feign such detachment would indicate that she was not to be underestimated. Did you not see anyone particularly noteworthy descending the stairs just now? Aegon inquired, skepticism lacing his voice. Even if it were not her, she must have seen someone descend just moments ago. What a remarkable individual, my lord. Every lady here is extraordinary, including the Black Pearl from the Summer Isles. Should you take a liking to her, I can arrange for her to be in your chamber shortly. Or do you have other preferences? On a serious note, did you truly not witness anyone leaving? Indeed, my lord, you must have noticed the golden-robed sentinels at the entrance. Outsiders are never permitted entry. Only the most esteemed guests are allowed within these walls. Aegon had no intention of indulging in idle chatter with her. He could not possibly believe that the chest had materialized out of thin air. With that thought, he continued his descent, intending to inquire with the golden-robed guards at the entrance. They were all aware of their status and should not possess the same silver tongue as that madam. Chapter 44. The primacy of interests galloping swiftly, Aegon collided headlong with Rosligate, who had just entered the building. What troubles you, my lord? Roose noted Aegon's urgency and furrowed his brow, hastily asking, Did you see any remarkable individuals coming in or out of here, Roose? Roslegate stroked his chin in contemplation, and after confirming the absence of any relevant memory, he replied, No, my lord, aside from Lady Layla, no one has exited this morning. Could the chest truly have appeared out of nowhere? Although the oak chest filled with gold dragons posed no immediate threat to Aegon, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. If a person could arrive at his residence at any moment, unbeknownst to him, it would be impossible for anyone to feel at ease. Aegon circumvented Roose and made his way directly to the entrance. He received the same answer from the golden-robed guard at the door. No one, my lord, aside from Lady Layla, has left this morning. When you eliminate all impossible scenarios, the remainder, no matter how implausible, must be the truth. As Aegon attempted to analyze the situation like a renowned detective from his past life, a sudden realization struck him. When did Lady Layla leave? Just a moment ago, my lord, one of the golden-robed guards replied without hesitation. Lady Layla has only recently departed. Then who did I just see? As Aegon turned around, he caught sight of Layla, who had just followed him down the stairs and reached the landing. If Layla was here, then who had just left? Did she possess any distinguishing features? Perhaps in her attire? The golden-robed sentinel pondered for a moment before responding. She wore a black hooded cloak. Lady Layla typically favors that garment, so it should not be particularly noteworthy. Is someone impersonating me? At that moment, Layla joined the conversation, her astonishment matching Aegon's own. Igor, however, paid her no heed and continued his inquiries. Did the individual you believe to be Layla carry anything upon entering? In truth, even without asking, Igor was well aware of the answer. The chest filled with golden dragons was far too heavy for an ordinary woman to manage, and no man could convincingly masquerade as Layla. She was slender and petite, her physique starkly contrasting that of an average man. As Igor pondered this, the next words from the golden-robed guard curiously affirmed his suspicions. No, my lord, no one entered this morning. The reception room of the Red Keep also served as the king's study. Viserys, in a fit of rage, hurled a goblet filled with wine before Otto Hightower. The king's hand. What I desire is the unification of Dorne with the realm, not the relinquishment of the stepstones to Dorne. The stepstones have eternally been the territory of the realm. They were in the past, and must remain so in the future. How many golden dragons have you taken from the Dornish to dare speak of ceding the stepstones to them, Otto? Otto Hightower was chastised to the point of embarrassment. He had indeed not accepted any golden dragons from the Dornish. He merely wished to prevent the stepstones from becoming vassals of Dragonstone, thus falling into the hands of Rhaenyra. Would allowing Igor to bestow titles upon the Dornish lords occupying the islands, and subsequently have the Sunstone recognize Igor as the Earl of the Stepstones, lead to a peaceful reclamation of the territory? In the future, could he leverage Igor's bloodline and status to influence Dorne, ultimately achieving the goal of bringing Dorne under the realm's banner? Only a fool would believe such rhetoric, Otto mused. Yet Viserys was just such a man. In his youth, he was wise and gentle, beloved by the people. In his old age, he had become indecisive and foolish to the point of distaste. Otherwise, he would not have been foolish enough to forsake his eldest son in favor of a woman as his heir. Did he truly harbor the delusion of a woman ruling the Seven Kingdoms? Otto coldly contemplated. As long as she was not intimidated by that spiked iron chair. It was my oversight, your grace. Otto, though scolded like a dog, replied with a gentle demeanor. Perhaps we should consider rescinding the baronial title granted to Igor and make him a vassal of the crown once more. The stepstones are of paramount importance, a critical point in the trade routes of Westeros. Furthermore, Baron Igor's recent exploits, burning Tyrosh, crippling Liss, and negotiating a treaty with Myr, have been nothing short of commendable. For him to be relegated to a mere vassal of Dragonstone could very well lead him to seek the embrace of Prince Corran of Dorne. After all, should he truly wed Alicent Martell, he might one day occupy the position of Prince of Dorne. This is a far more advantageous prospect than being a minor baron beneath Dragonstone. Otto's words were certainly self-serving, crafted through his own machinations. If the stepstones continued to be vassals of Dragonstone, Rhaenyra's control over them would only grow stronger. It is fundamentally impossible for oneself to intervene in the affairs of the Stair Island in the future. However, should Stair Island be transformed into a vassal of the crown, such concerns would be swiftly alleviated. Dragonstone is a vassal of the crown, and Stair Island would then attain a status akin to that of Dragonstone. Not only would Dragonstone relinquish its subservience to Stair Island, but Rhaenyra would also be unable to exert her influence over it any longer. Furthermore, this arrangement would facilitate direct royal governance over Stair Island. As the Prime Minister, it would become considerably easier for me to engage in the matters concerning Stair Island. The maritime trade security of House Hightower would also be assured, rendering it a solution for all time. Viserys could not perceive all of this. A king who contemplates every matter alone is a fool. A sagacious king ought to understand the importance of heeding the counsel of his advisors, discerning, and selecting the most prudent proposal to execute. Yet, Viserys is not of such wisdom. In recent years, he has demonstrated a lack of inclination to consider the opinions of his council, relying almost entirely on his two prime ministers. However, today, he seems somewhat different. Viserys, rubbing his temples while seated at his desk, delayed in responding to Otto's words. Otto was unaware of his thoughts and could only hope that Viserys would not dismiss his proposal. Viserys finally spoke, confirming Otto's expectations. Let me ponder this, Otto. I know you harbor no ulterior motives in this matter. You may return for now. Otto furrowed his brow, perplexed, yet refrained from showing it. The king waved his hand, and Otto accordingly departed from the royal study. Daemon stifled a laugh while observing the chest of gold dragons. Are you saying that upon waking this morning, this chest of gold dragons was positioned at your chamber door? Moreover, when I returned to retrieve my sword for self-defense, the chest had already been opened. At that moment, the chest of gold dragons had been collectively lifted downstairs by Aegon and others. Inside, there were over 150 gold dragons, not a vast sum. Yet for an ordinary individual, it represented a fortune unattainable in a lifetime. It is evident that the benefactor is no ordinary person. Daemon glanced at Ross, who promptly shook his head, indicating ignorance. After a brief moment of contemplation, Daemon remarked, "Accept it as a gift from the gods. The issue is not the gold dragons themselves, but rather the identity of the one who delivered them to me. He must know me and be quite familiar with my movements in King's Landing. This could either be due to someone among us having betrayed our trust, or because he has eyes all over King's Landing. If it is the former, it could be managed. However, if it is the latter, I shudder to contemplate the power of this individual and his intentions behind sending me gold dragons." Listening to Aegon, a figure suddenly emerged in Daemon's mind. Could it be her? He shook his head, dispelling the memories that surged forth. It is not yet the time, Daemon thought. Now is not the moment. Chapter 45, The Count of Stair Island. As they exited the parlor of the Red Keep and the door closed behind them, Daemon eagerly approached with a question. Well, does he still wish to make you a vassal of Sunspear? A contemplative Aegon reflected on his recent dialogue with Viserys, taking a moment before he shook his head. No, he intends to elevate me as the vassal of the Stepstones, while maintaining the fealty between Driftmark and Dragonstone. In essence, this meant he would possess two titles, Baron of Driftmark and Count of the Stepstones. He would also be subject to two lords, King of the Seven Kingdoms and the Princess of Dragonstone. This arrangement posed no detriment to Aegon. As long as he secured legitimate authority over the Stepstones, that was sufficient for him. The intricacies of the situation were of no concern to him. Daemon pondered the implications of this maneuver, while he found it difficult to decipher the broader motives. He understood that being a vassal to the Stepstones was vastly preferable to being one to Sunspear. Aegon continued. His Majesty Viserys also claimed that Driftmark was no longer suitable for my new domain, and thus conferred upon me the new surname of Orys. Orys? Daemon echoed, curiosity piqued. What does that signify? Aegon did not grasp the significance of this name. Orys bore no connection to his future lands and lacked the connotation of terms like the glorious warrior. However, Daemon seemed to comprehend its meaning. After a moment's reflection, he elucidated for the puzzled Aegon. Orys is the second largest city of the freehold of Valyria. It is grand, affluent, and resplendent, yet it has never possessed autonomy, perpetually governed by Valyrians dispatched from the freehold. What does that imply? Aegon inquired. It suggests that Viserys does not wish for you to sever ties with the kingdom, ruling the Stepstones as I do. He desires for you to remain a vassal of House Targaryen, not an equal sovereign of the Stepstones. Thus, he bestows upon me the surname Orys as a warning? Daemon shrugged, noncommittal. It appeared that Viserys was far more astute than Aegon had initially perceived. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting dappled patterns upon the long table on the left side of the hall. The table was adorned with a vivid crimson cloth, upon which rested the sword and shield emblematic of knighthood, along with armor and heraldry. The air was suffused with the scents of incense and perfume, while a distant, somber melody from a harp wafted through the space. Aegon knelt in the center of the hall, which was crowded with onlookers, nobles from the realm, affluent citizens of King's Landing, and silver-haired, violet-eyed Targaryens. At the far end of the hall, upon a throne forged from swords and adorned with cruel iron spikes, King Viserys sat erect. Wearing the crown of his grandfather, the old king, the King's Guard descended to maintain order, silencing the raucous crowd, and a hush enveloped the hall, so quiet that even a silver needle falling could be heard. The first to speak was the archbishop, standing beside the king. Aegon, Do you vow to remain ever loyal to your sovereign, to defend your homeland, and safeguard your faith? I do. Aegon's voice rang out with unwavering conviction as he lifted his gaze, resolutely meeting the archbishop's eyes. The archbishop nodded, then turned to face Viserys, clearing his throat. Viserys rose from the Iron Throne, and an attendant promptly presented the ancestral sword of House Targaryen, Blackfire, before the king. Grasping the hilt of Blackfire, Viserys descended from the throne and approached Aegon. He gently touched the sword's tip to Aegon's shoulder, and all present held their breath, awaiting the king's decree. In the name of the king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, the ruler of the realm and protector of the lands, I, Viserys I of House Targaryen, bestow upon you the title of Count of the Stepstones, and grant you the guardianship of the Narrow Sea. May your sword remain ever sharp. May your shield be ever strong, and may your heart be eternally loyal. Taking back the sword, Viserys' attendant deftly brought forth soil and branches, which were placed into Aegon's hands by the king. Aegon clutched the dual symbols of his territory tightly as he rose slowly. He understood that from this moment forth, all the fruits of the Stepstones' war would translate into his status and glory. Having endured yet another battle, he was no longer the wide-eyed youth he had been when Rhaenyra had conferred his earlier title. He raised the symbols of land and honor high towards the heavens, and the hall erupted with enthusiastic applause and cheers. The Baron of Bloodstone was merely the beginning. It was only now that Aegon had officially entered the game, equipped with the means to play the power struggle. Congratulations, Count of the Stepstones. A truly joyous occasion. People expressed their delight for Aegon, marveling at his youth. Yet, no one dared question him, for they had all heard the tales of Aegon's fiery assault on Talos. As a bustling port city, King's Landing was rife with gossip. Shortly after Aegon's fiery conquest, sailors brought back various versions of the story to the capital. But all unanimously agreed that the one who scorched Talos was a silver-haired youth riding a bronze dragon. Of course, amidst the crowd, there were those harboring resentment. Without the treasury's gold dragons, without Daemon's support, and without the old king's dragon, he was merely a loathed cur on the street. The speaker was Aegon Targaryen, who bore a grudge against Aegon, particularly for the youth's ascent to the title of Count of the Stepstones. He doubted that this was solely Aegon's achievement, believing it to be merely Daemon's clever ruse, with this boy merely a puppet on the stage. Without silver hair, without violet eyes, without a dragon, Aegon. What difference is there between you and a stray dog? Aemon Targaryen chuckled lightly, parting the crowd to stand before his brother, Aegon. Aegon was evidently enraged. Yet he found himself at a loss for how to counter his insufferable brother. Perhaps he should allow the royal executioner to sever his tongue, he thought coldly. Aemon, this is not a time for jest. Helena emerged from the cheering crowd, disinclined to witness a violent confrontation between the two brothers. She had long perceived the discord between Aegon and Aemon, hoping that maturity and the passage of time might bridge the chasm of their differences. Mind your tongue, Aemon. Aegon spat out his final remark before bellowing for the crowd to part, striding towards the hall's exit. You too, brother. Aemon's grin stretched almost to his eye, enhanced by the eye patch over his singular eye, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. Aegon had already caught wind of the commotion. He glanced at the stationary Aemon, who had also sensed his gaze. Aemon placed his right hand over his left breast and bowed slightly, performing a knightly salute to Aegon. A peculiar individual, Aegon concluded. Chapter 46. The journey home and heavy burdens the fleet, carrying Aegon's handmaiden Danya and an oak chest filled with golden dragons. Set sail ahead of schedule. At Daemon's suggestion, Aegon resolved to ride a dragon to Dragonstone to pay a visit to his liege, Princess Rhaenyra. Before departing, in the dragon cave of the Rhaenys Hills, Aegon encountered Aemon once more. He sensed that Aemon had something to communicate, yet the latter remained silent. Since Aegon's arrival in King's Landing, they had exchanged not a single word. Aemon merely watched him depart until King's Landing faded from his view. Aemon was indeed a strange individual. Like Daemon and Maelon, he was a madman. Is it true that Valyria breeds lunatics? Aegon pondered, yet he felt no justification to condemn them, having recently set fire to the ancient city of Tylos. Daemon had embarked earlier than Aegon. After the investiture ceremony, Daemon returned to Dragonstone, foregoing attendance at the evening's celebratory banquet. Within the halls of Dragonstone Castle, a servant resoundingly proclaimed Rhaenyra's titles. Before you stands the light of the kingdom, Princess of Dragonstone, heir to the Iron Throne, Rhaenyra Targaryen. Aegon's retinue was equally formidable. A young boy whose voice was sharp and resonant, neither servile nor arrogant. Presenting themselves were the Baron of Bloodstone, the Earl of the Stepstones, the Guardian of the Narrow Sea, and the commander of the allied fleets of Stormlands and House Velaryon, Bronze Aegon Oris. The latter title had been particularly insisted upon by Aegon, symbolizing his status as the rider of the Bronze Fury, Vormisol. Rhaenyra appeared somewhat displeased. Although Aegon's newly conferred earldom did not entirely eliminate her influence over the Stepstones, it did afford King's Landing an equal claim to dominion over the region. If someone were to deceive the father, they would consequently seize the opportunity to meddle in the affairs of the Stepstone Islands. The significance of the Stepstone Islands is self-evident. No fool would deem these scattered rocks amidst the narrow seas devoid of strategic value. Accordingly, it becomes imperative for me to cultivate a favorable relationship with this young man, even if he is merely a bastard and the illegitimate offspring of my own husband. With this thought, Rhaenyra offered a faint smile and said, "Welcome back, Baron Aegon." Aegon did not linger long on Dragonstone. After a simple dinner and some pleasantries, he mounted Vhagar and hastened back to his domain. Presently, numerous troubles beset the Stepstone Islands. The Dornishmen to the west still held sway over several islands within the archipelago, and Aegon would need to devise a means to wrest control of these islands from them. Meanwhile, the currents of intrigue from the east were turbulent, and one could only speculate about the outcome of the council led by Lena and Tyrosh. To the south, the matters I had previously entrusted to the governors of Myr and Myke remained uncertain, and overall, Aegon had yet to receive any news regarding Uthman. Before departing, Aegon had instructed his apprentice, Hamza, to relay all pertinent news from Bloodstone Island in the form of letters to King's Landing. Although Aegon had intermittently received a few missives, none contained any valuable information. He arrived at Bloodstone Island in the evening. The shipyard at the northern port was under reconstruction, having been reduced to ashes by Charlotte's flames. Much like the wooden tower, the shipwrights and apprentices within the shipyard, along with the soldiers training on the beach and the sailors aboard the anchored warships, all looked up, aware that their lord had returned. Accustomed to the rugged terrain of Dragonstone, Vhagar had carved out a vast cavern within the rocky hills behind the sandy beach, large enough to accommodate its presence. Aegon's warriors and craftsmen fondly referred to this place as the Dragon's Nest, symbolizing the return of the great dragon and their lord. Shortly after dismounting, Aegon encountered Elton and his entourage, who had come to greet him. "Welcome back, my lord." Elton's joy was genuine. Aegon patted him on the shoulder and handed off his belongings to a retainer. "How has Bloodstone Island fared recently?" Aegon inquired. "Very well, my lord. As you instructed, we have commenced the reconstruction of the shipyard. The mermen have abandoned their designs on the Greyjoy archipelago. Our people have firmly established control over those islands. However what?" Aegon interjected, believing that Myke and the others had already taken action, particularly those governors of Myr who harbored animosity towards Uthman. They would be eager to eliminate Uthman swiftly, with Myke merely playing a supportive role. However, the mermen have unilaterally declared the previous treaty you established with them null and void. From this point forward, they shall no longer garrison troops in the Greyjoy archipelago. Uthman had unleashed a massacre upon the Myrish nobility within Myr City, even claiming the life of his own kin. Myke Kawich, Aegon concluded in his mind. Indeed, he had anticipated such a situation, albeit it was not one he wished to witness. Uselman's actions would undoubtedly incite increasing animosity from the noble class of Mill. Even if the Mill supporters of Aegon were inept, there would surely be those among them who were far from idle. If necessary, he would take matters into his own hands. Initially, he feared that the Mill would unite against external pressures, standing resolutely together. However, with Uselman's disruptive presence, it was likely that unity among the Mill would become increasingly elusive. Aside from Mill, are there any updates from other regions, Tylosai, Dorne? Prince Dorne Corrin has yet to respond to your correspondence. In recent days, Dorne has seemed to vanish into thin air, nearly silent, with scarcely a ship from Dorne sighted. As for Tylosai, I have only heard that Captain Lyanna has slain numerous Tylosians there. Meanwhile, Osweir is attempting to resolve the Tylosai dispute amicably, but it appears tensions have arisen between the two. Both Lyanna and Osweir are esteemed allies of Aegon, and he does not show favoritism toward either. In this instance, he is more inclined to believe Lyanna is in the right. Yet, circumstances have never been absolute. The truth must be determined by his own judgment. What progress has been made regarding the defeated Reefs and the consolidation of the Tylosai United Fleet? There has been an overwhelming number of matters lately. We are in need of manpower. Most of the work has been completed, but it will require additional time. Consolidating the enemy's warships is relatively straightforward. The challenge lies in managing the surrendering troops. Very well, Aegon stated. Let him proceed with that. The devastation of Tylosai necessitates reconstruction. The united fleet of Reefs and Tylosai fell to us not long ago. Bloodstone Island has only just been reclaimed, and the governance of the Grey Scourge Isles remains tenuous. Everything is in a state of revival. All must begin anew, and the burden upon us is considerable. Elton. I understand, my lord. Elton nodded in agreement, and the two of them descended from the stone mountain towards the wooden two-story cottage. Along the way, Igo suddenly halted and spoke. Tomorrow, you and Hamza shall come to the study. Have him bring paper and ink. Yes, my lord. Although Elton did not grasp Igo's intentions, his loyalty dictated that he simply follow orders and execute them meticulously. Chapter 47, The February Accord. A report on the latest developments shall be written every fortnight. 2 months hence, a celebration banquet will be held on Bloodstone Island, and all shall return. As Igo spoke, scholar apprentice Hamza diligently wrote, while Elton observed from the side. Thus, this letter shall be copied thrice, with 2 copies sent to Telosai and 1 to Shattered Reef. As you wish, my lord, Hamza replied, swiftly putting quill to parchment. Elton watched intently. Born into the Isman family of Greenstone Keep, though not the heir, he had nevertheless received a certain degree of noble education. He was literate and could write, albeit his vocabulary was limited, and his writing skills even more so. At this moment, observing Hamza diligently writing, Elton felt a deep admiration for him. Elton, Igo called out, interrupting Elton's engrossed attention, do not linger any longer. You must depart for the Grey Stranglehold Islands without delay, and return in 2 months for the banquet. In the interim, report your progress every 15 days. To the Grey Stranglehold Islands? What purpose do I serve there, my lord? Igo elaborated on his strategic plans regarding the islands. Since we have irreparably severed ties with the Mirians, the defense of the Grey Stranglehold Islands has become paramount. You are to reinforce the coastal defenses surrounding the islands, and additionally, instruct the soldiers to construct fortifications upon the land. If feasible, it would be prudent to send a contingent to harass the Mirians, who are currently besieging the disputed territory. Did we not hear from Mikaquich that the Mirians are ensnared in a fierce struggle? It is high time they witness the repercussions of defying my will and the treaty. Simultaneously, spread the word among the Mirians that all I seek is the head of Yusilman. Once he is dead, I shall consider the Mirians' breach of the treaty as if it had never transpired, and peace shall be restored between Bloodstone Island and the Mirians. Igo aimed to further divide Yusilman from the civilian nobility of the Mirians. The rule of a dictator is inherently unstable. With the right spark, the commoners and nobles will unite in rebellion. Can Hamza record this, my lord? You have entrusted me with so many tasks that I fear I may overlook something. Will writing it down aid your understanding? Igo was well aware of the educational background of his naval commander. I have someone under my command who is literate. He studied for a time in the academic city and now serves as the ship's doctor aboard the Cackler. Listening to Elton, Igo was reminded of what? The condemned man who had shared his imprisonment in the Tidehead Fortress dungeon. Yet, what was dead? Igo shook his head, dispelling such peculiar thoughts from his mind. Hamza, as per Commander Elton's instructions, write it down. Yes, my lord. Allow me to finish these letters first, Hamza replied dutifully. My lord, there are numerous issues regarding the reconstruction of the shipyard on Bloodstone Island. We require timber, stone, and more craftsmen. Our shipbuilders and apprentices lack the skills for carpentry, and their work is often haphazard. Please grant me the authority to seek trustworthy labor. Rest assured, I shall personally oversee all matters concerning Bloodstone Island. You need not worry. Igo reassured him. Understood, my lord. Elton held great trust in his lord, a trust stemming from Damon's words. You will assist Igo, and I shall elevate you from captain to vice commander of the fleet. He is a clever child, brave and decisive, should you perform well. A day of great fortune shall come. In the early morning, Igo awoke to the cawing of crows. Danya brought him a cup of spiced hot tea to awaken his senses. The tea steamed with a delicate haze, infused with spices from the free trade city. Its aroma pungent and invigorating. However, this also served to invigorate the spirit and clarify the mind. Igo gently blew on his hot tea, allowing his thoughts to drift towards the tasks at hand. Foremost among them was the reconstruction of Bloodstone Island. The newly erected 2-story wooden structure was sufficient to shield against the elements. Igo's only grievance lay in Hamza's decision to keep crows in the attic, whose incessant cawing roused him from slumber each morning. The construction of another wooden tower seemed unnecessary. It would be far more prudent to commence the building of a castle, as a castle stands as a true emblem of dominion. Moreover, the strategic location of the Stone Steps archipelago warranted a fortress capable of repelling foes and housing troops, thus holding significant importance during times of conflict. To erect such a castle, a considerable sum of golden dragons would be required. Yet, even more crucial were the carpenters, masons, and a vast labor force. Although these two demanded golden dragons, Igo's ability to weave grand visions had been greatly refined during his previous recruitment of shipbuilders, and he now possessed an uncanny knack for persuasion. The reconstruction of the shipyard was temporarily shelved. Previously, Aegon's shipbuilders could have relied on the remnants of the dilapidated dock left by Lecarino to establish a shipbuilding facility. Yet now, all edifices on Bloodstone Island had been reduced to ashes. The shipwrights he had employed were left bewildered, for without the foundation laid by their predecessors, they were at a loss, lacking the skills of carpentry. Thus, whether constructing a castle or rebuilding the shipyard, the presence of carpenters, masons, and laborers was indispensable. To enlist such individuals, Aegon would have to venture back to the mainland, for they were nowhere to be found on his island. In addition to these two construction endeavors, Aegon required a scholar proficient in metallurgy. He needed this scholar to lead workers in mining vermilion and crafting a variety of vermilion ornaments. This task posed little difficulty. Last night, while supervising Hamza and sending out a letter, Aegon unexpectedly learned of a metallurgical scholar through Hamza's words. In truth, this individual was not a scholar in the traditional sense, at least not at present. His name was Helrichthus, a doctor adorned with a gold and silver alloy ring, a scepter, and a mask, all symbols of metallurgy. His scholar's chain comprised a small portion of black iron, silver, and bronze, with the remaining 3/4 being gold and silver alloy, signifying the depth of his research in the field of metallurgy. Helric was once highly esteemed in the scholarly city, his assistants and apprentices rising alongside him in fortune. This continued until he forged yet another link in his scholar's chain. However, this link did not pertain to his area of expertise in metallurgy, nor to the studies of crows, military science, medicine, or astronomy. Instead, it was a chain link of Valyrian steel, emblematic of mysticism. The study of mysticism was scorned by the majority of scholars. Yet, due to Helric's standing in the scholarly city, he would not have faced overt discrimination from his peers. This status persisted until he committed a certain act, which ultimately led to his expulsion from the scholarly city. Even his scholarly assistants and apprentices were not spared from misfortune, with Hamza being one of them. As a bachelor apprentice to Helric, Hamza was promptly expelled from the academy on account of his affiliation with Helric. Thus, he had no choice but to return to his homeland, Tar's Island, where he would study under the scholars of the Twilight Hall, forever relinquishing his opportunity to become a true bachelor. Sipping his hot tea slowly, Aegon made his way to the attic in search of Hamza. The young apprentice had risen early to feed his crows, which were his only two duties, the other being to learn from Aegon. He cherished the work and life he had, feeling gratitude towards his lord. Aegon, is your teacher at the Tower of the Old Town? I know only this much. My lord, Hamza replied candidly. He did visit the Tower of the Old Town last, but he never emerged afterward. Everyone says he has perished, but I do not believe it. Dr. Helric cannot have died so easily. He must still be alive, somewhere in the tower. I can feel it. Aegon pondered, hoping that Hamza's intuition was correct. Thus, his two pressing tasks now were to venture to the Tower of the Old Town to seek Dr. Helric and persuade him to come to Bloodstone Island to assist in the extraction of vermilion. The other task was to hire craftsmen and laborers to construct the dock and castle on Bloodstone Island. Perhaps these two endeavors could be undertaken simultaneously. Chapter 48. Prince Daelin. The Old Town is the second largest port in Westeros, bustling with ships, and an excess of vessels is not necessarily advantageous. Therefore, on this journey to the Old Town, Aegon brought only a few oared sailboats and flat-bottomed boats, accompanied by the dragon, Vormesor. As the city, situated to the southwest of the River Bay at the confluence of Honeywine River and the Whispering Bay, appeared on the distant horizon, Aegon commanded Vormesor to soar past the fleet and fly ahead to the Old Town. Vormesor extended his neck like a dragon diving into water, his wings flapping rhythmically to propel the air behind him. The man and dragon burst through the dense clouds, gliding just above the Old Town. A shadow enveloped the city, causing the citizens to look up in unison. Initially, they thought the weather had suddenly turned gloomy, but as they all gazed upward, they realized a massive brown dragon was passing overhead. Look, by the heavens, it is a dragon. Goodness, what a gigantic beast. Far larger than Prince Daelin's little dragon. The last time the people of the Old Town beheld Vormesor was during the reign of the benevolent King Jaehaerys. At that time, the benevolent king rode Vormesor, leading the royal fleet back and forth to the Old Town, feasting with its lord and listening to the grievances of its subjects. However, the benevolent king had long since passed, and memories of the old king and Vormesor had faded into oblivion with the passage of generations. Now, upon seeing Vormesor again, the townsfolk could only exclaim in astonishment, with few aware of Aegon, the dragon's new rider. Aegon rode atop Vormesor, traversing the Old Town until he descended upon a clearing beyond the city limits. Vormesor tilted its neck back and flapped its wings, gently lowering itself from a modest altitude. With a thud, Aegon's body plummeted momentarily, and as Vormesor's chest struck the ground, he was abruptly propelled upwards. choosing to enter the town alone. Aegon had numerous objectives for his visit to the Old Town and could not afford to squander time. As a vassal of Rhaenyra, he was certain to encounter animosity from the Prime Minister, Otto Hightower, who was the Lord of the Old Town and the brother of the Earl Hobart Hightower. One of Aegon's purposes for riding the dragon was to assert dominance over Earl Hobart, striving to prevent any obstruction to his endeavors in the Old Town due to political affiliations. However, he appeared to have overestimated the situation. Upon reaching the city gates, he observed a troop of cavalry galloping towards him with great haste, accompanied by a carriage drawn by 2 white horses. The cavalrymen dismounted and bowed to Aegon, their motions languid, revealing that their respect was not entirely heartfelt. While they disdained the illegitimate origins of a bastard, they held reverence for a knight mounted on a dragon, especially one recently bestowed with a title. On the day of his elevation, crows from King's Landing had flown across Westeros, delivering the news of Aegon Targaryen's ennoblement to nearly every noble in the realm. "Welcome to the Old Town, Lord Aegon," a youthful voice emerged from the carriage. A boy, no more than 7 or 8 years old, alighted, possessing silver hair and blue eyes, strikingly handsome in a manner distinctly Valyrian. It was Prince Daeron. The cavalrymen parted to clear a path, bowing in acknowledgement, thus revealing the boy's identity: Daeron Targaryen, the youngest son of Queen Alicent. Aegon had heard of him from Daemon and knew that this Targaryen prince possessed a small dragon named Tessarion. At that moment, a little dragon, resembling a flickering blue flame, peered out from behind the carriage. Its size was modest, appearing barely large enough for riding. The small dragon curiously tilted its head to regard Aegon. "Is such a grand reception truly necessary for me, Prince Daeron?" Aegon sought to gauge the boy's substance. In his eyes, the child was merely that, a child, and he even harbored doubts that Daeron was but a pawn presented by Earl Hobart to shield himself from scrutiny. However, to Aegon's surprise, the boy's words swiftly altered his perception. "A distinguished guest from afar certainly deserves such an elaborate welcome," Daeron remarked, despite his tender age and juvenile voice, exhibiting the poise of a seasoned politician. "Who among us is unaware that you have recently been granted the Stairs Isles as your domain, as well as the illustrious title of the Narrow Sea's protector? Surely, your governorship encompasses the entirety of the Narrow Sea, which resonates far more impressively than the guardianship of the North or the East." Daeron's flattery not only delighted Aegon, but also transformed the gazes of the knights who came to greet him. They straightened their backs and fixed their eyes ahead, as if standing before a figure of immense power, shedding their previous arrogance. Aegon, with a smile that diffused the tension, remarked that his visit to Old Town was solely to recruit craftsmen. Having heard that Old Town gathered the talents of all Westeros, he sought to enlist their services. If possible, sharing a meal with Lord Hightower would be a most coveted opportunity. The once timid blue dragon, Viserion, who had cowered behind Daeron, now approached Aegon, seemingly devoid of hostility or fear, extending its neck to sniff the air around him. Viserion had caught the scent of kin, and as Daeron chuckled, his smile abruptly vanished like a stone cast into an abyss, replaced by a stern admonition: "Viserion." The indigo dragon instantly recoiled its neck, fluttering its wings like a startled fowl, rushing to Daeron's side. It must have sensed the presence of Vhagar, a notoriously irritable beast, who could not be touched by anyone other than Daeron. Viserion's bravery was commendable, akin to that of the young prince himself. The exchange of pleasantries is an indispensable ritual among nobles, though Aegon pondered when he had adopted such a practice. This mutual flattery is typically reserved for nobles of similar standing. If one party's status vastly eclipsed the other, the lesser noble would merely listen to the praises bestowed upon him. Aegon was not yet in a position to do so. He was merely a border earl confronting a legitimate prince of House Targaryen. His maternal lineage traced back to the esteemed Hightower family of Old Town, elevating his status even further. One Aegon could hardly afford to disregard. With a laugh that belied his youth yet displayed his intellect, Prince Daeron extended an inviting hand toward Aegon. "This way, my lord. Let us not keep Lord Hightower and the sumptuous feast waiting." As they entered the city alongside the cavalry, Aegon found himself the focus of unprecedented attention. Unlike the citizens of King's Landing, who were accustomed to the silver-haired Targaryens, the folk of Old Town regarded this newcomer with curiosity. They scrutinized Aegon, their conversations abuzz with discussions of dragons and the Targaryens. The crowd gradually gathered, drawn by intrigue. The 4 knights in front of Aegon dismounted, intending to disperse the encroaching throng. Yet, before they could act, the crowd suddenly parted. 3 galloping warhorses thundered down the street, charging directly into Aegon's line of sight. Chapter 49. The chief knight, 3 steeds clad in chainmail, surged from the street's end, racing toward Aegon's retinue. "Halt!" The foremost knights of the High Tar took a step forward, brandishing their swords horizontally in an attempt to obstruct their path. However, the three mounted knights showed no intention of slowing down. Their whips cracking in the air as they laughed heartily, their steeds galloping relentlessly towards Aegon. The mounted knights closed the distance with alarming speed. And realizing that intimidation would not suffice, the Hightower knights hastily drew their swords. Yet, it was already too late. The three mounted knights had barreled into them before they could react. With a thunderous crash, the armored Hightower knights were sent flying, tumbling, and rolling, some colliding with nearby stone steps, while others continued to roll until they reached Aegon's feet. It was only upon colliding with him that the three knights reined in their horses. They quickly pulled on the reins, causing their mounts to rear up with a loud neigh, their hooves raised high in close proximity to Aegon. A cloud of dust from the hooves settled upon Aegon, mere inches from his face. Yet, he remained unfazed, firmly grasping the reins and steadying his startled steed, sitting upright upon its back. As the warhorses lowered their hooves, Aegon finally beheld the three knights who had charged so brazenly into his space. Two of the knights bore the unmistakable features of the Hightower family, clearly related to the Prime Minister, Otto Hightower. "Who are you, boy?" inquired the knight nearest to Aegon. He appeared to be quite aged, well past middle age, his corpulent frame heavily pressing down upon his mount. The man wore no armor, and his clothing was only half donned, exposing a flabby side of his body. However, he was adorned with a jeweled sword at his waist. "I am Aegon Orys, hailing from Bloodstone Isle," Aegon announced. "Aegon Orys," the man echoed, struggling to recall the name, a vague sense of familiarity lingering in his mind. Observing the swaying figure on horseback, Aegon could distinctly sense the man's intoxication. Is he merely drunk and acting foolishly? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, the man waved dismissively. "Forget who you are. Clear the way." Aegon had no desire to provoke trouble, especially in Old Town, and the man was clearly a Hightower. The age-old adage of strong dragons do not oppress local snakes rang true. He urged his horse aside, but as the man rode past, he deliberately brandished the sword's hilt to intimidate Aegon's steed. The horse, startled once more, began to thrash violently, threatening to break free from Aegon's control. Caught off guard by the man's sudden malice, the reins slipped from Aegon's grasp. The cobbled stone road of Old Town sent Aegon crashing onto the protruding stones, a sharp pain radiating through his back. The remaining two knights cast a condescending glance at Aegon, erupting in laughter as they continued on their way. Among the knights of Hightower, one recognized the merrily laughing horseman, and for a brief moment, he was taken aback before immediately bowing in respect. Upon hearing the name of Sir Brandon, even the knights who had been hurled to the ground earlier rose to their feet. They hurriedly saluted the retreating figure of Brandon Hightower. "Sir Brandon, Sir Brandon, Sir Brandon." Aegon, clutching his aching back and waist, leaned against the wall to stand. He had never encountered this name. It was neither that of the Earl of Old Town nor his heir. Yet, observing the utmost reverence from the Hightower knights, it was evident that this individual held considerable standing in Old Town. Recognizing himself, the inebriated Brandon Hightower turned his horse around, his face flushed. He cast a disdainful glance at the few Hightower knights and one pale-haired, violet-eyed Dornishman he had collided with. Brandon had seen members of House Dane from Starfall, and some among them bore such distinctive features. Damn the Dornish, what brought them back to Old Town? Brandon's thoughts soon provided clarity. Likely, they had come to seek the Earl of Hobart's assistance. Starfall was not far from Old Town, a mere day's sail away, and these Dornish visitors frequented the town often. With a scoff, Brandon casually flicked several golden dragons from his sleeve, not bothering to look back as he followed the other two knights ahead. His disdain for the Dornish was palpable. He would have relished the thought of slaying them, were it not for Earl Hobart's insistence on protecting all visiting guests. The golden dragons clattered to the ground at Aegon's feet, instantly drawing the attention of the injured Hightower knights. It was known that such gold could procure a steed of immense value. The knights gazed eagerly at Aegon, only daring to approach and pick them up once he spoke. "Take them, go find a maester for some medicine." "Thank you, my lord. Thank you." Aegon sidestepped the Hightower knights who were gathering the golden dragons and unsheathed his sword with a swift motion. Hearing the sound, Brandon Hightower immediately turned. Aegon continued forward, his long sword dragging along the cobblestone path with a rasping sound. Sensing the imminent threat, Brandon Hightower attempted to draw his sword from his waist. However, the remnants of his hangover caused him to sway unsteadily in the saddle, and instead, he found himself tumbling to the ground. "I am the chief knight of Old Town. You damn Dornishman. Drop your weapon, and I may consider allowing you to leave here alive." With one foot still caught in the stirrup, Brandon struggled as half his body hung precariously above the ground. This was the first time the once mighty chief knight experienced fear, not a fear of power or status, but a primal dread of death and the encroaching danger. Aegon disregarded the words of the chief knight, advancing with his sword drawn. You owe these noble knights an apology. My lord, the chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. A prestigious privilege, a 7-day ad-free reading card. Available free of charge to all registered users. The chief knight, having finally extricated himself from the stirrup that had ensnared his ankle, was now retreating backward, bracing himself against the ground. He shook his head, seemingly indifferent to Aegon's remarks. In truth, Aegon had no intention of harming the chief knight. As the saying goes, debts must be settled with the responsible party. He merely sought an apology or recompense from the corpulent knight who had caused his fall. However, as he approached Chief Knight Brandon, a sudden clatter of hooves echoed in the air. A heavily armored steed charged towards Aegon with alarming speed. Realizing the horse was barreling towards him, Aegon swiftly pivoted to evade the impending collision. The hefty knight on the horse, realizing he had missed his target, yanked the reins in a futile attempt to rein in the frenzied beast. His efforts proved in vain, as the horse continued its reckless charge, crashing directly into a building along the street. "Ah!" the corpulent knight cried out. "Hobart!" Witnessing the knight's misfortune, Chief Knight Brandon bellowed, then turned to the nearby Hightower Knights. "Kill him, you bunch of buffoons." Yet, instead of complying, the Hightower Knights retreated to Aegon's side, attempting to shield him. "Are you all deaf? In the name of the Chief Knight of Old Town, I command you to slay him." Having heard Darren's earlier boasts about Aegon, the Hightower Knights were not foolish enough to attack a count, especially one who bore the prestigious title of the Guardian of the Narrow Sea. Seeing the Hightower Knights unmoved, Brandon attempted to rise despite his pain, only to be stomped on the calf by his own horse. "Ah!" the chief knight screamed, his voice drawing the attention of the lowest-ranking knight nearby. "Damn you, bastard!" Observing the plight of the two lords, the mounted knight accompanying them swiftly drew his sword, charging towards Aegon. Yet, before his steed could gain momentum, a youthful voice rang out from behind him. "In the name of Count Hobart, the Guardian of Old Town, I command you to lay down your weapon at once." He recognized that distinctive voice, youthful yet commanding. It was Prince Darren. Upon hearing the call, the mounted knight immediately reined in his horse and tumbled to the ground. "Your Highness." Darren emerged from the center of the caravan, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Brandon stared in astonishment at the silver-haired, violet-eyed Darren, the effects of alcohol fading away in an instant. The appearance of Prince Darren left him utterly speechless. As the colossal carriage obstructed the roadway, Brandon finally discerned the heavily armed contingent behind it. He glanced at the knights of House Hightower, then at the solemn Prince Darren, and ultimately turned his gaze towards the narrowly escaped Aegon. To have such a multitude of Hightower knights escorting him, and to have Prince Darren personally come forth to greet him, could he possibly not be a person of significance? Brandon's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Who could he be? He could not help but ponder. Aside from the significant traits of the descendants of House Targaryen, pale hair and violet eyes, there was only one possibility. Brandon shook his head fervently, unwilling to entertain further thoughts. Yet, deep down, he understood that he had stumbled into a cataclysmic predicament. Chapter 50. Paying the price, my lord. We have committed a grave offense. Please, punish us. At this moment, the chief knight of Old Town, Brandon Hightower, had long shed his earlier arrogance and disdain, his eyes now brimming with a desperate yearning for survival. Meanwhile, Hobart, a knight of House Hightower sharing the same name as the Earl of Old Town, knelt and did not rise. This was due not only to the pain of having fallen from his horse after crashing into a wall, but also from sheer terror. The effects of the wine had long since dissipated. His earlier actions were merely the folly of intoxication. He had originally been a law-abiding knight of House Hightower, dutifully tending to his lands until certain matters brought him to Old Town. The Hightower blood coursing through his veins had linked him to the chief knight, Brandon Hightower. However, now even the chief knight of Old Town had to kneel before the feet of two scions of House Targaryen. This exemplifies the power and lineage that dictate one's station. In Westeros, some individuals are destined for high status from the moment of their birth. My lord Aegon, Sir Brandon is a good man, and so is Sir Hobart. This debacle was solely the result of fine wine. Grant them clemency. I shall beseech Earl Hobart to send them to the stepstones, to shed blood and sweat for the kingdom. Let them perish at the hands of enemies rather than under the executioner's blade. Is it not more beneficial? Aegon had no desire for such drunken wastrels, and he firmly declined. Yet, he was no butcher, compelled to ensure that every individual who had wronged him met their end by his hand. Wine truly is a bane, Aegon lamented. However, the punishment must not solely rest upon my mercy. It should not merely be forgotten. Would you not agree, Prince Darren? The just father shall administer judgment. Although Darren was aware that Aegon was now a favored individual in the presence of King Viserys, Prince Daemon, and Princess Rhaenyra, He remained in Old Town as the Earl's retainer and felt compelled to intercede for the chief knight, Brandon Hightower, especially since Brandon had once briefly served as his swordsmanship instructor. Aegon had long harbored suspicions. He wondered if Daeron Targaryen had already caught wind of the commotion. Yet, why did he remain unmoved? Did he wish to witness his humiliation? Igor did not perceive Daeron as a person of such low taste, nor did he believe that a boy of 7 or 8 could contemplate such complexities. Was someone guiding him from behind? Igor harbored doubts, yet he possessed no evidence and could not discern any hints in Daeron's every word. He responded to Daeron, "The Lord's punishment is invariably cruel. The last time I implored the Lord to testify to my innocence, the cost he demanded was 4 lives. With a smile, Igor continued, "In my view, the punishment should be for them to personally tend to the wounded knights until their injuries are healed. As for myself," Igor feigned a pained back. Grimacing for a moment, "I simply require an apology and 10 sheep. 10 sheep? Prince Daeron was perplexed by Igor's peculiar request. Very well, Brandon Hightower readily agreed, considering himself fortunate to have escaped death. Although he too did not comprehend Igor's strange demand for sheep. He felt that any monetary loss to avert disaster was his greatest fortune. He hurriedly assisted the prostrate Hobart Hightower to his feet, and together they solemnly apologized to Igor. "Please forgive us, my lord." Igor stepped forward, helping the 2 Hightower knights to rise, declaring it all a misunderstanding, nothing of great consequence. "By the way, Sir Brandon, Sir Hobart, and that one," Igor named each of them, ensuring none were overlooked. "Remember to deliver the sheep personally to Wormesal. He is a tempestuous fellow. So exercise caution while delivering the sheep, good sirs." Upon hearing this, Brandon Hightower was rendered speechless, while Hobart nearly wet himself. "Deliver sheep to the dragon." They stared at Igor in astonishment, hoping he might retract his command. However, Igor had already mounted his horse, passing by them with a cold indifference. "Your Highness." Brandon grasped Prince Daeron's pant leg, pleading in hopes that this Targaryen prince might feel pity and persuade his kin. Daeron Targaryen chose to ignore him, shaking his head as he climbed into the carriage. Before departing, he uttered a final statement that shattered Brandon's last glimmer of hope. "A promise must be fulfilled, Brandon. Do not disgrace the Earl of Hobart or the Hightower family." Brandon stepped aside as the carriage and a throng of knights passed him by, witnessing the disdainful and fearful glances of the knights that feared being implicated. This marked the most humiliating day for the chief knight of Old Town. The towering spire was the ancestral stronghold of House Hightower, serving as a beacon illuminating the path ahead. It stood on the island of Conqueror's Isle, at the mouth of the Honeywine River. It was said that dragons once resided on Conqueror's Isle until the first Hightower clansmen arrived and eradicated them. Aboard a small boat, Daeron recounted the long-cherished tales of the spire and Conqueror's Isle to Igor. "Do you believe this story? I do not. Our bloodline descends from the ancient Valyrian dragon lords, and our ancestors conquered Westeros with the might of dragons beneath them. If anyone dares to attempt the slaying of a dragon with ease, let them try, provided they can withstand even the flames of Vagor. Whether aligned with the Blacks or the Greens, these factions merely represent political positions. When it comes to matters that could shake the very foundation of a family's existence and their claims to power, Targaryens are capable of discerning the weight of significance and the nature of good and evil. Of course, exceptions exist. Aegon is not one of those exceptions, nor is Daeron. The dying rays of the sun cast their reflections upon the shimmering sea. Aegon looked up to behold the towering black stone base of the great tower, with flames fiercely burning atop its lofty dome. The sea tower of House Hightower is built upon melted black stone. The tower ascends into the clouds, its blazing fire said to replace the sun's light during the night. Earlier, Aegon had encountered this black stone in Old Town. The inner walls of Old Town are also constructed of a similar black stone, impervious even to the ravages of fire. Could there be a connection between the black stone walls of Old Town and the black stone base of the Great Tower? Aegon recognized that this was a riddle beyond his comprehension, and thus he quickly dismissed the thought. The small boat glided gently into the caverns beneath the Island of Conquest, where Aegon beheld the archery slits and murder holes that dotted the cavern's expanse. A voice emerged from the darkness. "Who goes there? Light the torches." "It is Prince Daeron and our honored guest from afar," exclaimed the captain of the knights, who was rowing. No sooner had he spoken than the cavern was illuminated. The positions of the archery slits and murder holes radiated light, brightening the entire cavern. Had they been enemies, the arrows would have flown instead. Aegon mused as he surveyed the myriad openings. "Please, come inside, my lords," beckoned a voice from afar. As the tides ebbed and flowed, Aegon and Daeron stepped ashore. They followed the attendant's steps, exiting the cavern and ascending the countless stairs of the great tower. Chapter 51. The wrath of the sleeping dragon. Count Hobart was unexpectedly cordial towards Aegon. However, Their meeting and dining took place in the mid-level of the Great Tower, a place seldom trodden by common folk. It was evident that Count Hobart wished to keep the matter of hosting a black supporter from the ears of King's Landing. Aegon could easily surmise that Hobart was reluctant to surrender everything to the control of the Prime Minister, Otto Hightower. He harbored his own ambitions. Upon learning from Daeron that Aegon's purpose for visiting was merely to recruit craftsmen, Hobart promptly gestured grandly. He generously declared that Old Town was never lacking in artisans, and if Aegon required assistance, he would even be willing to advance some of the costs for recruiting craftsmen and laborers. Moreover, he expressed his eagerness to support Aegon's endeavors in the Stepstone Islands. In the ancient town, the third daughter of the Bitter family, after a long reign, expressed a strong desire to financially liberate the Stone Stair Islands, wishing for the heads of the accursed thieves, Liss, Mill, and Tylos, to roll. Aegon harbored doubts about the sincerity of Lord Hobart's words. He found it hard to believe that Hobart would extend such support merely to resolve the troubles caused by the third daughter in the Stone Stair Islands. No one in this world offers kindness without ulterior motives. This was Aegon's fundamental vigilance toward others. Everything, save for death, comes with a price. Yet, Aegon refrained from inquiring about the price Hobart had in mind. When negotiating with powerful individuals, it is oftentimes prudent to avoid being overly forthright, as it may lead them to perceive one as easily manipulated. Unless one possesses substantial confidence, Aegon typically preferred a more circumspect approach. Lord Hobart, Aegon remarked, washing down his meal with the golden wine from Chinting Island, having already indulged in several rounds. I appreciate your generous hospitality, since you have shared my bread and salt. You are my guest, Count Aegon. Providing a sumptuous dinner is the most basic courtesy towards a guest. Should you find yourself in need of my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to speak. Ah, indeed. Haha. The Count of the Old Town laughed heartily as the dinner approached its conclusion. Shortly thereafter, the banquet came to an end, and Prince Daeron departed first, with Aegon following his attendants to his quarters. The Hightower family of the Old Town truly stood as one of the wealthiest families in Westeros. This bedroom was nothing short of extravagant, surpassing even the Red Keep in opulence. Aegon collapsed onto the soft down-filled bed, feeling his limbs sink into its plushness. Drowsiness enveloped him, and his mind grew increasingly hazy. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Old Town, Brandon, Hobart, and a knight of the Hightower family hurriedly drove sheep towards an open area outside the city. They raised torches, herding the flock in the direction of the slumbering dragon. Unbeknownst to them, their figures, illuminated by the flickering flames, were already reflected in the pale golden pupils of the dragon. Damn it all, this is your fault, Hobart. If we meet our end in dragon flames today, I swear I will haunt you even in death. Brandon cursed. It's the wine that has led us into this mess. Let South not place blame on one another. Brandon, weren't you the one who wanted to kill him? He is a lord appointed by His Majesty the King, holding the title of Protector of the Narrow Sea. Had we known this would ensue, how could we have possibly fallen into such peril? Enough, enough, my lords, spoke the knight, who bore the lowest rank among them. Let us hasten to feed the dragon and make our escape. No sooner had his words left his lips than a torrent of crimson gold dragonfire erupted through the air. Startled, the three men hastily abandoned their sheep prods and the scattering flock, scrambling towards the direction of the Old Town. Vormissel feasted upon the fleeing sheep, while Brandon and his companions were nearly consumed by panic. In their frantic flight, the chief knight Brandon stumbled, crashing to the ground, his chin striking the earth as he slid forward. Hobart found himself ignited by the dragon flames splattered by Vormissel. Realizing that he could not extinguish the fire on his backside with his hands, Sir Hobart promptly conceived the idea of sitting on the ground to rub it out. He retreated and plopped down onto the feet of a knight affiliated with Heidel, who yelped in agony from the searing flames. Thud, 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 thud. The slumbering Igor rolled over in bed, as if caught in a nightmarish reverie. The knocking persisted, growing increasingly insistent, until it reached a volume sufficient to rouse him from his slumber. Thud, 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 thud. Who? Igor jolted awake, emerging abruptly from his dream. He had experienced a peculiar dream, so bizarre it defied verbal description. Sitting up in bed, he discovered the sheets dampened with sweat. Upon reaching for his back, he found himself nearly drenched. Thud, thud. The knocking continued, and Igor heard the sound of a door opening, likely other residents from the vicinity answering. His quarters were situated on the mid-level of the towering spire, home to the younger sons and daughters of noble families. They served as cupbearers for the Count of Old Town, Hobart Heidel. Regaining his composure, Igor placed his bare feet on the chilly floor and opened the door. Outside stood a disheveled man, appearing quite aged, with long hair of black and gray cascading over his face like willows, obscuring his features entirely. Who are you? Igor wondered, realizing the man had been knocking on his own door all along. Initially uncertain, he confirmed the man's presence at his threshold, retracting his hand that was poised to knock again. Nobody, the man uttered simply, then began to shake his head frantically, as if caught in a manic episode. Igor glanced at the curious noblemen and women peering out, issuing a command for them to cease their gawking and return to their rooms. Once the onlookers had retreated, Igor inquired again, "Would you care to come in and sit for a spell?" The man continued to shake his head incessantly. Igor began to suspect that his mind might have turned to mush from all that shaking. "Do you know anyone here in the spire?" Igor shifted his approach, contemplating whether he could pass this troublesome individual off to someone else. Perhaps he was a distant relative of Count Hobart, and Igor could relinquish his concern entirely. Yet the man persisted in his head shaking. Frustrated, Igor felt no inclination to engage further. Only a madman could patiently converse with another madman. Just as he intended to close the door, a surge of flames burst into the corridor from the staircase, followed by the clanging of weapons and armor. A battalion of Heidel guards rushed towards Igor. The gray-haired man, sensing the commotion, darted into Igor's room and swiftly concealed himself beneath the bed. The guards paid Igor no heed as they barged into the room, rudely dragging the man from his hiding place and hoisting him by his arms towards the staircase. Igor sensed something amiss. Any reasonable person would find this situation rather peculiar. "Surely, you must provide me with some explanation, gentlemen? Disturbing my sweet dreams and intruding upon my chamber. Do you think this is permissible? Regardless of the circumstances, I am your esteemed guest, the Earl of Hobart." Upon hearing this, the guards immediately halted. The name of the Earl of Hobart still holds considerable weight, Igor mused. His display of indignation was quite convincing. "My name is Torrin," announced a figure evidently of high rank as he stepped forth from the guards. "I am here on the orders of the Earl of Tansent Tower, the guardian of Old Town and the guardian of the academic city, Hobart Hideout, to apprehend this madman." The guards, unfamiliar with Igor, merely sought to expedite the resolution of this disturbance. They mistakenly believed the Earl's command would be effective. Today, even if the Earl of Hobart himself were to arrive, he would first need to inquire about my consent before entering my private quarters to apprehend anyone. First, this man disrupted my dreams, and now you intrude upon my sanctuary to seize him. Do you truly think you can come and go as you please in my domain? The captain of the guards then began to suspect that this individual held significant status, being a true guest of the Earl of Hobart, rather than a mere empty title. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Igor Oris, Earl of the Stony Steppes Isles, guardian of the Narrow Sea, and rider of the Bronze Fury, Vomisol. Tell me, am I now deemed worthy of your conversation?" The captain, taken aback by Igor's words, promptly knelt. He had not realized such a distinguished individual resided here. Now he regretted the urgency of the situation, wishing the Earl of Hobart had clarified matters before his departure. If he had indeed provoked this individual, his days ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty. "And no, my lord, we have merely come to apprehend this person under the orders of the Earl of Hobart, nothing more. And we intend no offense. I demand to see the Earl of Hobart immediately," Igor insisted, his tone unyielding. "My lord, it is all my oversight. Please do not disturb the Earl of Hobart. It would jeopardize our livelihoods," the captain pleaded. Igor maintained his obstinate demeanor, dramatically striding towards the end of the corridor. The guards rushed to intercept him, yet they dared not lay hands on him, forming a circle instead to delay his advance as much as possible. A smirk crept upon Igor's lips as he perceived the situation had matured. He swiftly turned to face the man with long, gray-black hair. "Who is this intruder who dares to disturb my dreams? Do not think to conceal anything from me. None of you shall escape." The captain of the guards advanced, now fully perceiving Igor as an arrogant nobleman, insistent and unforgiving. "My lord, spare us." Igor remained unyielding, standing firm and fixated on the captain. As time ticked by, everyone except Igor was drenched in nervous sweat. As he observed the gradual enhancement of his acting skills, Igor restrained a smile from escaping his lips. He continued to feign discomfort, uttering a few more sounds before addressing the captain of the guards. "I shall grant you one last opportunity. Reveal to me the name of the person who has been incessantly pounding on my door in the corridor, shattering my dreams, and depriving me of slumber. Should you cooperate, I may consider absolving you of your transgressions." The captain hesitated for a moment under the gaze of the onlookers, ultimately stammering, "My lord, his name is Herlictus. He is quite mad, and I assure you, he did not intend to disturb your peaceful night. Furthermore, my lord, we were merely following the orders of Count Hobart to apprehend him and return him to the prison in the upper levels of the tower. We truly did not mean to intrude upon your space." "Enough," Igo interrupted. "If one is to perform, one must commit fully. I shall determine the right and wrong of this matter. You need not elaborate further. Depart now, and your offenses shall be expunged." The captain, still wishing to plead his case, was brusquely dismissed by Aegon. Dejected, he departed with Herlictus and the other guards. Just as they were about to vanish at the corridor's end, Herlictus, being dragged up the stairs by the guards, suddenly struggled and shouted, "Foreigner, flee. If you do not escape now, you may never leave this place, ha ha ha." Following his exclamation came the sounds of fists striking flesh. Upon hearing this, Aegon discerned that Herlictus was receiving a severe beating. Upon returning to his chamber, Aegon sat upon the bed, lost in contemplation. He found himself perplexed by Herlictus's words. What was this talk of foreigners and the inability to escape? Setting aside the credibility of a madman's utterances, Aegon was uncertain whether he should bring him back. Initially, he had relished the effortless encounter with Herlictus, but the captain's words only deepened his sense of unease regarding the situation. The guards had come under the orders of Count Hobart to apprehend Herlictus, suggesting that the Count had not divulged much, such as his own residence here. This indicated that the incident had transpired unexpectedly, catching even Count Hobart unprepared. The question remained, how could a madman draw the attention of the esteemed Count of the old town? Moreover, the guard had claimed that Herlictus was confined in the upper levels of the tower. As far as Aegon was aware, aside from Count Hobart's quarters, there were many vacant rooms in the upper levels of the tower. However, these rooms were off-limits not only to him, but even to the Count's son. Count Hobart forbade anyone from ascending to the heavily guarded upper levels of the tower. In fact, ordinary individuals were not permitted to enter even the mid-levels. Herlictus, despite being a distant relative of the Hittar family, should not have had access to the upper levels, especially considering that he was a madman who could barely articulate his thoughts. How could the Earl of Hobart coexist with a madman? The more Igor pondered, the more he sensed a monumental secret behind it all. Yet, such matters were irrelevant to him. He had made up his mind, no matter the circumstances. He would bring Helric back to Bloodstone Island. At present, Helric might be the sole metallurgical talent he could rely upon, even if he were indeed a lunatic. Igor felt compelled to ascertain whether this madman possessed genuine skills. Perhaps, upon leaving the Tower of the Skies, Helric might regain his sanity. After all, according to Hamza, Helric had entered the Tower of the Skies and never returned. It was plausible that his current mental state was linked to his experiences within that tower. Gathering his thoughts, Igor reclined back onto his bed, fixated solely on how to extricate Helric from the Tower of the Skies. However, this appeared to be a manageable task. A visitor lowered their hood, revealing their identity before the Earl of Hobart. "I can cross the narrow sea and assist you in hiring faceless ones, should you require it." The Earl quickly covered the visitor's mouth, stating, "There is no need for that. We merely need to send him away. Helric's encounter with me was purely coincidental. He came here to recruit craftsmen. I shall have Brandon expedite the recruitment of artisans and ensure he departs as swiftly as possible." "Is Brandon well? Did that wretched scoundrel's dragon spare him? Damn it, I forbade him from drinking with that bastard Hobart again, that accursed drunkard." The visitor smiled faintly, finding it rather amusing to hear Hobart berate himself. With the assistance of Chief Knight Brandon Hightower, Igor successfully recruited over 60 craftsmen and more than 100 laborers. While he was satisfied with the number of craftsmen, the count of laborers was less than ideal. He could offer substantial pay to the artisans. As they were not concerned about their basic needs, they yearned for a leap in status and wealth. However, the ordinary laborers were different. They sought comprehensive provisions and substantial wages. Even with the Earl of Hightower willing to cover the laborers' wages for the first 3 months, he could only recruit a little over 100 individuals. At least half of them brought their families, and accounting for the families of the craftsmen, nearly 300 elderly. Women and children would be accompanying them, though an extra mouth to feed added to the burden. Igor was nonetheless keen on allowing the laborers and craftsmen to bring their families along, as this would significantly bolster the dwindling population of Stonestep Island. After arranging for the craftsmen, laborers, and their families to board the ship, Igor intended to make one final visit to Earl Hobart as a gesture of gratitude. Using his reluctance to board as an excuse, he scheduled a meeting with Earl Hobart and Prince Dallin by the banks of Honeywine River. On the southern bank of Honeywine River lay a modest square, where the citizens had been early driven away by the guards of the Hightower family. The square is paved with pristine white marble. At its center stands a fountain from which crystal-clear water flows, shimmering in hues of orange and red under the setting sun. Not far from the square lies the Island of Battle. A glance westward reveals the towering spire upon it, silhouetted against the sea at sunset. The Earl and the Prince arrived punctually. The square had been meticulously cleaned, and the guards had already arranged a long table alongside several high-backed chairs crafted from exquisite wood. "Old Town welcomes you at any time, Lord Aegon." The Earl of Hobart forced a smile, feigning hospitality, yet inwardly wishing that Aegon would never set foot in Old Town again. Thank you for your gracious hospitality. Should the need arise, I shall return. Presently. Bloodstone Island is quite unremarkable. Once my castle rises from the island, I shall extend an invitation for you to visit. Haha, laughed Hobart Hightower. Very well, very well. Beside him, Darren smiled as well, just as he was about to speak when he felt the sudden tug on his clothing. Turning to investigate, he discovered it was Tyrion. Darren reached to free his garment from Tyrion's grasp, but the little blue dragon persistently bit down once more. What is it, Tyrion? Darren inquired, gently patting the dragon's head in confusion. Upon hearing his voice, Tyrion immediately released his hold on Darren's attire, instead nudging him insistently, as if trying to push him from the high-backed chair. What has stirred Tyrion? Just as Darren pondered this, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened, the brightness fading into a somber gloom.